Knock knock, who's there? Is the classic setup, but for our main character Min Jun. It is the start of a total nightmare. Outside, it is absolutely freezing, and she claims she desperately needs some of his body heat to warm up. Honestly, she sounds super convincing and totally desperate. She begs him to open the door, promising to show him something special. Naturally, the young man lets his guard down, welcomes Yona, and unlocks the door. Immediately, she wraps her arms around him and goes in for a passionate kiss. He thinks he has hit the jackpot with this gorgeous girl. This guy is stunned by how wildly aggressive she is acting the moment he lets her inside. She whispers sweet nothings, claiming she finally realized how deeply she loves him. Then she suggests they move things to the bedroom to really heat up the place. Flattered and completely blindsided, he agrees, ready to pamper his beloved girlfriend. She tells him to close his eyes and prepare for a special surprise. Smiling like a fool, he happily shuts his eyes, expecting a treat. Instead, a sudden brutal attack sends him straight to the afterlife in a pool of blood, courtesy of his treacherous ex. It turns out she brought her new boyfriend along to ransack his apartment and steal all of his survival resources. Yeah, it is the classic betrayal trope we all know and love in these stories. But honestly, watching a backstabbing like that makes you crave some serious revenge. Who would not want to see this toxic girl get absolute karma in the most brutal way possible? You see, the entire world has turned into a frozen wasteland. The global temperature plummeted so fast that humanity was caught completely off guard. It got so extreme that airplanes literally froze solid mid-air and crashed like blocks of ice. Our planet had officially plunged into a merciless, apocalyptic ice age. In this harsh new world, food and warmth were worth far more than a mountain of gold. This guy did everything in his power to stay alive in this frozen hellscape, only to end up as a frozen corpse after being brutally betrayed by the one he trusted. But do not worry, because this is a reincarnation webtoon, and he just got a second chance at life. Armed with future knowledge, he plans to construct the ultimate impenetrable survival shelter. We are talking a base so luxurious that he will be relaxing in a hot sauna with beautiful ladies daily. Meanwhile, the rest of humanity will be freezing to death right outside his heavily armored walls. That sweet revenge and comfort is just around the corner. But right now, he is actually thrilled that the apocalypse is about to hit, especially since he woke up in his past body feeling a bit dazed. He notices mysterious red and green glowing lights swirling around his hands. At first, he thinks he has unlocked some kind of cheat-like super strength magic. However, the immediate side effect is just making him incredibly hungry. To satisfy his appetite, he decides to grab a handful of raw soybean. But the moment he goes to toss them into his mouth, something insane happens. Right before his eyes, the tiny beans rapidly grow into fully matured sprouts. It turns out he has awakened a broken food creation system power. He immediately realizes that this unique ability will make him a god in the upcoming frozen apocalypse. Knowing what is coming, he needs to prepare before the first snowflake falls. Without wasting a single second, he heads straight out of his apartment to gather supplies. As he walks, he notes how draining this new magic power is to use. Suddenly, a familiar sweet voice calls out to him on the street. She is already trying her hardest to use her looks as a weapon. It is that same toxic ex-girlfriend who ruined his past life. But this time around, this guy is absolutely done simping. He decides to play it cool and lay low for the moment. His absolute top priority is securing his own survival first. Once he is safe and warm, he will cook up a truly diabolical plan to make her pay. So when she tries to get all bubbly and asks Han Feng to go shopping with her, he just brushes her off, claiming he has way more important things to deal with. In this reincarnated life, this guy is absolutely done playing the simp. Instead, our main character heads to the local market to stockpile a massive amount of food. He then starts drafting the ultimate survival guide for the upcoming fantasy apocalypse. Naturally, since preparing for the end of the world requires a massive budget, nothing beats maxing out loans from every single bank in town. Meanwhile, the gold digger is left fuming outside, wondering how this broke loser without even a car to his name dares to reject her, right before a luxury ride pulls up right next to her. And guess who is sitting behind the wheel? It is our boy, offering a casual greeting. When she wide-eyedly asks if this sweet ride belongs to him, he smoothly replies that his family business is thriving, so he decided to treat himself. Hearing this, she immediately turns on the drama, claiming her feelings are deeply hurt because he ignored her invite to go shopping. The young man knows exactly what kind of game she is playing, so he decides to play along and drop some serious charm on her. She instantly falls for the bait, thinking he is wrapping himself around her finger. But little does she know, this genius is already playing 3D chess with her. The girl then boldly suggests they head back to her place to watch a movie and chill, but he politely declines, stating he has a mountain of urgent chores to handle today. He mentions he bought a ton of supplies, including a special gift just for her. She giggles, thanking him, and promises she will be eagerly waiting waiting for his arrival. With a smug smirk, she walks away thinking this guy is an absolute walkover. What she fails to realize is that our protagonist's master plan is only just beginning. Once the world-ending disaster strikes, both she and her actual boyfriend are going to suffer immensely. Honestly, he is already counting down the days and practically craving the apocalypse. The global catastrophe is a mere 2 weeks away, a day when a massive blizzard will bury the planet and send temperatures plummeting to -20 degrees Celsius. Over the following month, the climate will continue to drop to a lethal -70 degrees, completely freezing the world and making stepping outside a death sentence. That is exactly why food is his #1 priority, leading him to haul a massive hoard back to his apartment and disguise the packages to avoid suspicious neighbors. As for the bulkier survival gear, the young man plans to move them under the cover of darkness when the streets are empty. Since the grid will collapse during the freeze, electricity is another major issue, which is why he wisely secured a massive 1-year supply of fuel to keep things running. Knowing that standard heating will fail, he hires a specialized renovation crew to upgrade his apartment into a fortified, cold-resistant bunker built to withstand the freezing apocalypse. To top it off, he sets up a hidden inventory room to store all his resources safely out of sight, granting him easy access whenever he needs them. By the time his preparation stage is fully complete, July 14th has already arrived, leaving him with just 24 hours before the global temperature plummets. With all his physical defenses and supplies locked down, the final task on his survival checklist is to stay inside and study his newly awakened superpower, because our protagonist knows that surviving a frozen wasteland requires more than just stockpiled food. If he wants to truly thrive, his plant-type magical abilities will have to become his ultimate beacon of hope. Right in front of him are the very soybeans he managed to cultivate using his magic, and now it is time for a proper test. Even though he still has no idea how to trigger this system ability at will, he decides to conduct a quick taste test. Our main character scoops up a spoonful, praying that this magically grown food is actually edible and not toxic. After finishing off half the plate with no issues, he confirms that these beans have 0 negative side effects, meaning he has a reliable way to generate infinite food using his magic. However, the tricky part is figuring out the exact trigger that makes his hand glow with that green energy. Since his current experiments have only involved soybeans, he checks the refrigerator to find other vegetables to test his leveling up powers on. As he continues his trials, afternoon quickly fades into late evening. Feeling completely drained and weak, the young man slowly opens his eyes, wondering if he just passed out from exhaustion. He finds himself holding a head of broccoli, surrounded by a kitchen floor covered in mutated vegetables. Honestly, the only major drawback to Han Feng's overpowered skill is the massive brain fog that hits him after using it. Up to this point, this poor guy has just been munching on the exact same soybeans he grew earlier. He notes that this snack break actually helped him unlock some vital secrets about his magic. But first, let us recap the wild events right before he blacked out. Our protagonist had ordered a massive batch of seeds to run a proper experiment, testing his green thumb cheat skill on various flora. But here is the bizarre twist: a few of these specimens did absolutely nothing when he channeled his energy into them. Meanwhile, other seeds instantly sprouted into fully grown vegetation, mirroring his previous success with the beans. Then came the chaotic third category, where the seeds literally exploded right in his palm, leaving him completely baffled as to why they went boom. Amid the blast, the young man discovered some charred, coal-like residue left behind by the sudden explosions. Fortunately, this turned out to be a massive win, as these suit blocks could be stockpiled to generate much-needed heat later. Just like that, he secured a reliable way to survive the freezing temperatures of the looming apocalypse. Hyped by this discovery, he focused his mind to test this mystical system on a few more targets. Although our hero stumbled during his initial attempts to direct the energy flow, he kept pushing. Soon enough, the fantasy elements kicked in, granting him the exact results he was aiming for. However, draining his mana completely took a toll on him, causing the exhausted fellow to instantly collapse. Waking up on the cold floor in the present day, he still feels incredibly puzzled by the logic of his magic, especially since only select plants respond to it. While some species remain completely unaffected, figuring out the magic formula is proving to be a real headache. Despite the trial and error, this master of survival realizes the trigger lies within his own mind, prompting him to meditate and visualize himself merging with nature. He focuses on a spiritual connection that perfectly aligns his mental energy with his physical form. Thankfully, his intense visualization pays off big time. The moment the young man opens his eyes, he sees the magic happen. The cultivator is thrilled to see his hand radiating a vibrant green aura, proving his theory that this power responds directly to his intent. Eager to push the boundaries of this cheat skill even further, he decides it is time for a new trial. He decides to project this strange energy onto a brand new target. He grabs a slab of raw meat to see if his power can affect organic tissue. To his utter dismay, the meat does not budge, leaving our hero terrified that he might be forced into a lifetime of vegetarianism. No matter how hard he concentrates or pleads with the universe, the steak remains completely unresponsive. This setback forces him to reevaluate his meditation style, remembering that his inner vision showed two distinct energies, one red and one green, though he had only used the green one so far. Hoping to tap into the other half of his system, he shuts his eyes tightly. He focuses entirely on channeling the mysterious secondary energy sleeping within him. Much to his surprise, the experiment yields instant results. A fiery crimson glow envelops his fingers and immediately begins to alter the meat. The protein mutates into a grotesque, spiky mass that looks absolutely nothing like food anymore. Grossed out by the monstrous creation before him, he pulls back in disgust. The young man drops the mutated food onto the floor and slowly leans in to inspect it, giving the strange lump a gentle poke. He picks the chunk back up, analyzing how it reacted to the red energy, and notices that parts of it actually seem fully cooked. This raises a crucial question. Is his crimson magic simply meant to heat things up, or is there more to it? Looking at his palm, he realizes he got it wrong. The meat was not actually cooked by the light. In fact, it is the exact opposite. The tissue is breaking down and actively reverting through a process of decay. This revelation changes everything. Green light accelerates evolutionary growth, while red light de-ages or disintegrates matter. In an attempt to combine these opposing forces, he presses both hands firmly around the item. Suddenly, a bright golden flash erupts from his palms. When the glow fades, the small portion has transformed into a massive, prime cut of steak. However, he wonders where the soybeans in his grip went, concluding they must have fused directly with the protein. The main character is absolutely blown away by his new skill, noting that this meat looks fresher than anything you would find in a high-end market. Riding this high, he cannot wait to replicate the fusion process one more time. Unfortunately, his luck runs dry, causing the next attempt to fail so spectacularly that he drains his energy and slams the floor in sheer annoyance. Taking a deep breath, he decides to be patient, knowing he has all the time in the world to master this cultivation cheat. Still, the young man is thrilled to have made so many game-changing breakthroughs in a single afternoon. Once he fully unlocks the potential of this unique system, the possibilities will be endless. This guy is already dreaming of leveling up to godhood and standing at the absolute peak of this post-apocalyptic world. Han Feng soon realizes that hoarding food isn't enough to survive this impending apocalypse, as he desperately needs a weapon to defend himself against desperate survivors. Just as this guy contemplates heading out to purchase some serious firepower, reality hits him. The cold truth finally sinks in. The ultimate survival game has officially begun. History is repeating itself, and the world is suddenly getting slammed by a massive blizzard in the middle of July. He heads out anyway, knowing he needs a firearm before the temperature drops to a deadly -45, even though buying a gun is highly illegal in this country. While lost in thought, the young man spots a punk with a broccoli haircut loudly bragging about being related to a notorious local gang leader, using the classic, "my brother is richer than you" flex to win a dumb argument. Our protagonist actually recognizes this absolute clown, mostly because of his atrocious fashion sense. The funniest part is that the neighborhood locals have collectively dubbed this guy Homeless Joey as a joke. This self-proclaimed contractor claims to have connections with every shady figure in the area. Whenever people ask him what he's up to, he puts on a show acting like a high-rolling businessman managing massive projects with his gang boss brother. In reality, this unemployed slacker just paces around shouting into his phone, pretending he's negotiating multi-million-dollar deals. Watching this display, our main character wonders if this clown might actually be stupid enough to help him secure a weapon. He walks right up, greets the local legend, and pretends they are old buddies. Obviously, the loudmouth doesn't actually have a clue who our hero is. Relying on the punk's fragile ego, the young man plays along as a long-lost friend, prompting the poser to apologize for his bad memory due to his supposedly busy schedule. The main character carefully scans the street to make sure nobody is listening. He leans in close and lays out his fabricated story to the blonde street punk. Once the explanation wraps up, the loudmouth looks genuinely shocked, asking why on earth he needs a gun. For a brief second, our protagonist is left speechless, scrambling to think of a believable cover story. The blonde slacker warns him that dealing with black market weapons is highly illegal and dangerous, claiming he has the connections but isn't eager to get mixed up in criminal activities. The young man quickly spins a tale to justify his desperate need for self-defense. He claims that a dangerous group of thugs is out to get him over a petty dispute. He details a fake incident where he crossed paths with a random guy during his morning commute while they were riding. They were both on bicycles when the stranger suddenly spat right in his face. Naturally, this absolute disrespect made him lose his temper completely, so he confronted the culprit and absolutely trashed him right there in public for everyone to see. After that satisfying beatdown, the humiliated guy swore revenge, promising to return with his entire crew. True to his word, the gang showed up the next day, jumped him, and left him bruised and broken. Ever since that brutal beating, he's been desperate to acquire some serious protection. Fortunately, the gullible punk completely buys the story, agreeing that spitting on someone is the ultimate disrespect. He rants about how those thugs need to be taught a lesson, leaving our hero wondering if this idiot missed the point entirely. Regardless, the loudmouth throws his arm around him like some kind of protective savior. He promises to call his gang boss brother to sort everything out, which fits our hero's plans perfectly. The punk then suggests they use our main character's car, claiming his own luxury ride is currently in the shop. The protagonist readily agrees and leads the way to his beefed-up survival vehicle. During the drive, the punk's jaw drops when he hears the ride cost a cool $700,000, which our hero considered a steal. This poser immediately starts taking selfies like he's some top-tier social media influencer. The funniest part is that he posts them online, implying the high-end SUV belongs to him. Meanwhile, at the gang's hideout, the boss's henchmen are gathered around a barrel fire. They are shivering and complaining about the bizarre freezing weather outside. The massive SUV pulls up, and the punk steps out looking incredibly smug. The other gang members are stunned, and the shameless fraud boasts that he bought it with his own hard-earned cash. The main character is genuinely impressed by the sheer audacity required to lie like that right in front of the actual owner. Inside, the young man is introduced to the boss, a heavily tattooed gang leader who is immediately annoyed by his brother's presence and tells him to get lost. To save face, the punk shifts the spotlight, announcing that his wealthy friend wants to purchase a firearm. The gang leader looks surprised and locks onto our protagonist with an intimidating glare. Under that intense gaze, the young man tries to keep his composure. The boss is mostly just annoyed that they wasted his time coming here for a single, basic handgun. With a sigh, he orders one of his goons to go grab a pistol. The weapon is tossed over, costing our protagonist a hefty $6,000. But look, Henfeng isn't about to play around with some puny low-tier pistols. Nah, this guy is planning to go full John Wick mode and wants to add some serious firepower to his inventory. He needs a long-range weapon equipped with a high-tier scope to start leveling up his survival chances. The gang boss is absolutely stunned by the sheer audacity of this young man. He immediately calls him out for demanding a literal sniper rifle, reminding the young man that this isn't some fantasy shopping mall where he can just browse around. Yeah, the boss is just a stuck-up guy throwing a tantrum for no reason. That's when homeless Joe steps in to weave another one of his legendary, fabricated sob stories. This time he spins a wild tale about our protagonist's imaginary wife cheating on him 3 times. By the time this absolute masterpiece of a story wraps up, the gang leader is in literal tears and throwing a massive tantrum out of sheer anger on our boy's behalf. Honestly, these ridiculous lies are pure cinematic gold. Because of this, the boss actually agrees to get him the sniper rifle, though he warns it will take a few days. Our main character is just relieved that his crazy request is actually being processed. The boss orders his underling, Changzi, to prep a semi-automatic weapon for the young man as well. Turns out the boss took pity on his tragic backstory and threw in a free handgun as a bonus gift. Our hero is genuinely stunned when he gets offered this free piece of gear at 0 cost. To return the favor, he decides to drop a massive piece of intel to the gang. He hints at having government connections and warns them that the crazy weather is about to trigger a full-on survival crisis, meaning they need to hoard supplies before everything runs out. This time, our MC keeps a completely deadpan, serious look on his face, adding a ton of gravity to his warning. The gang leader realizes he's not bluffing and decides to follow the advice. And just like that, they wrap up their tense meeting with the crime lord. On their way back, Joe brags about how he mediated the whole deal like a pro, feeling relieved that his brother was in a surprisingly good mood. The main character is genuinely grateful and offers to buy him some smokes. The blonde sidekick pretends to be humble at first before immediately asking for 8 whole cartons, thinking it's a minor request. While the guy is rambling, our boy checks off his mental prep list. He has secured his gear for the upcoming apocalypse system, and now he just needs to figure out his food situation to make this as a smooth run. But just as he is feeling incredibly confident about his master plan, this guy slips right in front of his buddy and takes a devastating, bone-shattering fall. Our MC's leg is completely wrecked, leaving him screaming in pain while his companion just stands there completely confused. Realizing his leg is absolutely broken, the young man hands over his car keys so they can rush to the nearest clinic. After a long, awkward silence, the blonde sidekick shamefully admits that he doesn't even possess a driver's license. With no other option, he tries to carry our injured hero old-school style, trying to support his weight. But the whole situation looks so pathetic that the main character just orders a taxi to spare them both the embarrassment. Cut to the local hospital, where the real drama begins. Over at the front desk, the beautiful head nurse is working the graveyard shift and notices the blizzard outside is getting exponentially worse by the minute. Out of nowhere, she gets an urgent page, requesting her back in the main lobby due to a massive staff shortage. Meanwhile, our boy indeed fractured his leg. He is sitting in the clinic, absolutely devastated by the X-ray results, and has to wait an hour for his prescription. The young man prepared for an entire apocalyptic survival scenario, only to get taken down by a random patch of ice. His blonde buddy bids him farewell, claiming he has urgent business to attend to due to his incredibly packed schedule, and leaves. Well, that brings our main character right back to square one. He is completely isolated with a broken leg in a hospital overflowing with patients. The extreme sub-zero weather is already causing a surge in emergencies, teasing just how brutal the coming ice age will be. While waiting in a painfully slow line for his meds, he spots the gorgeous head nurse checking pulses nearby. She is clearly the backbone of the department, with the doctors and staff relying heavily on her skills. Watching her work completely takes our MC's breath away, and he can't believe someone so young could already hold such a high position. She is incredibly sweet to everyone, and her top-tier visuals are just out of this world. Yep, our boy is officially simping again, but this time for a totally different waifu. But while he is admiring her, a creepy old patient calls out for her assistance. She rushes over, and he claims his back is hurting, but the nurse politely explains they are short-staffed, and he will have to wait a bit. However, this sleazy old creep has an ulterior motive and a sneaky camera setup aimed right under her skirt. He tries to snap a photo while she is busy examining him. Oblivious to his schemes, she promises to arrange an X-ray once the crowd clears out, but the degenerate old geezer doesn't stop his creepy behavior there. He goes full creep mode and actually grabs a hold of her. The pure and innocent nurse still doesn't suspect his nasty intentions, simply assuring him that a doctor will be around to examine him shortly. But here is the issue. The old geezer doubles down and tries to cop a feel of the hospital's finest bakery right in front of Han Feng. Before the creep can pull any more nonsense, our boy hurls his crutch straight into the guy's face, sending him crashing to the floor while the alarmed head nurse asks if he is okay, while the young man casually apologizes, claiming he just doesn't know how to use a crutch because obviously, when you're unfamiliar with medical equipment, you snipe someone with at max speed. He acts like he's just checking on the old man's phone right as the old geezer screams at him to back off, but our protagonist spots the incriminating photo in his gallery and instantly gets pissed. He can't believe this scumbag not only took a picture of the nurse but had the audacity to grope her. Threatening to call security and have him thrown in a cell, he confronts the creep immediately, figuring it's one less annoying leech taking advantage of the staff. Furthermore, the main character is in no mood to return the device, promising to blast the evidence all over social media if he ever catches this creep acting up again. Defeated and frustrated, the old man bolts out of the building. Yes, the exact same guy who was complaining about back pain a second ago is suddenly sprinting faster than Usain Bolt. Even the head nurse is completely speechless at his sudden Olympic-level speed, leaving our boy convinced that some people have reached the absolute peak of stupidity in this world. He shows her the photo to prove the creep's malicious intent and tells her he is perfectly fine with her taking over the situation, handing over the phone so she can report it directly to the police. Jin Yoon is incredibly relieved as she takes the phone, but she suddenly remembers a very crucial detail. Wasn't his ankle supposed to be fractured? That instantly jogs his memory. He did indeed break his leg and was just running on pure adrenaline. The moment reality hits, the pain floods in and he screams in agony. A short while later, she gets him patched up and properly bandaged. Fortunately, the pain begins to fade and the grateful head nurse promises him she won't let anyone walk all over her again. But as she says this, our protagonist's bad foot accidentally gets shoved right into her two massive personalities during the chaos. He can only sigh and think that this girl is never going to learn. Suddenly, she gets paged back to her duties, so she clumsily scurries off, reminding our hero to return return in a week for a checkup. He silently realizes that he won't be seeing her again, knowing what kind of disaster is going to strike in exactly 1 week. With that grim thought weighing on his mind, he makes his exit. The very next day, the weather outside takes a turn for the absolute worst. Breaking news reports about a massive drop in global temperatures begin flooding the airwaves. Even desert regions like Dubai and Egypt are getting slammed with unprecedented blizzards, prompting top experts from 40 countries to hold an emergency summit in Russia to figure out what the hell is happening. According to these so-called specialists, this extreme cold snap is just a temporary anomaly that will blow over in a few days. Even so, citizens are urged to stay indoors and keep warm, while our prepared protagonist chills in his fully reinforced room with an endless heat supply, not worried about a single thing. While the media lies to control public panic by claiming the storm will pass, he knows the truth. It's all absolute nonsense, and he feels like a total clown for believing them in his past life. But this time, things are completely different because he is fully stocked up on supplies, his heating system is online, and he is ready for the apocalypse. For the time being, there is absolutely nothing left for him to worry about. Meanwhile, his building's group chat is absolutely blowing up with neighbors crying about the freezing temperatures and their useless heaters. Out of nowhere, a mysterious anonymous user drops a bombshell in the chat, claiming that a new ice age is starting and that the storm is originating from deep within the earth. These messages catch the young man completely off guard, because absolutely nobody should know about this apocalyptic event yet. He immediately marks this anonymous user as a threat to watch out for, since as the regressed protagonist, he should be the only one with this future knowledge about the upcoming frozen apocalypse. The once peaceful residents are now acting like an angry mob, tagging property management to fix the heating and clear the snow, which honestly looks like a chaotic, text-heavy disaster. To make the drama easier to follow, the group chat visualizes these complaining tenants as a bunch of hilarious chibi cat avatars. The angry tenants are furious because if the snow blocks the exit, they won't even be able to get food. They paid top dollar for this place, only to get garbage service, and they want answers from the property manager immediately. On the other end, the overwhelmed property management team is panicking, sending endless copy-paste apologies for the inconvenience. But those lazy apologies aren't doing anything to cool down the residents, who are now demanding full refunds because this situation is just not worth it. Watching from his cozy room, our protagonist is highly amused, but annoyed by these idiots wasting energy, since it's not like the building manager has magic powers to stop a blizzard. Still, not everyone in the complex has completely lost their minds just yet. One level-headed resident named Jian actually shows some maturity, suggesting that since they can't fight Mother Nature, they should cooperate rather than making things even harder for everyone, pointing out that screaming at management over a natural disaster is completely pointless. Of course, the short-sighted mob doesn't appreciate his logical approach, and instead of working together, they turn on the guy and start accusing him of brown-nosed defending of the property management. The level-headed tenant tries to explain he's just being realistic, as cornering the staff won't actually solve any of their problems, but the mob refuses to listen until the snow is cleared so they can go shopping, because starving to death isn't on their bucket list. Jian does his best to talk some sense into this clueless mob of survivors, pointing out that even if they clear the immediate area, the main roads will still be blocked. Instead of wasting energy, he suggests walking to the grocery store on foot, since clearing simple footpaths is way more realistic than trying to plow entire streets. Meanwhile, Hang Feng is making a sour face after recognizing the guy who is preaching to everyone like some self-proclaimed savior. Our main character looks at this bootleg guru with pure annoyance, making it very clear that their shared history isn't exactly pleasant. Suddenly, a guy who acts as a human lie detector with a perpetually annoyed face jumps right into the group chat. Skipping all the polite formalities, this new guy tells everyone straight up, if they want to eat, they need to get off their butts and start shoveling snow. Otherwise, all this endless gossiping and complaining won't melt the snow. After delivering that harsh dose of reality, the man logs off. Right after, another resident steps up, apparently ready to head downstairs and help clean up the frozen mess. This blunt-tongued thug seems to be yet another familiar face to our protagonist, hinting at a colorful past before the world froze over. Slowly but surely, more residents start joining the cleanup crew to clear away the blocked roads. Even some of the delicate neighborhood cuties are suddenly willing to get their hands dirty for this noble cause. Then there is the unforgettable Hyuna, who has also volunteered to join the effort. Seeing her step up, the young man is highly skeptical about how a lazy coward like her ever agreed to participate. As it turns out, her act is just a cheap ploy to bait desperate guys who can't stand to see a pretty girl lifting heavy snow. True to form, she milks the attention for all it's worth and dumps her actual work onto the guys. What else did you expect from a total opportunist? As our hero goes out of the chat, he can't help but sigh. The pure frustration on his face is obvious. That toxic woman never fails to ruin his day. To make matters worse, she is actually texting him directly right now. Why? Well, because she assumes he is still the same desperate simp who would do anything for her, she asks. For a favor, wanting him to deliver his own precious food supplies straight to her door. To sweeten the deal, she throws in a provocative thirst trap photo showing off her bare legs and skimpy clothes, aiming straight for the guy's soul. He has to give her a solid 10 out of 10 for effort. Trying to seduce him with barely any clothes on in a literal blizzard is wild. But with a broken leg, even if he wanted to chase that booty, he couldn't do a thing. Instead, he decides to fire back a sarcastic roast guaranteed to make her blood boil. Sure enough, his words hit the mark, leaving her so furious she probably wants to stomp on his head. Let's take a quick trip down memory lane. Today marks the third day of this apocalyptic blizzard, with temperatures plummeting below -20 degrees. Since this was just the start of the end, the central heating was still working. The internet was also fully functional, keeping everyone distracted from the looming doom. So our lazy protagonist did what any bored teen would do. He spent his hours scrolling through social media, watching pretty girls dance in short video clips. Honestly though, he wasn't really feeling it. He was already bored out of his mind by day 2 of this so-called ice age, which got him thinking about the dark side of isolation. It can really break a man. His fractured limb wasn't helping either, completely trapping him in bed and requiring months to fully heal. With nothing else to do, the youth dives back into endless videos. That is when he stumbles upon a shocking news report about an awakened human with a crazy self-healing ability. According to doctors, this patient survived a fall from the 15th floor, which should have completely crushed his organs and bones. Amazingly, the survivor's body began to regenerate, healing all those fatal injuries in no time. Seeing this magic-like display of fantasy healing made our main character wonder. He suddenly remembered that he possessed some supernatural tricks of his own. He focused his energy, activating a familiar green light that began to glow over his hand. He tried using this mysterious magic to repair his fractured leg. Unfortunately, the glowing green energy just fizzled out, doing absolutely nothing to his injury. He gave it another shot, channeling all his focus, but still got nothing. Only disappointment awaited him. After finally accepting this frustrating defeat, the young man slumped back onto his couch, annoyed that he had gotten his hopes up for nothing. After hours of mindless scrolling, he finally drifted off to sleep and entered a bizarre dream world. In this vivid dream, he was wearing some rather primitive tribal clothing while riding a massive goat. Not only that, but an entire flock of mythical goats was soaring through the air right behind him. A zoomed-out shot reveals this massive horde of horned beasts following his lead closely. Suddenly, the fun ride screeches to a halt as his mount slams on the brakes, tossing him headfirst off its back. The fall ends up injuring his bad leg, and one of the goats approaches and begins to lick the wound. He finds this bizarre display of animal affection pretty gross and quickly pushes the creature away. This offends the beast, prompting it to whip out an absurdly long tongue and wrap it around the dreamer's injured leg, lifting him up towards the sky. Amazingly, the exact spot touched by the tongue begins to heal instantly. Right at that moment, Hengfeng wakes up in a cold sweat, looking like he just survived a nightmare. Seriously, that bizarre dream messed him up so badly he is literally sweating bullets. Suddenly, this guy notices his leg is glowing with a strange green energy, showing signs of magical self-repair. Not long after, the young man carefully unwraps his bandage to inspect the damage, and he gingerly plants his foot onto the cold floor. Surprisingly, it doesn't hurt at all, showing that the system-like green light healed him while he was asleep. To test this wild theory, our protagonist grabs a sharp knife in a morbid attempt to slice himself, hoping to trigger that OP healing factor again. His hand trembles as he reluctantly prepares for some DIY surgery, slicing a small cut on his index finger to test his newfound cheat ability. Meanwhile, outside, the angry mob of residents is finally putting their energy to good use, clearing the path in front of the main gate, all thanks to Zhang's motivational speech that got everyone moving like a well-oiled machine. The leader then gives extra props to an old man who had been grinding the hardest. In turn, the senior citizen praises the twins who have been working themselves to the bone to clear a path. Then there is everyone's favorite gorgeous nurse Jin, who is struggling to navigate the slippery, snowy terrain when the twins spot this damsel in distress and quickly rush over to lend a helping hand. After that, they head back to work to clear the path further, telling her to call out if she needs anything else. Noticing the snowfall getting heavier, Zhang urges everyone to make a quick supply run and dash back as fast as possible. Speaking of survival resources, the old man suddenly remembers a juicy piece of gossip. He initially didn't think it was worth mentioning until the group leader pressed him for details. The elder reveals a rumor about a resident spotted hauling massive piles of cargo in a small truck, pretending he was just moving in. Naturally, the leader shrugs it off, thinking it's normal for a newbie to haul their gear into a new apartment. But then the old man drops a highly suspicious detail. He noticed the mysterious resident was carrying heavy-duty gas tanks and a fireplace, looking like a hardcore doomsday prepper ready for a winter apocalypse. Before they can process this, the twins return with a quick progress update. Suddenly, a random guy pops out of nowhere, clearly eavesdropping, eager to learn about this mysterious prepper. However, this nosy intruder gets instantly shut down with a face full of snow from one of the twins, who tells him to stop slacking and get back to shoveling. Zhang steps in to break up the bickering, urging the squad to move out now that the path is clear. Even the lovely nurse is hyped to go on a grocery shopping raid. Meanwhile, the old man asks the leader if he thinks this mystery neighbor somehow foresaw the coming blizzard. Zhang ponders it for a second, then smoothly dodges the question. He reassures everyone that the storm will blow over in no time. And hey, worst case scenario, they have a fully stocked neighbor they can politely borrow from to survive the winter. So it's actually a win-win, though as they head out, the raging snowstorm only gets worse, forcing the group to pick up the pace before they freeze. Meanwhile, our main character is still knocked out, enjoying a cozy nap in his warm apartment, but his sweet slumber is interrupted by a sudden knock and a familiar voice calling him from outside. Opening the door, he finds his reliable contact holding the premium survival goods he had requested. This was the promised delivery from the local boss that his contact agreed to bring over. The courier brought it personally, because he already had his own stash and didn't need to scavenge. He didn't have to run around the freezing city like the other desperate citizens, but even so, our protagonist is incredibly grateful to him for braving the storm. The visitor also shares some spicy rumors that have been spreading like wildfire. Apparently, some mysterious player completely looted a massive supermarket in the Eastern District overnight, leaving nothing but empty shelves for the local gang. To our MC, this sounds absolutely wild. Who could possibly clear out an entire supermarket in one night? Yet his visitor is dead serious, confirming that this impossible heist definitely happened. The young man begins to realize that this timeline is turning out much weirder than his previous regression life. It seems he isn't the only cheat character in this icy apocalypse. Someone else out there has definitely unlocked some broken superpowers. Before he could fully lose himself in thought, Brother Lee chimed in, advising Han Feng to bundle up against the cold and watch his step. With a quick farewell, the visitor departed, finally leaving our main character alone to sort out the chaotic thoughts running through his head. He racked his brain, desperately searching for some logical explanation for the absolute madness that had unfolded the previous night. The only theory that made sense was straight out of a fantasy webtoon, high-level cultivator or esper with a cheat skill, capable of stashing infinite loot in a personal pocket dimension. But the real million-dollar question was, could actual system users or awakened espers really exist in this mundane world? Honestly, the answer was a no-brainer since he had somehow awakened his own cheat powers. There was no reason why others couldn't have them too. Realizing he wasn't the only potential protagonist in this story was a pretty terrifying wake-up call. Without wasting a single second, the young man realized he needed to thoroughly test his mysterious magic abilities right away. He had to master this power so that when he inevitably bumped into other superpowered individuals, he'd be ready. To build a proper counter-strategy, he needed to map out his strengths, weaknesses, and ultimate limits, prompting him to open his journal. Flipping through his notes, he analyzed what he knew so far. His supernatural energy reacted specifically with food, whether it was plant-based or animal meat. Using this power, he could accelerate growth, multiply their size, or even flash fry them, even if the taste ended up absolutely atrocious. Unfortunately, like any classic magic system, there were strict limitations that he only began to discover later. The success rate for channeling this energy was incredibly low and varied wildly depending on what item he was targeting. For instance, soybeans had a pathetic 10% success rate, while meat was even worse, leaving the young man completely baffled. He just couldn't wrap his head around the weird logic governing these magical percentages. Suddenly, the soybean he was channeling energy into went completely unstable, exploding in his palm in a puff of nasty green smoke. Instead of a freshly grown plant, he was left holding a bizarre, foul-smelling rock. The constant failures were getting on his nerves, and realizing he needed to upgrade his skills, our hero committed to some serious training. After all, grinding is the only way to level up, so he spared no effort and practiced relentlessly until the sun went down. After what felt like endless grinding, he finally hit the jackpot. Right there in his hand sat a healthy, perfectly grown soybean plant boasting fresh green pods. Getting this win was no walk in the park. He was sweating so hard he was practically acting as a space heater for his own room. But hey, that sweat equity was the price to pay for unlocking the hidden mechanics behind boosting his success rate. He realized the green energy flow wasn't constant, meaning each item required a specific duration of exposure based on its nutritional density. Miss the timing window by even a millisecond, and you're left with a charred, smelly rock, meaning he had to master the perfect timing for every single item. This gameplay loop felt incredibly familiar to the young man, triggering a sudden wave of nostalgia. It reminded him of those classic rhythm games from a decade ago, where you had to hit the perfect beats and button combos on screen. In a way, managing the energy flow was like coordinating directional keys up, down, left, and right. The intensity of the magical force channeled into the object needed to hit the sweet spot every single second, requiring him to hit the button right at the critical moment. Once that sweet spot was hit, stopping the flow would yield a perfect result every single time. Riding high on his farming success, our main character graduated to experimenting with meat, which proved to be a whole different beast. One slight misstep in his technique, and the premium cut would instantly liquefy into a foul, pitch-black sludge. Still, he figured the underlying logic of the magic system had to remain relatively the same. His starting point was figuring out the exact power threshold for the meat, and initially, things seemed to go smoothly. Just when he thought he had the pattern down, reality hit him hard. The chicken leg he was working on suddenly went critical and exploded. It splattered the entire room in a wave of that nauseating black goo. It was immediately obvious to the young man that this was going to be a long grind. Mastering protein was going to take way longer than simple botany, requiring test after frustrating test. Attempt after attempt, the poultry kept detonating in his face like miniature meat grenades. There seemed to be no light at the end of this culinary tunnel, and his patience was officially wearing thin. He let out a dramatic cry of despair, cursing the system for putting his abilities on nightmare difficulty. But our main character wasn't about to rage quit. Even as the snowstorm outside raged on and the room grew freezing cold, he pushed forward with the experiments, leaving chaotic traces of his attempts scattered across the entire kitchen. Finally, it was time for the ultimate showdown with his very last ingredient. One final chicken leg lay before him as he prepared to balance the chaotic red and green energies. It felt like a high-stakes, microscopic rhythm game where a single slip-up meant losing all progress, sending the tension through the roof. Against all odds, he hit the perfect combo and successfully mutated the chicken leg into a massive, giant-sized feast. With a scoff of pure satisfaction, Han Feng muttered that all the grueling effort was absolutely worth it. He then collapsed right onto the floor, completely exhausted but wearing a massive, victorious grin. Against all odds, this genius had finally cracked the code to synthesizing real meat in his homemade lab. Outside, the weather was turning into a literal post-apocalyptic nightmare. The morning news broadcasted that today, July 17th, marked the third straight day of a historic blizzard paralyzing the entire nation. It felt like humanity was facing a once-in-a-millennium ice age, and while the government claimed they were actively managing the crisis to keep citizens safe, the situation looked grim. It was precisely this grim broadcast that greeted our protagonist when he woke up the following morning. Honestly, how many times had he heard this exact same script before? It was just another round of empty promises telling citizens that although the grid was down and roads were blocked, help was totally on the way if they just waited patiently for humanitarian aid. The anchor wrapped up the broadcast by telling everyone to hunker down and avoid going outside, but none of this shocked the young man. After all, he had already lived through this entire apocalyptic nightmare in his previous life. Suddenly, his phone buzzed with a notification, immediately followed by a relentless barrage of pings. Glancing at the screen, the reincarnated survivor saw that the spam was coming from none other than his apartment building's group chat. It was the classic neighborhood drama starting up again, with panic-stricken residents losing their minds over the blizzard. He decided to sit back and watch the chaos unfold. The chat was a total war zone of panic, with some knave souls convinced rescue was imminent, while the realists knew they were on their own and began plotting their survival. Amidst the chaotic chatter, one particular resident stood out, bluntly asking the gullible neighbors if they actually bought the government's sugar-coated lies. This was old Uncle Liu, a hardened skeptic who didn't buy a single word of the broadcast. He pointed out that if things were truly under control, the military would have shown up days ago. Instead, he dropped a bombshell sharing rumors from old military buddies that the government was consolidating tanks and armored divisions in the capital. It looked like they were actively preparing for an impending war rather than sending aid to frozen citizens. The terrifying prospect of an all-out war with an unknown threat instantly threw a bucket of ice water over the chat, leaving the paranoid survivors in a stunned silence. A second later, the chat exploded with frantic questions, begging the old man to say it was just a rumor, because if it was true, they were all completely doomed. Meanwhile, our main character found the rumors of war highly intriguing. He recalled hearing whispers about this exact geopolitical collapse during his first run through this apocalypse. To restore order, a man named Mr. Zhang stepped in, claiming that if war was truly on the horizon, they needed to band together and start rationing their survival supplies immediately. Since several neighbors were already running dangerously low on food and government assistance was non-existent, he proposed forming a community aid network to support the most vulnerable. He urged those with hoards of food to donate to the cause, leading by example by claiming he would donate half of his own personal stash to the needy. The other tenants immediately began whispering and debating the proposal in private sidebar chats. One enthusiastic guy fully backed the idea and pledged to donate his own stash, even tagging a popular resident named Lihana to join the charity drive. She instantly saw right through this guy, knowing he was just trying to publicly corner and humiliate her as petty revenge for rejecting him in the past. To save face, the girl played the victim card, apologizing profusely while claiming she had absolutely nothing left to share. Naturally, her army of loyal Sims rushed to defend her online. This petty drama threatened to derail the entire community initiative before it even started, proving that unity was a pipe dream for this selfish crowd. However, inspired by the self-proclaimed leader's speech, donations slowly began trickling in, with people offering up winter clothes, medicine, and whatever spared they had. The organizer thanked the donors and suggested that since managing resources was a massive task, they should elect a few trusted individuals to oversee the distribution. Naturally, he appointed himself as the head of this newly formed interim emergency committee, granting himself total control over the building's resources. Our protagonist smirked as he read the update, remembering this exact committee from his past life. It was nothing more than a glorified scam to hoard resources for the elite few. By July 19th, the fifth day of this icy apocalypse, the temperature outside had plummeted to a brutal -40 degrees. That was the exact day the building's central heating system finally gave out, completely frozen solid by the extreme frost. Deprived of modern heating, the residents resorted to desperate, chaotic methods to keep themselves from freezing to death. A few managed to light small fires indoors, replicating the exact tragic timeline he remembered, but he knew this was only the beginning of their nightmare. The sole exception to this misery was our clever MC, who had piles of failed experimental charcoal that were perfect for keeping his fireplace roaring. While the world froze, he relaxed with a chilled, fizzy soda and a delicious slice of fresh strawberry cake on his table. This absolute legend spent the day doing what any gamer would do in an apocalypse, losing himself in single-player RPGs, while completely ignoring the freezing world outside. However, his cozy gaming session was suddenly interrupted by a loud, obnoxious ringtone. Pausing his game and taking a sip of soda, he answered to find the block captain on the line, demanding he come down to the basement parking lot to shovel snow in 20 minutes. The young man barely resisted the urge to curse the guy out, marveling at how these fools still didn't realize that the snowstorm was never going to stop. Despite his annoyance, he decided to leave his warm sanctuary and head down to the lobby, knowing that picking a fight now would only draw unwanted attention to his secret shelter. One look at the glass doors confirmed the grim reality, as a massive wall of snow had completely sealed the entire building shut. The other volunteer workers were furious to see that the paths they spent hours clearing had been completely buried under a monstrous new drift. Determined to at least force the heavy doors open, the desperate crew spotted our hero and gestured for him to help push. They threw their entire body weight against the frame, grunting as they pushed in unison on the count of 3. Unfortunately, opening the doors only allowed a massive wave of ice to crash inside, exposing the entire lobby to the bone-chilling fury of the blizzard. The freezing wind was so intense that standing near the opening was painful, and just trying to open your eyes felt like getting blasted with shards of glass. This guy immediately regretted abandoning his cozy couch for unpaid labor and frostbite, knowing that stepping outside meant certain death. Fortunately, the other residents reached the same logical conclusion, realizing that only a brain-dead idiot would attempt to brave those freezing temperatures. And speak of the devil, a very annoying, all too familiar voice echoed right behind him. indicating the resident fool had finally arrived. It was none other than the legendary homeless Joe, also known as Brother Lee, who was busy roasting everyone for acting like total cowards when they needed to show some backbone during this fantasy-like apocalypse. The other volunteers were practically shaking in their boots, trying to talk him out of doing something incredibly stupid, because nobody in their right mind would head out into a deadly blizzard. This guy was just built different. First, he finished off his cigarette in one massive, dramatic puff like an absolute boss. Hyped up and ready to charge in like a total madman, he immediately started plowing through the massive wall of snow, trapping everyone inside using nothing but his bare hands. This absolute clown started chanting like a shonen anime protagonist, while literally punching the snowdrift, scattering it everywhere. He kept up the martial arts routine for a solid minute, even managing to dig a human-sized hole in the middle of the massive drift, before a sudden, dead silence fell over the area. After a few tense moments, the only thing the volunteers could hear were muffled, pathetic cries for help echoing from deep beneath the snowbank. The crew had to physically drag the self-proclaimed martial arts master out of the drift, and his face was already turning a lovely shade of purple from the freezing cold and the sheer weight of the snow. Seeing this disaster, the volunteers finally agreed that going outside was a death sentence and decided to cancel the operation. As they shut the gate, Hanfeng rushed over to check on the reckless gangster to make sure he hadn't completely frozen his brain cells. Our main character suggested everyone head down to the parking garage first to find the person in charge of attendance, since they could easily plan their next survival move once the storm died down. With a literal ice age blizzard ravaging the outside world, humanity had officially passed the point where problems could be solved by brute force alone. Down in the building's underground parking lot, the vibe felt less like a shelter and more like a sketchy black market. The underground boss, Mr. Jiang, who acted as the de facto leader, was surrounded by his usual group of wealthy building owners. Upon hearing the report from the lobby, he agreed to halt the snow clearing project and announced that the basement garage would now serve as the official hub for resource donations and distribution. At this point, our protagonist decided to play it safe and stay low-key in the background, marking the very first time he had ever laid eyes on the sketchy leader of this survivor faction. Chat. This meant that this gentleman was the mastermind behind the establishment of their new community order. Under the guise of a benevolent committee, this guy would use his polite demeanor and smooth-talking charm to manipulate everyone with the classic illusion of unity and mutual support. The leader praised the overwhelming flood of donations coming from the generous building owners. He claimed these supplies would save those struggling to survive the harsh winter, expressing his deepest gratitude for their selflessness. The overall mood in the garage was surprisingly upbeat, as everyone felt like heroes for donating, which gave them a comforting but entirely false sense of unity in this high-stakes survival game. However, our boy possessed future knowledge they didn't, knowing that as this system-like disaster dragged on forever, they would soon deeply regret giving away their precious lifelines. Still shivering uncontrollably from his earlier stunt, the resident gangster decided it was time to head back upstairs and bade farewell, saying goodbye to our protagonist. The man left, prompting the MC to look around the crowded area, until someone very eye-catching caught his attention. It was none other than the airhead nurse he had met back at the hospital when his leg was broken, looking adorable in a cute winter onesie, while clumsily carrying a massive stack of boxes through the dense crowd of survivors. Near the committee station, her lack of coordination got the best of her, and she ended up bumping right into a group of men standing nearby. She would have crashed straight onto the hard concrete if the young man hadn't swooped in like a romance manhwa protagonist, catching both her and the boxes while asking the blushing girl if she was all right. When she finally opened her eyes, she gasped in relief, thanked her savior, and eventually recognized him as the patient from the hospital. But then it clicked in her mind that his leg was supposed to be severely broken, meaning he definitely shouldn't be in any condition to catch falling maidens like a knight in shining armor. Realizing he had acted on pure instinct without thinking about his cover story, the young man desperately scrambled to fabricate a plausible excuse. He stumbled over his words before nervously claiming that he had always possessed an insanely fast recovery rate since he was a kid. With all his twitchy gestures and sweating, it was about as convincing as a low-level mob claiming to be the final boss. Fortunately, the cute nurse was far too dense to notice his obvious lies, simply marveling at his superhuman healing speed, as if it were a cool fantasy ability. When the MC offered to carry the heavy load, she politely declined, warning him of the weight, but our boy insisted on helping until she finally yielded the cargo to him. However, the moment he took hold of the package, he was completely shocked by how ridiculously heavy it actually was. They were unnaturally heavy, prompting him to ask what was inside, to which she explained they were vital medical supplies she wanted to donate to help the sick. She admitted the load was probably too much for a recovering patient and offered to take them back to carry them to the donation counter herself. Completely charmed by her beauty and pure heart, you could have stacked another 100 pounds on the MC's shoulders, and he wouldn't have uttered a single complaint. Boasting that she was actually stronger than most guys, the nurse repeatedly warned him not to overexert himself, which prompted him to ask if she had always possessed this beast-tamer level of physical strength. Her expression grew slightly guarded as she cryptically hinted that there was a very specific reason for her bizarre physical power. Hearing such a mysterious teaser naturally piqued the curiosity of our young protagonist. However, seeing her look visibly uncomfortable, she quickly apologized for bringing it up, mentioning only that something weird had happened to her recently that defied explanation. She then realized they had been walking and chatting for quite some time, yet she still didn't even know his name. The young man politely introduced himself and smiled as he looked her way. The angelic nurse introduced herself as Jin Shuo, her bright smile revealing just how much she genuinely appreciated this chance reunion. Honestly, our boy was left completely speechless every time she flashed that gorgeous grin. But the romantic vibe took a hit when she asked what he did for a living, and he honestly confessed to being unemployed. Talk about fumbling a baddie right at the finish line, my boy. Fortunately, thanks to classic webtoon logic, a rude passerby suddenly rushed past and knocked the lovely nurse off balance. Struggling to stay on her feet, she ended up falling right onto the MC, since he was the only anchor close enough for her to grab onto. This awkward stumble resulted in her pressing right against his arm and having absolutely zero riz. The young man just froze in place and quietly enjoyed the unexpected perk. She immediately pulled back, blushing furiously and apologizing, while the MC stammered out that it was absolutely no problem at all. This wholesome encounter would have been perfect if the toxic ex-girlfriend hadn't reared her ugly head, approaching them like a sleepwalking zombie with the harsh effects of hunger and freezing cold clearly written all over her face. Acting like the literal parasite she is, the witch immediately clung to the MC, deliberately pressing against him while asking in a venomous tone who the pink-haired girl was. Nurse Jin immediately felt third-wheeled and snatched the donation box right out of Han Feng's hands, wanting to log the supplies quickly instead of interrupting a couple of friends chatting. The main character asked the girl why she was down here while he sadly watched the nurse flee to the registration desk, and the resident witch claimed she came for supplies because she was worried about his recent silence. He scratched his head and claimed he was just about to text her, but she immediately called him a liar since he was busy flirting with another girl. Then she started digging around to see if this guy had any spare food left at home, claiming she was starving and wanted to know if they could share. Instead of getting annoyed by her blatant gold-digging attempts, the young man just smirked. Keeping up his top-tier simp act, he claimed his own pantry was running low, but offered to share under one condition: she had to stay in constant touch with him. Boldly pulling the witch close by her waist, he asked if she wanted to move into his place for a couple of days to keep him company. Caught off guard by this suddenly confident version of her usual puppet, she completely lost her cool for a moment. She quickly pushed him away with a forced smile, nervously insisting that they could just keep their chats online for now. Treating her hesitation as a total rejection, our protagonist shrugged and turned around to head back to his cozy shelter. Desperate to keep her meal ticket, the girl grabbed him before he could walk away, complaining that he had changed and claiming she was actually very serious about their relationship. Whipping out the most convincing puppy dog eyes in her arsenal, she whined that she didn't want people thinking she was just using him for money, so she needed a bit more time before taking things to the next level. The young man stared at her dramatic performance with a slight blush on his face. Luckily, he snapped back to reality instantly. If he hadn't already been betrayed and killed by her in his past life, he might have actually fallen for it, but now he just wanted to rip her fake mask off. The real issue was that he still hadn't unmasked the mastermind pulling her strings from the shadows. But why go hunting for the guy when he could just play along like last time until she naturally brought her partner straight to his doorstep? Except this time he would be heavily armed. Sure, they might have baseball bats, but this guy had a high-powered sniper rifle. Realizing he held all the cards, he decided not to blow his cover just yet and laughed it off as a joke. Now the girl felt utterly ridiculous for putting on a whole Oscar-worthy performance over a simple prank. Even so, the main character promised he would wait for her text before dropping off some food supplies the following day. With that settled, they finally said their goodbyes, and she even told him to hit her up whenever he wanted to chat. As she walked away from the parking garage, a devious smirk spread across her face, thinking she still had him wrapped around her finger. Little did she know, this guy wasn't the one being played this time, and he was thoroughly enjoying playing mind games with her. 2 whole days went by, and the young man didn't send a single text to the greedy witch. This led to her absolutely spamming his phone with angry messages, demanding to know where her promised food was. He just let those salty texts pile up while he sat back, enjoying a piping hot, perfectly cooked steak paired with a refreshing soda. Eating gourmet meals while playing his former killer like a fiddle was pure bliss. Thanks to his magical duping abilities, he had unlimited delicious food, and while the rest of the world was freezing to death, this absolute Chad was sweating in his bathrobe. But he hadn't just been slacking off in his warm apartment during these past few days. He had been running experiments to test the limits of his item duplication powers, confirming that while he could expand meat indefinitely in size, he could replicate it limitlessly just like his soybeans. For every batch he grew, he would use half as seeds for the next cycle and eat the rest, yielding endless pounds of food. He applied this exact system logic to his meat supply, finding that under the magical red and green lights, half a steak combined with some soybeans could regenerate into a brand new, whole steak. Repeating this loop meant an infinite steak glitch, and after running several tests, he confirmed he would never have to worry about going hungry during this apocalypse. Meanwhile, news stations were still broadcasting live from the historic snowstorm on its 19th day. It was now August, and even the tropical Maldives had plunged to a freezing -42 degrees, turning the ocean into solid ice right before the reporters' eyes. Experts reported that the ocean ice sheet was already over half a meter thick, with similar freezing anomalies happening all over the globe's warmest tropical regions. Watching the broadcast on his massive home theater screen, the protagonist scoffed at the media's desperate attempts to downplay the crisis, while he casually sipped on a glass of fine red wine. His peaceful relaxation was suddenly interrupted, however, by a massive explosion echoing from outside. He quickly ran to the window and drew back the curtains to see a building blocks away engulfed in roaring flames. This was already the 7th mysterious blast in the last few days, and even he didn't know what was causing them, but it definitely spelled trouble. On top of that, there had been a massive surge in military helicopters patrolling the skies. With helicopters buzzing over the city, the rest of the survivors were just as clueless and terrified about what was going on. The chaotic atmosphere was driving the neighborhood into a frenzy, forcing everyone to camp out in the freezing basement garage just to barter for basic necessities. Because human greed never sleeps, plenty of opportunists were scamming desperate people, triggering heated arguments and violent clashes. Sitting at the center of the chaos was the neighborhood representative, still playing the role of a benevolent savior by handing out free rations to the needy. Today, the young man decided to leave his fortress and check out the basement gathering himself, but he immediately regretted stepping outside as the biting cold hit him instantly. Every single time he left his climate-controlled paradise, he was instantly reminded of how brutal the winter wasteland actually was. The only reason he even bothered coming down was to gather intel on the neighborhood's status. Otherwise, he wouldn't dream of mingling with these desperate folks. He remembered that in his previous timeline, a violent uprising had destroyed this community, and it likely started right here in this basement. For now, the committee was still pretending to be charitable rather than scamming the residents outright. To figure out when the ticking time bomb would explode, he decided to play detective and observe the chaotic crowd. Judging by the endless lines stretching across the garage, it was obvious that most families were already running completely empty on food. Near the front, a guy was arguing about getting next to nothing despite having donated multiple boxes of supplies, while the leader calmly insisted that everyone had to receive equal portions. Holding a pathetic single can and one sausage, the angry resident demanded his original donations back, but the committee refused to budge. The leader told him to think of the community and promised to pay him back handsomely in cash once the crisis was over, but promises of future paper money are completely worthless when you are freezing to death today. While Hanfeng watched from the sidelines, the crowd finally lost their patience with the whining Karen in line and started roasting him to move his shameless butt along. It didn't take long for the crowd to transform into an angry mob, completely united in their hatred for this selfish dude who wanted extra rations, all thanks to the subtle gaslighting from the interim committee. Our protagonist knew all too well that the greedy elites running this apocalypse show would never willingly share their private stash, especially in a survival situation as brutal as this one. But trying to guilt-trip the big spenders who actually funded this shelter at the start of the crisis was just as pathetic. week. Speaking of shameless background characters, a legendary figure finally crawled back into the basement spotlight. It was none other than the local thug Brother Lee, looking like he just got hit by a major debuff spell, looking frail, sickly, and utterly starved. It had been ages since they last crossed paths, and this gangster brother tried to act tough by claiming he was doing just fine. But anyone with eyes could see he was bluffing as he shivered violently, blaming it on the freezing cold and simple frustration rather than actual starvation. Eventually, the tough guy broke down and admitted he had been living on nothing but tap water and prayers since his pantry was completely dry. Back when the shelter's charity drive was hyped up, he donated almost all his stash to the committee, only for his own reserves to empty out way before the winter storm subsided. To make matters worse, the daily rations given out by the management were absolute joke portions, leaving him wishing he had never played the good citizen in the first place. Sensing a perfect opportunity to recruit a new minion, our main character pulled the starving gangster aside to whisper a sneaky proposition. The thug recoiled in absolute shock when this young man offered him a massive bounty of 4 packs of instant ramen and 2 sausages for a basic errand. While acting like this was costing him a fortune, the street thug genuinely believed his junior was just finding a polite excuse to feed him, nearly crying tears of gratitude while swearing lifelong loyalty. He clasped the youth's hands with intense gratitude, promising to get the job done cleanly and agreeing to swing by his apartment later to collect the goods. But first, the starving man desperately needed a quick snack to keep from fainting, so he shuffled back into the ration line. Our MC was thrilled with this legendary trade, realizing a few cheap snacks meant he no longer had to leave his cozy room to gather intel ever again. While he felt a tiny bit guilty for exploiting the guy, staying safe and warm on his sofa with food and video games was his top priority. This cozy dungeon raid in the parking garage would have ended flawlessly if our protagonist hadn't been spotted by another annoying acquaintance. Right after hearing his name called, a sudden palm came flying toward him as his toxic ex delivered a crisp, unprovoked slap to his cheek. Getting physically assaulted this early in the morning was definitely not on his bingo card, leaving him temporarily stunned by the sheer audacity. Glaring with entitlement, the gold-digging witch yelled that he was a massive disappointment, screeching at him for ignoring her texts demanding free food. She deliberately raised her voice to make a scene, ensuring that every single survivor in the parking lot was watching. The young man stood there completely stun-locked, his brain trying to process the level of delusion he was currently witnessing. This toxic lady whom he had been casually playing with actually had the nerve to assault him in public. He hadn't even collected the massive debt she owed him from his past life, and here she was invading his personal space with physical violence. This level of disrespect was insane, and as his anger levels spiked, he realized the delusional girl still thought he was the same weak simp she could push around. He kept quiet for a moment while she kept barking, calling him deaf and mute while aggressively demanding an explanation for his silence. Taking a slow, measured breath, the young man let the freezing air puff out like dragon smoke, instantly transitioning into an Oscar-worthy performance. He offered a fake, tearful apology and claimed that his entire stash had been stolen. He lied that he had set the grocery boxes outside his door for just a second to grab his keys, only for them to vanish into thin air, leaving him clueless about the thief. Looking like a desperate addict looking for a fix, she frantically asked if he had any emergency rations hidden away somewhere. The protagonist claimed he was down to his last scraps, barely enough to survive a few days if he limited himself to one tiny meal daily. Upon hearing there was still food, her psychotic expression instantly shifted into a sweet, blushing smile in a flawless display of gold digger gymnastics. But her true insanity shone through when she suggested they split the remaining food, telling him to just eat once every 2 days so she could survive. At this point, the level of shamelessness was almost impressive, and he found it terrifying how she could utter such toxic words with a straight face. Ultimately to her, this guy was still nothing more than a convenient tool to be discarded once drained of resources. Playing along with her delusion, our MC flashed a warm, affectionate smile and enthusiastically agreed to her ridiculous plan. He played the part of the devoted simp perfectly, though when she demanded the food immediately, he pushed the delivery to tonight, claiming he had urgent business to attend to first. She gave him a playful wink, saying she'd be eagerly waiting for his text before telling him to stay safe from the flu as she walked away. He waved goodbye with a gentle smile, while a diabolical plan was already generating in his beautifully petty mind. By the time 8 o'clock in the evening rolled around, the trap was set. The greedy ex was already blowing up his phone, demanding to know where her free meals were. By 9:30, her impatience drove her to wait in the freezing hallway near his apartment, shivering miserably while our savage protagonist enjoyed his favorite hobby of baiting her and going completely radio silent. Thanks to the apocalypse, the elevator had been broken for weeks due to zero maintenance in the freezing cold. This meant if she wanted to confront him directly, she would have to hike all the way up the stairs to his unit. With no other option, the entitled lady swallowed her pride and began climbing the dark, creepy stairwell. Just halfway up, she was completely out of breath, shivering violently in the dark, and cursing this hellish ordeal that she only endured for the sake of free food. The physical fatigue hit her like a truck, especially since she hadn't eaten a decent meal in days. Climbing those endless stairs was draining every single ounce of energy she had left in her body. Honestly, you have to respect the hustle, because very few people would hike up 16 flights of stairs just to parasite off someone else. Talk about perfect timing, because even the emergency lights on the upper levels decided to completely shut down. This little blackout transformed her exhausting climb into a straight-up horror movie scene. Hearing a creepy noise echoing in the dark, Lee Hyuna nervously called out, asking if anyone was there. Instead of a polite reply, a mysterious black trash bag came hurtling down from the upper floors, locked onto her head like a homing missile. Frozen in absolute terror, the gold digger could only stand there like a deer in headlights, waiting for the impact. The moment the bag exploded all over her with a loud pop, the emergency lights flickered back to life, revealing a massive cloud of white powder. The once glamorous Queen Bee was now completely covered in flour, standing face to face with Han Feng, who put on an Oscar-worthy performance claiming he fell asleep, rushed down with supplies the moment he saw her texts, and oops, dropped the bag in the dark. As she frantically wiped the sticky powder and plastic wrap off her designer coat, her true toxic personality began to leak through the cracks of her fake smile. Watching her struggle, our main character was absolutely loving the view, having custom-tailored this petty prank just for her, and he was far from finished. He casually lifted another plastic bag, telling the witch that he had generously packed up the very last of his survival resources just for her. When she peered inside, she realized the supplies were actually fuzzy, green, moldy biohazards that belonged in a dumpster rather than a human stomach. Playing dumb, the young man scratched his head, insisted he went through hell to save these premium leftovers, ignoring the actual rotting meat festering inside the pile. He then pulled off a flawless guilt trip, snatching the bag back and acting offended, telling her she could starve if she was going to be picky. Terrified of going another day without food, she quickly snatched the garbage bag back, desperately claiming it was exactly what she needed. Our protagonist scanned her from head to toe and laughed inside. He cringed at his past self, realizing this pathetic creature was the very same goddess he used to simp for with all his heart before the apocalypse. Now, she looked like a frozen street beggar, desperately digging through a bag of actual garbage to find a single bite of semi-edible food. She didn't stop there, greedily snatching the remaining bag of flour right out of his hands. The greedy girl was actually celebrating over half a bag of raw flour, completely forgetting the fact that she had just been blasted in the face with it. She bolted without even uttering a basic thank you, but our MC didn't care, knowing that feeding her his rotting trash would guarantee her a nice, painful case of food poisoning. Since taking a shower in this freezing wasteland was out of the question, she would be walking around looking like a powdered donut for the foreseeable future. Feeling completely satisfied with his petty revenge, our guy turned around to head back to his cozy shelter. Suddenly, his survival instincts kicked in as he sensed a strange presence, though he kept his cool and acted like he didn't notice the shadow shifting in the darkness. Keeping his composure, he maintained a steady pace and headed straight toward his apartment. He quietly slipped out of the stairwell with a shadow matching his every step just a few paces behind him. Based on the heavy thuds of winter boots on the concrete floor, his stalker was definitely human. Using the element of surprise, our protagonist ducked behind a door frame and ambushed the sneaky figure who had been tailing him. He tackled the intruder with aggressive precision, pinning them to the cold, hard ground before they could even react. But just as he raised his fist to beat down this suspicious spy, something caught his eye, causing him to freeze and lower his guard. His stealthy shadow turned out to be a young girl sporting messy hair, sleepy eyes, and a pair of ridiculously thick glasses. Our hero could only think of one reason for her late-night stroll, figuring she was spying on him, and he was determined to extract her true motives. Instead of answers, he was met with dead silence and a vacant stare through her thick lenses, proving this girl was definitely not the talkative type. Caught off guard by her quiet demeanor, he decided to raise the stakes and use a little intimidation to get some answers. He playfully threatened to strip her warm winter coat off right there in the freezing hallway if she refused to speak up. When even that failed to get a single word out of her, the young man grew tired of the interrogation and decided to give her a free pass this time. He warned her that she wouldn't be getting any mercy if he caught her creeping around his doorstep again. With that, he told her to drop the silent treatment and run along back to her own place before she turned into an icicle. But just as he turned to walk away, he felt a gentle tug on his sleeve, stopping him in his tracks. Apparently, the quiet stalker wasn't ready to let him leave just yet, leaving him completely baffled as to what she actually wanted. She just continued to stare blankly, prompting our MC to demand she stop ogling him or he'd walk away for good. Skipping the verbal explanation entirely, she simply pointed her finger toward the end of the hall. She grabbed his arm and dragged him along, and even a dense guy like him could tell she wanted to show him something important. It was clear she was guiding him to a specific destination. They stepped into her apartment, which was shockingly warm and well lit, leaving our protagonist completely speechless. Glancing around, he noticed massive stacks of supply crates, and although the place was messy, having this much hoard weeks into the apocalypse was mind-blowing, raising the question of whether she had prepared beforehand. Our hero straight up asked if she had insider info about the impending ice age, and to his surprise, she actually opened her mouth to speak. Despite her slightly eccentric explanation, she revealed she had personally run the math and calculated the exact arrival of the global freeze. It turned out she was the legendary eccentric netizen who had been spamming the community forums with warnings about the looming ice apocalypse before it actually struck. Han Feng, being the dense main character he is, obviously had absolutely no idea what she was talking about. Honestly, it was asking too much for this blockhead to grasp that smart people can predict the future through data without needing to be a cheat code regressor, but he at least figured out this meeting wasn't a science lecture. And right he was as she finally decided to reveal the real reason behind his little VIP invitation. It turns out this girl's room was a straight-up surveillance hub, packed with security monitors displaying live CCTV feeds. And guess who the starring actor was on every single screen? Yup, our very own main character. The first camera caught him in 4K, casually picking his nose while hauling a mountain of cardboard boxes inside an elevator. The second feed showed a delivery team hauling a suspiciously large stash of gas canisters straight into his apartment. On the third screen, a local ally was seen delivering a heavy-duty weapon case, making he look like an action webtoon boss preparing for war. It turns out his initial hunch about this mysterious girl was spot on. She had been acting like a pro-stalker, keeping her eyes glued to his daily life for weeks. Clearly feeling comfortable in her own home, she casually started stripping down to change right in front of our hero, since the indoor heating was way too intense for heavy winter gear. Being the classic dense protagonist, he immediately panicked and asked why she was putting on a free show, to which she casually replied she was just hot, while his dirty mind clearly expected something else. Blushing like a virgin in ecchi comedy, he demanded she cover up and put her pants back on immediately. But the heat in the room was no joke, and despite his moral objections, our boy eventually had to shed his thick winter coat too. Since this genius girl held some highly classified blackmail material on him, he couldn't just walk out. Putting the pieces together, he realized she spied on him because of his weird habit of hoarding survival gear before the apocalypse even hit, thankfully not to extort him, but to test if he was a worthy partner for cooperation. Now the only mystery left for him to solve was what kind of wild cooperation she actually had in mind. Since she possessed the social skills of a wet cardboard box, she decided actions spoke louder than words, though our guy naturally misread her intentions once again. Our clueless warrior couldn't even begin to fathom what was coming next. He stared in sheer confusion as she started making some incredibly sketchy movements. But get your minds out of the gutter, guys, because she was actually just dragging a giant mechanical generator from under her bed. It turned out she just needed him to show her how to boot up this beastly machine, proving that while she was a max-level tech wizard, her real-world survival stats were sitting at a solid 0. After a bit of tinkering, the machine hummed to life. Now, running a generator indoors is usually a one-way ticket to meeting your ancestors, but let's just pretend this sci-fi model is hydrogen-powered and perfectly safe. Our protagonist prayed this would be the end of his handyman duties, but fate had other plans. Those innocent blue eyes locked onto him once more, silently begging for another favor. This round, the boss fight was fixing her stubborn hot water boiler. Our hero got the system running in record time, securing a steady flow of hot water, but he still had to give her a serious lecture on conservation. He warned her to be mindful of her water usage, and to never leave the tap dripping. Next up on the chore list was her disaster of a refrigerator, forcing our hero to explain basic culinary science, like putting raw meat in the freezer unless she wanted a biological weapon, while threatening to strike if she didn't clean up her act. He genuinely wondered how this girl survived to adulthood without basic life skills. As he walked her through replacing gas canisters for the stove, while making her repeat the safety protocols like a school kid, the survival training course only got more intense, as he had to teach this helpless genius how to actually cook a decent meal over an open flame. By the time our young man was ready to pass out from exhaustion, they had finally whipped up a mouth-watering dinner. So, Han Feng gave her the ultimate survival pro tip: eat the food while it's still piping hot. Honestly, our protagonist had no idea how his life devolved into babysitting a full-grown adult, especially since his new companion lacked basic survival skills. She didn't display an ounce of embarrassment, probably because the meal was just too delicious to care. Realizing they weren't on the same wavelength, the young man awkwardly laughed it off, claiming he was just joking. He was completely drained after a long day in this harsh apocalypse, dreaming of nothing but his warm, cozy bed. It turned out he wasn't the only one exhausted, because when he glanced over at the girl, she had already passed out. Using the dinner table as a makeshift pillow suited her perfectly, leaving him absolutely speechless at this level of carelessness. Falling asleep mid-meal is a wild move, but he still decided to be a gentleman and carry her over to the bed. Who would have thought he'd spend his post-apocalyptic days playing tutor to a child in a grown-up's body? Over the course of the night, the blizzard only intensified, causing the temperature to plummet to freezing levels. Our hero had barely opened his eyes in the morning before uninvited guests started demanding his attention. It was that same girl, returning with a mountain of thank you gifts that completely shocked him with their sheer volume. Yet, as soon as the young man hauled the boxes inside, she quickly marched right back to him. She lingered by the doorway with no intention of leaving, and he instantly knew that look meant she wanted another favor. She had lugged over a generator, begging him to teach her how to use it again, apparently having retained zero information from yesterday. So, our protagonist had to start the tutorial from scratch, realizing after a few days that this girl was a total amateur at survival. To make matters worse, she was critically lacking in basic real-world skills. She also lacked common sense and had no filter for what was socially acceptable. However, she was persistent, dragging the young man to her room daily for a crash course survival and basic life skills. Eventually, she whipped up something that actually resembled edible food, which our hero considered a massive leveling up of her cooking skills. Previously, even stray animals wouldn't touch her cooking, but in the middle of a brutal apocalypse, things were different. Hungry survivors would easily line up for a single bite of that meal. After spending all this time together, the protagonist finally decided to ask for the girl's name. She introduced herself as Zhao Xing. While the young man still couldn't decipher her weird speech patterns, he couldn't just abandon her to the dangers of this world. Meanwhile, down in the basement where rations were being handed out, things were descending into absolute chaos as starving residents fought over scraps. Pure anarchy took over as people stole from one another, arguing that no one owned the loot. The weak collapsed while the strong hoarded it all, signaling the end of peace. Desperate people were clawing at each other for resources they believed they were rightfully owed. They guarded their scavenged items with their lives, and any petty theft instantly escalated into mindless violence. These desperate survivors punched and kicked one another without a shred of mercy. They fought until their fists and boots were covered in blood, actively accelerating the collapse of civilization. Amidst this chaotic storm, Mr. Zhang remained surprisingly calm and composed. He cranked the volume dial on the megaphone in his hand to the absolute max. The deafening blast instantly stopped the brawl as everyone covered their ears in agony. Talk about using a real-life sonic attack like a supervillain. After letting that grating, high-pitched feedback ring out for a few painful seconds, the community leader finally addressed the crowd, asking them if they had finally gotten all that violence out of their systems. He hoisted up one of the battered victims, pointing out how ridiculous it was to risk their lives over a few stale crumbs. But the mob was furious, reminding him that he created this donation system, leaving them to starve on a single pack of ramen every few days. The leader pretended to sympathize with their complaints about the distribution system before standing his ground with absolute authority. He stated that if they were going to behave like animals over such petty reasons, then perhaps they truly deserved to starve to death in this wasteland. He then posed the ultimate question of who was actually responsible for this dire situation. He urged them to think carefully. Though the angry crowd was quick to point fingers, they blamed him. But he simply picked up a piece of bread and began his speech, reminding them of the harsh reality of their market. A simple loaf of bread that used to cost pocket change was now being sold by wealthy hoarders for hundreds of dollars. The wealthy elites were squeezing the poor dry, forcing desperate survivors to auction off single crumbs, divided into tiny portions. These powerful hoarders were using this apocalyptic disaster as a get-rich-quick scheme. Meanwhile, the struggling folks down in the basement parking lot had long since run out of funds. With no cash or supplies left, they were busy tearing each other apart over a system that was already broken. They were killing each other, while the rich hoarded their treasures, refusing to share and maliciously inflating prices to watch the world burn. While our main character Han Feng was just trying to survive, the poor outside were starving and fighting to the death, prompting Mr. Jiang to ask the crowd if this was even fair. Seeing that the crowd was eating up his words like hotcakes, the smooth-talking instigator urged everyone to stop fighting amongst themselves and unite to reclaim the supplies that supposedly belonged to everyone. The starving and enraged mob immediately began rationalizing this speech, quickly convincing themselves that they were the ultimate victims of a deeply unfair system. Why did the wealthy elites get to hoard all the premium loot and benefits? Meanwhile, the rest of them had to constantly struggle just to stave off starvation and death. The instigator watched in satisfaction as the pieces of the puzzle fell right into place after he successfully planted the seeds of hatred in their minds. All that pent-up anger was now directed straight at the wealthier residents upstairs, with the mob believing they were simply reclaiming what was rightfully theirs. Bearing witness to this sudden rise of chaotic violence and sheer desperation, the instigators' lips curled into a silent smirk. Meanwhile, amidst this mounting chaos, the local homeless man, known as Brother Lee, was the only sane person who saw right through the speaker's manipulative nonsense. With the crowd going completely wild and a riot brewing, he knew he had to warn our protagonist as soon as possible. Back in the young man's apartment, he was just chilling and taking it easy, pretending to read a book while actually snoring his head off, until his loud phone ringtone abruptly woke him up. He glanced down to see texts from the homeless ally warning him about the massive trouble brewing down in the basement parking garage. Thanks to the constant manipulation from the ringleader, the desperate crowd was now planning a full-scale raid to snatch everyone's supplies, going door to door to pry open locks. These scavengers were armed and ready to crack some skulls, so the homeless man strongly advised the protagonist to hide out and avoid confronting these lunatics head-on. The youth could only pray that his informant would stay safe out in that wild environment. This guy definitely didn't expect the situation to escalate this quickly. Although he had purchased 2 guns for an emergency, the thought of actually shooting someone made him a bit squeamish. Besides, if this organized mob discovered his massive stash of survival items, they would hunt him down like ravenous monsters in a dungeon and pick him clean to the bone. Because of that, he had to get ready for the absolute worst-case scenario. For starters, he grabbed a bundle of wires, some tools, and a few fire extinguishers from his private stockpile. Using these basic items, he started rigging his entrance by wrapping live, high-voltage wires all over the door handle to serve as a shocking security measure. Once his makeshift electric trap was set up, our hero slowly unrolled the rest of the cable across the floor. But his little DIY defense project was abruptly cut short when the power suddenly went out. Looking outside, it was obvious that the entire neighborhood had plunged into total darkness simultaneously. A few panicked residents tried calling the building administration for help, but those guys had gone radio silent a long time ago. The young man figured that with the blizzard raging outside and everyone overloading the grid to stay warm, a massive blackout was inevitable. On top of that, the heavy snowfall was piling up fast, blocking most of the roads, and the freezing outdoor temperature made it impossible for any maintenance crew to fix the grid. Looking at the big picture, this total power outage and loss of cellular signal was likely going to be permanent this time. Once the desperate survivors realized the lights were never coming back on, things would hit rock bottom. The spreading panic would inevitably spark an even more violent uprising, and that is when the real survival action would truly begin. Just 30 minutes before the blackout, that manipulative gold digger, Lee Hyuna, was greedily stuffing her face with instant noodles. Her wealthy sugar daddy was busy bragging about how he had hoarded massive amounts of food by buying it up at 50 times the market price earlier, and how the desperate poor people couldn't resist cashing out. He only spent $500,000 to acquire his entire stock, and even started hosting supply auctions, making the poor fight like beasts for mere crumbs while he raked in a fortune. Stroking the gold digger's cheek, he smugly asked her if she finally realized that partnering with him was the best decision of her life. The opportunistic girl just smiled and nodded enthusiastically. The wealthy elitist was already planning to treat her like his personal toy since he had the leverage to buy her loyalty. But their cozy moment was cut short by heavy footsteps echoing down the hall. It was the mob from the parking garage, and they had brought heavy breaching tools to break down doors in the dead of night. The wealthy blonde guy quickly realized that he was their primary target, for price gouging everyone in the community chat group as the angry raiders began slamming and kicking his apartment door, attempting to force it open. The wealthy blonde might be filthy rich, but could all that cash really save him from the absolute nightmare that was coming? He stood there frozen and completely clueless as the mob prepared to bust in. Han Feng quickly realized that desperate people would constantly try to break into his sanctuary, Outside, the brainwashed cult of starving thugs had officially gone completely off the rails. Meanwhile, the apocalyptic snowstorm kept howling outside, showing absolutely zero signs of letting up. Inside this guy's makeshift bunker, a chaotic mess of copper wires and survival gear littered the floor. He was desperately trying to assemble a DIY Home Alone-style trap on his front door, creating absolute chaos in the process. The young man followed all the steps to rig the entrance, but his meter showed absolutely zero current flowing through the system. Right as he questioned his setup, the poorly spliced bundle of wires sparked and blew up in his face. Thick smoke filled the air, proving the circuit had suddenly gone live, leaving the main character coughing and waving away the fumes. Quickly smothering the small fire, he scratched his head in confusion, unable to pinpoint his mistake. If the apocalypse hadn't knocked out the internet, he could have just looked up a quick tutorial on YouTube. But before he could troubleshoot his DIY project, a sudden sound interrupted him. Someone was aggressively knocking on his front door before the defense system was even set up. Creeping over, our protagonist peered through the peephole to check out the mystery visitor. He couldn't quite make out a face, but he saw a short figure with messy hair standing in the hall. It was the neighborhood outcast girl, wearing her usual blank expression while asking for help. This was the absolute worst timing, since he was right in the middle of engineering a high-voltage trap. Plus, his regression instincts kicked in, reminding him of how he got tricked and crushed in his past life. He instantly pulled his hand away from the lock, terrified of who else might be hiding out there in the dark. Instead of unlocking it, the young man whispered a warning that scavengers were raiding the building and told her to run back home. He made it clear he wasn't opening up, leaving the girl standing in the freezing, pitch-black corridor. Instead of leaving, she began knocking on the thick door even louder, practically begging to be let in. When the main character still refused to budge, she simply sat down in the doorway, shivering uncontrollably. As the brutal cold crept in, the echoing shouts of the violent looters began to get uncomfortably close. They had finally reached his floor, utterly indifferent to who or what stood in their way. The raiders' sole mission on the 18th floor was to bust open every single door they found. Two intimidating thugs scoped out the hallway, high-fiving each other for securing the first pick of the loot. They quickly split up to raid the apartments, and by pure chance, the protagonist's apartment was right in front of them. One of the scavengers pulled out a heavy crowbar and prepared to go to town on the lock. To see if anyone would answer, they jokingly shouted that they were there to deliver charity supplies. On the other side of the wall, the young man dragged the girl inside and quickly clamped a hand over her mouth. He needed complete silence, but when no one answered, the thugs immediately began wedging the metal bar into the frame. He whispered to the shivering girl that these amateurs didn't stand a chance against his high-grade fortified setup. Seeing how incredibly confident he was, she began to relax and stopped panicking. The lock and handle rattled violently as the thugs outside tried everything to force it open. No matter how much muscle they put into it, the door refused to budge even a millimeter. Realizing they were wasting valuable time on a vault-like door, the thieves decided to mark the unit. They figured they would come back later and moved on to easier targets down the hall. It was an absolute blessing that he had invested so heavily in security upgrades. The frame was backed by a massive 5-centimeter iron slab, a project that had even left his contractor scratching his head. While silently celebrating his genius prep work, he completely forgot that he was still smothering the poor girl's face. Once he finally let go, the quiet girl whispered a small thank you. She was genuinely grateful he had pulled her inside before the predators spotted her in the open hallway. They both stood frozen for a few tense minutes to ensure the coast was entirely clear. Fortunately, the heavy footsteps faded away, confirming the raiders had moved on. With the immediate threat gone, he instantly went back to tinkering with his high-voltage trap. Anyone who touched the handle next time would get hit with a lethal dose of electricity. Watching him work, she curiously asked what he was building, so he proudly bragged about his custom shock trap. He smugly told her she wouldn't understand the engineering anyway, though in reality, he was totally winging it himself. Trying to figure out this complex shock defense system on his own was turning into a total nightmare. Little did this guy know, the quiet girl standing next to him was a literal genius at security tech. Honestly, understanding electrical circuits and voltage drops was a walk in the park for this weird outcast girl, who suddenly began coaching Han Feng. Standing right beside him, she acted like a mini-boss, ordering the young man to cut the main power supply first. All of this was happening while he carefully wrapped the exposed wire around the metal door handle, like a classic dungeon trap. Next, they wired the circuit breaker directly to the handle, and for the grand finale, flipped the switch to juice it up. When this guy measured the current flowing through the handle, his voltage tester practically screamed with high-voltage warning lights. Naturally, when he asked her how a random high schooler knew how to build a lethal electric fence, her response was gold. With a straight face, she claimed that the true eye of the evil king grants her the divine power to see the absolute truth of the universe. Since she actually helped him set up this security system, the main character decided to ask what favor she wanted in return. Instead of giving him a straight answer, she just dumped the entire contents of her backpack onto his couch while completely ignoring his presence. Out of nowhere, the eccentric girl boldly declared that the legendary avatar of the evil king would be crashing at his place from now on. It took our protagonist a solid minute of staring blankly, just to process the sheer audacity of her words. Obviously, he was not about to let a random teenager move into his bachelor pad, so he desperately tried to kick her out. But while gesturing wildly to get his point across, he ended up getting his feet tangled in the messy wires on the floor. He completely lost his balance and sent himself flying face first toward the ground. After a hilarious attempt to stay upright, he face-planted hard into the floor, making a massive mess in the living room. Suddenly, a strange purple glow began emanating from his hands, which was weird because that fall should have broken his nose. Yet, there was absolutely zero pain, which is when he finally looked down to see what he had actually landed on. The solid wood coffee table had somehow transformed into a squishy, clay-like substance that yielded to his touch. He wondered if his latent magical powers had unconsciously triggered, turning the hard wood into soft jelly. Staring at his hands, the young man finally noticed what was going on. The mystical purple aura dancing around his fingers was clearly the source of the table's bizarre new physical properties. It was as if he had activated some sort of magical transmutation skill directly out of a fantasy system. The weird energy had even spread to his metal toolbox and the tools nearby, making them look completely warped. When he picked up a heavy iron hammer, the solid metal head literally drooped and bent under his light grip. As he waved it around, the tool lost all structural integrity, proving that this purple magic could soften any physical object it touched. The eccentric girl watched this entire supernatural phenomenon unfold right in front of her face. She didn't say a single word, remaining so quiet that he forgot she was even there while experimenting with his new leveling up power. He was completely absorbed in testing the limits of this newly awakened magical ability. Meanwhile, the Chunibyo girl just stood there, staring at him with her usual deadpan expression. Then, her eyes suddenly sparkled, as she officially dubbed him the chosen emissary of her imaginary evil deity. Not wanting to explain his actual magic system, our main character decided to just play along with her wild fantasy roleplay. He happily accepted the title of a loyal dark subordinate to avoid revealing the true nature of his newly unlocked skills. Honestly, her logic was so twisted that pretending to be a fantasy cultist seemed like the easiest way to handle her. Claiming they were now partners in darkness, she decreed that his apartment would serve as their shared base of operations. Before he could even open his mouth to kick her out, the girl was already marching into his spare bedroom. She behaved as if she owned the place, completely bypassing the fact that he never actually agreed to roommates. In her mind, they were already building the ultimate evil lair for their grand otherworldly invasion. Deciding it wasn't worth the headache to argue, he just sighed and let the strange girl have her way. After all, he had much bigger fish to fry, like figuring out the exact nature of this mysterious purple energy. At first glance, this magic power seemed limited to softening up solid materials, but since he already had other colored lights, this meant he possessed a whole rainbow of elemental abilities. There could be a dozen different hidden powers waiting to be unlocked in his personal progression system. The trigger for this new skill was his sudden panic when he tripped over the wires and almost broke the table. So, he figured the most logical way to summon the power again was to recreate that exact mental state of panic. After focusing deeply on that memory for a few moments, the young man successfully summoned the purple aura back to life. It seemed he was quickly mastering the art of activating his magical skills at will. For his first official experiment, he directed the energy toward the exact same cables that started this whole mess. Next, he decided to push the limits of his magic by testing it on a lethal kitchen knife. As the purple energy enveloped the blade, he watched in awe as the softening effect easily bypassed the hardness of solid steel. Within seconds, the once deadly weapon became as soft as warm jelly, harmlessly wrapping around his fingers. After that, Henfeng went on an absolute rampage, testing this softening touch on every material in sight. He targeted literally every household object he could get his hands on. Nothing was safe from this bizarre power, and the longer he bathed them in the purple glow, the mushier they became. Aside from turning solid items into Play-Doh, the energy didn't seem to alter their basic structure. On its own, this softening spell felt pretty useless and impractical for a survival situation. But then a stroke of genius hit the young man. It was a classic crafting concept he was already familiar with from fantasy games. What if he fused two different elements together like a high-level mage, mixing purple and green light? What would happen if he applied both elemental buffs to a single softened object at the same time? It didn't take him long to master the art of merging these two lights into one cohesive aura. He grabbed the melted kitchen knife, coated it in a dual-element glow, and practically yelled "Bankai" like he was in a shonen anime. To his absolute shock, the cheat code actually worked. The gooey kitchen knife snapped back to a solid state, looking sharper and tougher than ever before. The blade was so polished after this upgrade that he could literally use it as a mirror. Eager to test his new system further, he scanned the room and spotted a box of tissues. Driven by curiosity, this guy performed the same fusion magic on a single sheet of tissue. When he tried to crumple or tear it, the paper refused to bend, putting up a serious fight. This meant that combining these two powers allowed him to adjust the durability stats of any item at will. Even better, the defense buff granted by this green and purple fusion was ridiculously overpowered. And speaking of defense stats, he realized he had the perfect, practical scenario to test this new skill. Meanwhile, the local raiders who had been stealing supplies were getting greedy, hoarding their stolen loot because they feared running out of resources. They complained about sharing their hard-earned spoils with the weak, but they kept their complaints quiet so they wouldn't get targeted. While these thugs were plotting their next selfish, one of them spotted something deeply unsettling on the concrete walls. To their absolute horror, the solid structure of the 18th floor began to twist and squirm like a living slime monster. When they shone a flashlight on it, a human face began to push its way out of the solid concrete. It contorted and grimaced, desperately trying to break free from the wall's stony grasp. These guys might be ruthless pillagers, but dealing with an actual horror movie entity was way out of their league. Once ghostly arms started reaching out of the wall like a dungeon boss spawning in, the thugs completely lost their minds. It looked exactly like a real-life paranormal haunting, and they were not about to stick around for the jump scare. Terrified of what other horrors the 18th floor held, the bandits scrambled back downstairs in a panic. Meanwhile, the protagonist was actually suffocating because pushing his face through gooey concrete isn't exactly a walk in the park. He needed to escape this Play-Doh nightmare before his oxygen meter hit zero. Once free, he selected a section of the wall to test his newly fused purple and green elemental magic. However, coating an entire wall with this high-level magic proved to be incredibly draining. After pushing past his limits, he managed to channel a massive surge of energy, blending the two colors perfectly. The process left him totally exhausted, but it upgraded the wall with an insane boost to its durability. To put this newly fortified defense to the test, he whipped out a heavy sledgehammer. Standing before his reinforced barrier, he raised the hammer, ready to see if his hard work paid off. With eyes full of anticipation, this guy swung the weapon with all his might, slamming it directly into the wall. He struck the wall repeatedly, over and over, until his arms grew so sore he could barely lift the heavy tool. Yet, all that physical strain was totally worth it. The upgraded wall was so ridiculously tough that he couldn't even leave a single scratch on it. Meanwhile, down in the dark basement parking lot, most of the raiders had gathered to reluctantly hand over a small portion of their stolen loot. One thug nervously scratched his head during the audit, apologizing for only bringing back a tiny bit of food. He was incredibly jumpy, and when a hand suddenly tapped his shoulder, he practically jumped out of his skin. The man who tapped him immediately pinned him to the ground and locked his arms behind his back, revealing himself to be one of the powerful Jin brothers. He pinned the guy down and demanded to know where the rest of the looted rations were hidden, but the bandit kept playing dumb. Jinbro had literally seen him hauling 3 massive bags before surrendering a single tiny pouch, yet even with his arm twisted into a knot, he stubbornly denied hoarding supplies. Realizing a simple arm bar wouldn't make this liar talk, he figured a good old-fashioned beatdown might squeeze out the truth. Right as he prepared to throw a heavy punch, a calm hand suddenly intervened, stopping him mid-swing with a gentle tap on the shoulder. To the crowd's utter surprise, the savior stepping in was none other than the self-proclaimed man of the people, Mr. Jiang. This community leader urged the young man to release the thief so they could resolve the issue peacefully. What issue, you ask? Well, he had caught wind of someone secretly hoarding supplies, food that was meant for the entire community, and he wanted to deal with this delicate situation in his own way. Giving in out of respect, Jimbro tossed the lying trash onto the hard ground. Looking up from the dirt, the bruised thief saw a warm, helping hand offering assistance. It belonged to the representative of the basement parking garage, the seemingly benevolent community leader. While his bright smile usually brought a sense of peace to the crowd, there was always something sinister lurking behind that grandfatherly mask. After just a few minutes of smooth talking, the thief finally cracked and pointed out where he had hidden the rest of the pillaged goods. Exactly as suspected, 2 more massive bags were uncovered as the culprit tearfully apologized, claiming he had 5 hungry mouths to feed and the standard rations were barely enough. Hearing this sad story, the generous leader immediately took his own daily ration pack and selflessly offered it. He handed it to the struggling thief, explaining that while rules are rules and everyone must pool their resources, he could still empathize with those pushed to their limits in this harsh apocalypse. This surprisingly kind gesture almost brought the dishonest thief to tears as he bowed, and thanked the leader from the bottom of his heart. This lying thief Lao Wang was completely won over. He swore that if the boss ever needed anything in the future, he would be at his service. Turning to the long queue of anxious survivors, the leader kindly urged everyone to grab their food and return safely to their shelters. The Jin brothers couldn't help but wonder how he managed to pull this off. They asked how the old man got a desperate thief to hand over the stash so easily, and why he even gave the guy extra food. Giving away his own rations seemed crazy, but the leader smiled and claimed he merely helped the man understand a very simple truth. Naturally, the curious brothers wanted to know the details of this mysterious principle. The old man explained that in their country's history, massive riots and rebellions always broke out due to the clashing interests of different social classes. However, those historic uprisings were seen as collective social actions, giving the crowd safety in numbers. If you aren't caught red-handed in a mob, the law rarely singles you out for punishment later. All he did was make the thief realize that by breaking their community rules, he was separating himself from the group. He would no longer be part of a desperate collective, but just a lone, hated criminal stealing from his own neighbors. Aside from the threat of law enforcement once society recovers, he would have to face the wrath of the victims he stole from, making his choice to cooperate incredibly easy. Meanwhile, Uncle Lou watched this entire psychological game play out from a distance, staying quiet but observant. He realized the old man conveniently skipped the detail that every mob needs a charismatic leader, and this cunning strategist was positioning himself to be exactly that. Desperate times always breed heroes and villains alike, and he could see that this middle-aged manipulator had the potential to become a dangerous boss in this new world. As for our reincarnated MC Han Feng, he was completely unconcerned with politics, busy swinging a heavy sledgehammer inside his apartment. He was stress-testing different walls and structural points to ensure his survival bunker was absolutely indestructible. This physical grinding was draining his stamina, but at least the young man now had reinforced, bulletproof windows keeping the apocalypse out. With the shelter upgrades complete and the structural durability verified, he was finally ready to sit back and enjoy his cozy safe house. But just as he was about to relax, a sudden, persistent knocking echoed from his reinforced front door. This was becoming a regular annoyance, prompting him to tread lightly across the floor, wondering if the neighborhood parasites were back for more supplies. Approaching the heavy door, the main character peered through the peephole to check out the unwelcome visitor. To his amusement, it was none other than his toxic ex-Lee Hyuna, sobbing and shivering in the freezing hallway as she whimpered his name, starting her classic, familiar routine about how she couldn't ignore the feelings they shared. She claimed that true love is only revealed during a crisis, and that she finally realized who really cared for her. If the young man would just open his fortified door, she promised to reward his unconditional love. In fact, she claimed she was ready to give him her whole heart this time around. Instead of falling for the trap, the protagonist's mind instantly flashed back to his past life. He vividly replayed the night of his death, remembering how this manipulative witch and her boyfriend had ambushed him in his own home. Now, this girl was repeating the exact same sweet-talking script word for word. Her routine was a dead giveaway that her thug accomplice was hiding just out of sight, ready to bash the young man's skull in the moment he unlocked the door. The protagonist's first instinct, now that he finally had the chance for sweet revenge, was to grab his pistol and paint the hallway red with this treacherous couple. However, he paused halfway through, realizing a quick death was far too merciful for them. With the power completely cut, Han Feng knew the enemy lurking in the shadows had the ultimate advantage, while he was left completely exposed. If he couldn't pull off a clean one-shot kill, he would likely end up losing his own life instead. Relying on electric shocks was a no-go, since baiting two enemies into the same trap at the exact same time was practically mission impossible. Taking a deep breath, he powered down his generators to clear his mind. He only had one shot at this, meaning he couldn't afford to lose focus for even a second. The real threat here wasn't the loud-mouthed witch at his front door, but the silent killer hiding in the pitch-black hallway. The young man needed to pinpoint the assassin's exact coordinates and deliver a devastating preemptive strike the moment he stepped out. Pulling this off would usually be tricky, but thanks to his memories of the future, he already knew how this event played out. If his memory served him right, the hidden assassin was camping out right in the blind spot behind the door frame. He closed his eyes and calculated the exact location of his target through the concrete wall. Gripping his trusty sledgehammer with white knuckles, our protagonist cooked up a brilliant, chaotic plan. Although it would require a bit of time to execute properly, pulling this stunt off was easily his best shot at survival. Pressing his palm against the cold wall, a crackling purple energy emerged. Magical sparks coalesced in his hand as he crossed his fingers that this insane plan would actually work. Meanwhile, the deceitful witch continued her performance. She played the damsel in distress perfectly, desperately screaming for our protagonist to save her. The thug she hired to rob and murder him was starting to hesitate, but she kept insisting that this supposed loser was sitting on a massive stockpile of supplevered right before the apocalypse. Honestly, anyone would kill for enough food to survive the apocalypse. But these thieves made the fatal mistake of targeting a regression survivor. Suddenly, the concrete wall behind the hidden thug began to morph and bend like soft clay. A blunt, sledgehammer-shaped protrusion slowly pushed forward, threatening to breach the softening barrier. The lurking thug began to hear strange noises behind him, but his accomplice was way too busy putting on her dramatic show to notice. By the time the assassin realized the weird sounds were coming from directly behind him, it was already too late. A massive sledgehammer wrapped in softened concrete smashed right into his jaw, absolutely shattering his face with sheer, bone-crushing force. The deceptive witch gasped in absolute horror as she watched her partner in crime fly through the air like a discarded rag doll. She frantically screamed, asking what happened, but the guy was in no condition to reply as his body convulsed in pure agony and freezing pain. Right at that perfect moment, the seemingly impenetrable security door slowly creaked open. The young man strolled out of his apartment wielding a heavy-duty fire extinguisher and sporting a smug, devious grin. The terrified, disheveled witch could only stare at the man she had called a loser in absolute dread. Before she could even open her mouth to beg, he let the fire extinguisher rip, blasting her face with freezing chemical foam as she shrieked in pain. The villainous actress tried to maintain her sweet, innocent tone, begging the young man to stop spraying her with the chemical foam. She even accidentally swallowed some of the chemicals, which is definitely not recommended on the label. She coughed uncontrollably as the freezing chemical agent began to induce hypothermia throughout her body. Through her blurry, chemical-filled eyes, she saw the wealthy blonde thug she had brought as muscle twitching on the floor. He lay on the ground, shaking uncontrollably and desperately crying out. He whimpered for help, but unfortunately for him, his partner in crime was in no position to save anyone. She was far too busy struggling to survive her own freezing nightmare to offer any help. Out of the thick chemical mist, the protagonist's hand suddenly reached out to grab the witch. Although she tried to dodge, he successfully snatched a fistful of her hair and scarf in one swift motion. Driven by pure survival adrenaline, she managed to break free from his grip, even if she had to leave a clump of her hair behind. The slippery girl scrambled to her feet and fled down the hall, screaming for help. He clicked his tongue in annoyance as the slippery witch managed to escape into the dark. However, the thug who got smashed by the sledgehammer wasn't having any luck, still struggling just to push himself off the ground. Fueled by the lingering rage from his past life, the protagonist booted the wealthy bully right in the gut. As he prepared to stomp the life out of the murderer from his previous timeline, the blonde coward pathetically begged him to wait. The idiot actually started throwing around his daddy's name, threatening that if the MC laid another finger on him, there would be hell to pay. He responded by planting a heavy fist right into the spoiled brat's face, mockingly asking him what daddy was going to do about it. Our protagonist didn't give a single damn about the kid's family tree. He was fully committed to unleashing a world of pain and beating him to a pulp. Realizing that empty threats weren't working, the blonde bully suddenly tried to play nice, calling him brother and arguing that they didn't have any real beef, so this beating was totally uncalled for. Enraged by the traumatic flashbacks of his previous death, the young man slammed the bastard's face into the concrete one more time. Without missing a beat, Han Feng pinned the guy down and unleashed a relentless barrage of punches, letting out all his pent-up rage with every single blow. After all, this spoiled rich punk had treated our MC's life like trash, straight up murdering him in his past life when he was just minding his own business. Now, with his gloves soaked in crimson and his vision locked on his target, with eyes burning with pure vengeance, the young man demanded the trembling jerk say something. The golden-haired villain probably wanted to beg for mercy, but his shattered jaw and bloody mouth couldn't even form a single coherent sound. Deciding he was done talking, our protagonist stood up and reached for the spiked baseball bat resting on the floor, gripping the very weapon that had ended his previous life, and kicked off this crazy reincarnation survival game. He stared down at his helpless killer. The wealthy brat sobbed and coughed up blood, desperately trying to ask why this was happening to him. Why on earth he was receiving this brutal, dark hero treatment. Hearing that made the young man's blood absolutely boil, since the guy who murdered him for no reason in his past life now had the audacity to ask for a logical explanation. He hoisted the nail-studded steel bat high into the air and swung it down on the golden-haired jerk's face with maximum power. The sickening crunch of a fracturing skull and the splatter of blood echoed through the dark hallway of the 18th floor. Justice was finally served. He had officially put down the absolute garbage of a human being who had taken his life. With his heart hammering and his adrenaline finally fading, the main character looked down at the gruesome, bloody mess he had just created. The sheer weight of taking a life hit him hard, and his stomach violently turned at the sight of the gory scene. Fortunately, he managed to look away just in time to empty his stomach contents onto the cold floor. Our hero tried his best to pull himself together, but his focus was shattered when a familiar voice suddenly cleared her throat behind him. Turning around, he saw the weird outcast girl chilling by the doorway, looking totally unfazed. She was casually playing with the pool of crimson on the floor. It turned out she had witnessed the entire action sequence and casually offered to help him clean up the crime scene. Together, they quickly scrubbed the evidence, and she didn't show a single hint of fear or disgust toward the carnage. The young man realized this girl was definitely missing a few screws, and having her around was highly risky. Letting her crash at his cozy, fortified safe house was starting to seem like a terrible idea. He tried to scare her off by warning her that dangerous thugs would come seeking revenge, suggesting she go home before she got caught in the crossfire. But as she casually sipped her juice, the threat of incoming enemies didn't seem to faze her one bit. The main character just wanted to kick her out for her own safety, but she wasn't buying it. She was absolutely determined to stay in his apartment, and nothing he said could sway her mind. He warned her that this survival game was about to get extremely deadly, and they could both easily end up as monster food. With extreme dramatic flair, she slammed her glass of orange juice onto the table to make a point. Striking a pose, the Chunabu girl claimed that the evil king's true eye would protect them from any danger. However, she claimed her magical energy was currently depleted, so she needed a nap. The young man was completely done with this nonsense. Before she could lock herself inside his room, he grabbed her arm to stop the delusional act. He demanded she drop the cringe anime dialogue and listen up, because real danger was knocking at their door. She just glanced down at his firm grip on her shoulder, then slowly shifted her eyes. Looking straight at him, she cryptically told him to go ahead and open the door. Totally baffled by her calm demeanor, he decided to see what she was talking about. Our protagonist cautiously approached the bedroom door and peeked inside. Whatever was hiding in there completely shattered his reality and left him frozen. He stood there speechless. Meanwhile, down in the basement parking lot, crowd control was failing as selfish survivors blocked the ration lines. Even though the rationing system was barely hanging on and supplies were running critically low, things remained relatively calm for now. Standing in that line was the toxic girl who had barely escaped his wrath, forced to queue up with the commoners now that she had no sugar daddy to leech off of. She begrudgingly gave her name and room number to the distributors. After receiving a measly piece of dry bread, she couldn't help but stew in anger over the previous night's disaster. Her rich sponsor had mysteriously collapsed and disappeared, leading her to believe the main character had set a trap beforehand. Naturally, this only fueled her greedy curiosity about what kind of treasure he was hiding in his apartment. She remembered seeing a warm glow and feeling a cozy breeze from his place, meaning he definitely had electricity and had somehow prepared for this apocalypse in advance. Overwhelmed by jealousy that he was living like royalty while she suffered, she immediately started scheming to break into his cozy shelter. But while she was busy plotting her break-in, she accidentally bumped into another survivor in the crowd. The guy instantly recognized her, shining a blinding flashlight directly into her face. Flashing a grin, he warmly invited her over to the lobby of Block 5 where a group had gathered around a cozy fire. She had zero interest in his offer, choosing instead to stay cozy inside her own place. But this dude was being way too pushy under the guise of polite manners. He started flexing his massive food stash, claiming he had more than enough to feed both of them for days if she just came over. The creep had a massive thing for girls with her specific look, and he saw this apocalypse as his golden ticket to score a date. Lei Hyona might be a certified toxic witch, but even she felt her skin crawl from this guy's sleazy vibes. Realizing his cheesy pickup lines and bait weren't working, the creep threw a tantrum and publicly accused her of hoarding extra rations under false pretenses, which, to be fair, she actually did. Hearing all the drama, the rest of the survivors began gathering around to see the show. Annoyed, the witch shoved the creep aside, literally slapping him in the face with the bag of food she had just swiped. The guy was left completely embarrassed in front of the entire crowd of survivors. Fuming with rage, the creep raised his heavy flashlight, aiming to bash her head in. But before he could lay a finger on the witch, the legendary Nurse Jin stepped into the ring. She delivered a slap so unbelievably powerful that it sent the absolute bastard flying straight into a nearby wall. Realizing things were getting way out of hand, the onlookers decided to call in their self-proclaimed leader, Mr. Jang, to mediate. The witch was absolutely stunned by the massive physical power of this seemingly sweet medical worker. The nurse offered to check her over just in case she had sustained any injuries during the scuffle. With an angelic smile, the nurse handed over a business card and invited her for a quick checkup. Eager to avoid any further spotlight, the witch quickly thanked the kind nurse and tried to make a swift exit. However, the persistent creep wasn't done yet, standing back up to tackle the nurse to the ground while screaming insults at the nicest person in the building. Just as he raised his fist to beat her up, Karma decided to strike. A powerful hand suddenly grabbed the assailant by the collar and yanked him away. In one smooth move, everyone's favorite badass gangster, Brother Lee, completely shut down the raging idiot. His lips might be completely dry and chapped from the post-apocalyptic weather, and he might be starving and severely malnourished, but this man absolutely refuses to tolerate guys who lay hands on women. Finally, Mr. Jang arrived on the scene, attempting to restore order and de-escalate the entire drama. The bruised creep immediately began pointing fingers at the witch, snitching about her extra rations and accusing her of teaming up with the wealthy kid to inflate the community's supply prices. Seeing that the obnoxious snitch still hadn't learned his lesson, the tough gangster lunged at him again. But before he could lay another beating on the guy, the leader stepped in. Mr. Jang grabbed the snitch by the collar and gave him a stern lecture about the community committee's mission to protect the weak and ensure survival for all, letting the troublemaker off with just a final warning. With the situation diffused, the leader approached the nurse and the gangster, apologizing for the chaos, and inviting both of them to join his group. However, the honorable gangster flatly refused, stating he had zero interest in shaking down other survivors, preferring to starve before throwing away his moral code. The nurse also declined the offer with a polite smile, explaining that while she couldn't support their aggressive methods, she would still gladly treat the sick. As the duo turned to leave the underground parking lot, the witch stepped forward. She blocked the leader's path, desperately asking if she could join his inner circle instead. Clinging tightly to the leader's arm, she tried to use what was left of her looks and charm to secure a ticket to safety with someone in power. But acting like a true Sigma, the leader made it clear that they only recruit individuals with useful post-apocalyptic skills, like a formidable fighter or a skilled medical expert. A useless person like her has absolutely nothing to offer in this harsh new world, making her dead weight not worth recruiting. Panicking, she racked her brain and quickly claimed she knew the exact location of a massive, untapped supply stash. Meanwhile, inside Hanfeng's cozy room, it seems like he is playing a hilarious game of charades with his brand new guest. This quirky roommate possessed a very unique power. Right between the girl's hands, a small swirling black void materialized out of thin air. As she pulled random items out of the mini black hole, the young man could only sigh in disbelief since he was trying to ask for a specific tool, but she randomly produced a mannequin. Explaining her weird magic, the quiet girl revealed that she possesses a unique dimensional storage skill. She can manifest a portal that sucks in nearby objects easily, but retrieving a specific item from the messy pocket dimension is like playing a blind lottery. Our main character got super curious about how this pocket dimension actually functioned, especially since the girl had never checked it out herself. Since she could safely stick her hands inside, the young man figured there was no harm in sticking his own head in for a quick peek. Without hesitating, he shoved his head straight into the swirling dark portal. Calm down and don't call the cops yet, because with half of his upper body submerged in the magical subspace, things got wild. The main character opened his eyes and looked around the massive hidden vault. The subspace was a colossal void overflowing with tons of loot, food, and absolute junk floating around in the air. This beautiful chaos was exactly what you would expect from the overpowered thief who looted every single supermarket in the city overnight. Out of nowhere, Hanfeng started to suffocate as if he were trapped in a cursed dungeon. Tears streamed down his face as he realized a terrifying fantasy rule. The pocket dimension inside his dark portal was completely devoid of oxygen. He forcefully pulled his head out of that airless, vacuum-like dimensional vault. Escaping the pocket dimension, the young man gasped for air like a madman, finding just a few seconds inside that accursed void absolutely traumatizing. He immediately complained to his companion, the outcast girl, for not warning him about the vacuum, feeling as though all the moisture had been sucked right out of him. Ignoring his dramatic whining, the mysterious girl simply continued to rummage through her seemingly infinite storage space. Eventually, she pulled out exactly what they needed, revealing that this guy was actually searching for some remote-controlled gear. Boxes of high-tech drone toys and RC cars came pouring out of the dark inventory void like loot from a high-level dungeon. Seeing this awesome arsenal, the protagonist got so hyped that he instantly forgot about his recent near-death experience. Meanwhile, down on the freezing, ice-slick stairs of the 18th floor, trouble was brewing. A group of opportunistic raiders decided to try their luck at robbing some unfortunate survivors once again. By this point, this particular floor had gained quite an infamous reputation, with rumors spreading of a mutated monster stalking the hallways. Naturally, these hardened scouts did not believe in silly supernatural rumors. After all, their boss had personally ordered them to secure the area, and they could not fail. While some remained skeptical of the intel they got from that girl, they knew they had a job to do if they wanted to survive in this dog-eat-dog fantasy setting. Little did these intruders know their every move was being watched by the young man and his shiny new surveillance toys. Luckily, the duo had managed to get their tactical monitoring system in place just in time to intercept these uninvited guests. Having already devised a perfect defense plan, the protagonist prepared to initiate the bait while Phase 2 stood ready to launch. Setting a strict 2-minute timer on his tactical watch, the young man quietly slipped out of the safe zone. Out on the stairwell, the scouts suddenly froze in their tracks as a faint, incredibly creepy sound echoed from above. Right after that eerie sound, a chaotic, blinding flash of lights began to descend upon them. The source of this flashing spectacle was none other than a swarm of small machines. It was a fleet of remote-controlled cars that the clever protagonist had deployed ahead of time. The scouts instantly let their guard down, chuckling when they realized the threat was just a bunch of children's playthings. However, what they completely failed to notice were the highly volatile explosives strapped onto the chassis of those tiny vehicles. The moment the fuses burned down, many explosions rocked the stairwell, engulfing the invaders, though fortunately, the blast was non-lethal. It was actually a clever batch of flash lime explosives designed specifically to temporarily blind the intruders. While the scouts were disoriented and rubbing their eyes, a tactical drone quietly buzzed right over their heads. Strapped to the tail of the flying drone, the panicked intruders spotted another lit fuse ready to blow. This sent the terrified scouts scrambling, forcing them to retreat back down the way they had come. They tried to outrun the aerial threat, but the girl was a master pilot, and the MC had insisted on teaching these thugs a lesson they would never forget. However, in their playful eagerness to mess with the fleeing thugs, things got a bit too risky. The drone was flown way too low and close to the targets, leaving the valuable gadget wide open to a sudden counterattack. In a desperate scramble to escape the retaliating squad, the drone struggled to pull up. Suddenly, a wild swing from a crowbar clipped one of the drone's spinning propellers. With the left rotor damaged, keeping the drone stable became a nightmare, which was bad news since they couldn't afford to lose their only eye in the sky. The young pilot desperately fought the controls to regain stability. Despite her best efforts, the spiraling gadget veered off course and pitched right out of an open window. Just then, the countdown timer hit 0, and the firework attached to their precious drone detonated like a festive New Year celebration in the freezing sky. The outdoor blast caused the remaining propeller to malfunction, completely cutting off their ability to pilot the device. The pilot tried to salvage the situation by guide crashing the device onto a ledge outside a lower floor. The protagonist immediately suited up to retrieve the crucial gear, but the feed from the dying camera caught a chilling sight: a motionless body lying on the steps. Zooming in on the video feed, it became shockingly clear that this supposed corpse looked exactly like one of their allies, Brother Lee. The main character wondered what on earth this local gangster was doing lying out on the freezing concrete stairwell. It seemed highly likely that the poor guy had been ambushed and robbed as well. Now, with 2 urgent objectives waiting outside, he warned his roommate to keep the door locked tight and open it for absolutely no one. He quickly packed a few survival essentials in case things took a turn for the worse. His companion handed him a 2-way radio to ensure they could keep in touch during his dangerous excursion. For his final safety measure, the young man loaded up his handgun, silently praying he wouldn't have to pull the trigger out there. Gripping his flashlight, the protagonist cautiously began his descent down the dark, dangerous stairwell. Fortunately, the lower levels seemed quiet for now, since the enemy scouts had already retreated. Our main character Hanfeng checks the drone readings, revealing a brutal temperature of -50°C that would freeze any normal hunter to death in seconds. With time ticking away, his close ally is stuck in a deadly bind, meaning the young man needs to move fast if he wants to save his buddy. Meanwhile, the scout unit reports back about the creepy events unfolding on the upper levels. The self-proclaimed boss listens coolly and offers a dry thank you for their scouting efforts. And what was their grand reward for risking their lives? A couple of heavy coats and a single pack of instant ramen each. In this harsh survival dungeon, these carb-loaded noodle packs are worth their weight in gold, reserved strictly for those who serve the regime. Looking like a total mess, a desperate woman begs the boss to let her join their faction, but he coldly shuts her down once more. After all, they still cannot verify if the previous assault was our protagonist's doing. Plus, if an elderly witness had not seen someone stockpiling magic resources before the freeze, the boss would have ignored her entirely. For now, they plan to group up and raid the next floor with overwhelming numbers, like a classic dungeon clearing squad. Whether this desperate woman is telling the truth or selling them lies will be decided in this next raid. This is her ultimate trial to level up her standing. Gripping a rusty steel pipe tightly with both hands like a low-level warrior, she is fully prepared to do whatever dirty work is necessary to secure her survival. Before making their ascent, the boss reminds everyone that they are valuable assets to the community and should try not to die. Led by their supreme leader, a massive raiding party forms up and heads toward the stairs. Midway up the climb, they stumble upon the unconscious, freezing body of the neighborhood gangster. Grabbing a flask of hot water to wake the freezing man up, the boss forces the scalding liquid down the gangster's throat, causing him to snap awake with a scorched tongue. Grimacing from the burn, he slowly opens his eyes. He glares at the hostile raiding party surrounding him with absolute disgust. He clicks his tongue in annoyance, cursing his bad luck that these particular vultures were the ones who saved him. The boss's loyal lackey immediately steps up, barking orders at him to show some damn respect and thank his savior. But the tough guy just laughs it off with pure sarcasm. He refuses to submit to their fake community, calling them out for playing heroes when they are just glorified looters. Furious, the lackey lunges forward to teach him a lesson, but the boss holds his minion back. Flashing that fake, polite smile, the leader extends another invitation to join their ranks, only to get instantly rejected again. The raiding party grows incredibly annoyed at his stubborn refusal, especially after they just saved his life. But our rebellious gangster has never been one to take orders from anyone. Before he can walk away, the shady boss grabs his shoulder with a tight grip. Wearing a manipulative grin, the leader claims it is all a big misunderstanding and that they are just trying to pool resources to protect the vulnerable. But the gangster sees right through that fake act. This wonderful committee has been feeding the elderly only once every 3 days, which is basically a slow-motion execution in this frozen wasteland. Since he has no family left to protect, trying to guilt-trip him into compliance is completely useless. Just a flight of stairs above them, our protagonist stands in the shadows, silently listening to every word of their conversation. This exchange confirms that the corrupt boss only cares about maximizing his own power. It explains why they recruit young fighters, while letting the elderly and sick rot away, a strategy destined to trigger a massive rebellion soon. Fed up with the gangster's constant disrespect, the aggressive lackey gets right in his face, screaming about ungratefulness. But he makes a fatal mistake by stepping directly into the gangster's strike zone. Without missing a beat, our rough-around-the-edges anti-hero delivers a devastating headbutt straight to the lackey's nose. Even though the impact leaves him shaking in absolute agony, the gangster refuses to back down and stands his ground like a boss. One icy glare from a man who has absolutely nothing left to lose forces the armed thugs to take a step back. The gang members look to their leader, silently waiting for the command to strike. As the boss ponders his options, the mob slowly shakes off their hesitation and begins to surround the lone fighter. Though he is shivering and barely able to stand, the brave gangster sneers and dares the entire mob to come at him. Watching the drama unfold from above, the young man realizes his friend is running on empty and desperately needs backup. But rushing in blindly would be suicide since there are simply too many hostile players gathered below. If the main character jumps in directly, he will easily get overwhelmed, yet he cannot forget how many times this gangster saved his hide in the past. The protagonist refuses to just stand by and watch his loyal ally throw his life away in a hopeless final stand. Suddenly, a brilliant tactic sparks in the young man's mind. He draws his pistol and aims it down the stairwell, calmly watching the chaos with his finger resting lightly on the trigger. Even without anyone hitting him, the exhausted gangster is already stumbling and looks ready to pass out. Tired of seeing these thugs gang up on his friend, our hero decides to intervene by firing a deafening warning shot. The bullet whizzes right past the loudmouth lackey's crotch, sending a wave of absolute panic through the crowd. The loud crack of gunfire completely shatters their confidence, leaving them stunned that anyone in this zone actually possesses a working firearm. Keeping his weapon raised, the young man slowly walks down the steps, commanding everyone to freeze in their tracks. Honestly, that sudden flex by Han Feng was incredibly effective at keeping those pesky raiders at bay. Scanning the area in a panic, Brother Lee spotted the familiar firearm and immediately recognized his sworn brother. While the robbing raiders were busy wetting their pants, the boss, Mr. Zhang, stood there looking unnaturally calm. Standing tall in the crowd, the enemy leader's eyes nearly popped out at the sight of the gun-toting young man. Our protagonist carefully handed his companion the house keys as they slowly backed away, keeping their eyes locked on the intruders. The grunts looked to their boss for orders, with a few hotheads wanting to jump the duo while they were busy fumbling with the door. However, that dumb idea was instantly obliterated when the main character fired yet another deafening warning shot. He had already told them not to take a single step, and these fools were seriously testing his patience. He then coldly ordered them to drop their weapons and get on their knees, which the terrified raiders did with shaking knees. This power move bought the young man and his buddy just enough time to retreat safely to their apartment. After a few tense seconds of kneeling in dead silence, as the duo's footsteps faded away, Mr. Zhang was the first to scramble to his feet, demanding to know the identity of the armed shooter. Hyuna immediately seized the chance to snitch, revealing that the gunman was the very target they were planning to rob. Hearing this, the boss's lapdog immediately lashed out at the witch for failing to mention they were dealing with someone packing heat. Mr. Zhang quickly de-escalated the tension, knowing that the girl had absolutely no reason to make up such a story. He then explained the situation to his crew, pointing out that if this mysterious guy had a gun, he must have a massive stockpile of supplies. The greedy prospect of looting an actual stash lit a massive fire under the brainwashed crowd's collective asses. The boss was now fully convinced that the massive shipments Uncle Liu saw before the catastrophe were the real deal. However, despite their greed, their original plan was now a massive risk since any one of them could get shot. Still, the boss figured the main character was too soft to actually pull the trigger, and besides, no one can hide in their bunker forever. So the mastermind ordered a tactical retreat to gather proper defenses before launching their next raid. They needed to breach room 1804 and eliminate the threat as quickly as possible. Meanwhile, outside room 1804, Brotherly was shaking so hard he could barely unlock the door, while our hero kept watch for any sudden ambushes. The second the door clicked open, a wave of glorious, warm air hit the gangster's face, a sensation he had been desperately craving. Once they stepped inside, the gangster was absolutely stunned to see a fully functioning setup. There was a working radiator, a humming generator, and a glass door revealing a massive sea of supplies that would make anyone drool. Wide-eyed, the gangster turned to his savior and demanded to know the secret behind this absolute paradise of a shelter. Looking around this unbelievable sanctuary, he felt like he had just stepped out of the frozen wasteland and straight into a luxury resort. Right on cue, the isolated girl popped her head out of her room to ask if they had successfully retrieved the drone. In all the chaos of saving his buddy, our main character realized he had completely forgotten the actual reason he went down there. 2 hours, some cozy vibes, and a couple of massive hearty meals later, Brotherly was finally brought up to speed, with our protagonist spinning a story about how he predicted the apocalypse and hoarded resources. The young man sincerely apologized for keeping his bro in the dark, explaining that he had to keep the secret tight to avoid looters. Once he finished devouring his massive feast, Brotherly stood up and bowed deeply in gratitude, knowing he would have frozen to death without his friend's legendary intervention. With tears of pure appreciation rolling down his face, he was comforted by the young man, who insisted he was just returning the favor. Touched to his very soul, the gangster praised the main character's golden heart and absolute loyalty. Now that he was safe in the sanctuary, he decided to share the grim situation unfolding within the apartment complex. The dynamic had completely shifted since the last time they spoke, which was way before the building's power grid went completely dark. Ever since the blackout, that bastard Zhang had been stealing everyone's food under the guise of forced sharing, gaining sheep while making powerful enemies. Many survivors chose to leave rather than starve on pathetic rations, but the self-proclaimed boss didn't seem to care about the losing numbers. However, behind the scenes, he was sending his top enforcer to quietly eliminate anyone who tried to desert the community. The young man was genuinely shocked to hear this, remembering the enforcers as once being sweet, intelligent, and harmless, twins who had been corrupted by the harsh realities of this new apocalyptic world. Thanks to their dirty tricks, this corrupt committee quickly expanded their influence and control over the building. Still, the gangster firmly believed that karma is a beast that eventually catches up to everyone. In fact, the tyrant and his thugs made a fatal mistake when they targeted a fierce resident named Li Sanghao. As it turned out, that resident was an elite boxer who once held the national middleweight championship belt. Naturally, the committee's weak goons got absolutely pulverized, but the stubborn boss refused to swallow his pride and lose authority. Under his absolute command, waves of scavengers were sent to harass the champion in a desperate bid to force submission. To fight Han Feng, of course those fools got absolutely pummeled into a bloody pulp. Talk about a beatdown. Because of this wild clash, the enemy boxer managed to amass his own cult following, including 2 powerhouse standouts who are already making a name for themselves in this chaotic world. The first is Zheng Yongyu, a die-hard boxing enthusiast who spent years grinding in brutal underground matches and is notorious for his blinding speed. The other powerhouse is Jin Zhengsai, another loyal disciple of the boss, who is blessed with monstrous superhuman strength and built like an absolute tank. With these two heavy hitters backing the boxer, a dangerous new faction is rising in the neighborhood, fueled by a burning hatred for the hypocrisy of their rival. Their passion is real. Brother Lee warns that the rival leader is desperate to settle the score and is now targeting our main character's stash, though the poor guy passed out before he could finish warning his bro. Right there on the stairs. Honestly, this is fantastic news because it means the enemy leader's empire is slowly rotting away from the inside. But while our trio is busy planning their next move, creepy skittering noises start echoing from right outside the door. Checking the security cameras, the tech-savvy girl spots the enemy raiders gathering in the hallway like a pack of low-level dungeon mobs. This guy immediately springs into action to wire up a nasty electric surprise on the door handle. Talk about a shocking trap, but the girl stops him from rushing out, warning him about a distinct smell of sulfur wafting through the cracks. Before they can even react, the entire hallway shakes violently as a massive explosion rips through the air. On the other side, the crazy enemy boss and his goons are actually unhinged enough to deploy heavy ordnance. They are straight up using demolition bombs, though from the sound of it, they seem to be low yield, localized breaching charges rather than military-grade explosives. Still, they are powerful enough, and looking at the live feed, it finally makes sense why these guys brought heavy riot shields to a house raid. It is also painfully obvious that the enemy's treacherous accomplice is directing the squad. She is the mastermind orchestrating the breach while the raiders prep their next demolition charge. Fearing another heavy load, the young man quickly plugs in his high-voltage trap. The trap is set, and just a second later, an absolutely agonizing shriek echoes through the corridor. That beautiful scream means the trap worked perfectly, frying some poor schmuck and sending the rest of the raiders scrambling back in terror. They retreat in fear, but the ruthless boss demands they keep planting explosives, ordering them to double the payload right around the door frame. The lackeys have no choice but to blindly follow his orders, risking their own skins. Under his strict orders, the raiders rig the walls and detonate the charge once again. One more massive boom cracks the concrete, but the stubborn entrance refuses to budge. The enemy boss is convinced their explosives are fine, realizing the door is just heavily reinforced with high-tier defensive magic or tech. Refusing to admit defeat, the ruthless manager orders 3 times the explosives this time, ready to keep ramping up the heat. With an even bigger load, he is absolutely determined to blow this sanctuary to smithereens. Today is the day, but inside, our protagonist and his ally are barricading the door with everything they can grab. Even the best defense could barely hold as the third blast rattles the barricade and nearly blows their eardrums out. After that deafening explosion, an ominous cracking sound starts echoing through the room. The terrible sound makes it clear that the demolition charges are doing their job and slowly breaking down their defenses. If they cannot patch up the walls, the fractures will just keep expanding until everything crumbles. Before they give in, the main character realizes physical barricades are useless and cooks up a wild new plan. But first they need to clear out all the junk they just piled up. To clear the entrance, the mysterious girl steps up, making the older ally highly skeptical of this little doll until she summons a miniature black void. He couldn't believe his eyes as a literal black hole appeared, leaving the tough guy stumbling back in sheer shock and confusion. As this reality-bending fusion of magic starts vacuuming up the massive debris, the poor guy nearly faints at the absurd sight. A cleanup job that should have taken them 20 minutes is completed in the blink of an eye. In that single second, the seasoned fighter develops a healthy, terrified respect for the little girl's overpowered ability. With no time to explain, our hero channels his mysterious purple energy, coating his hands in a vibrant glow. Charging at the crumbling walls, he coats the surface to soften the material and reshape the structural damage in real time. Though a single slip in focus could ruin the process, racing against time, he carefully seals every single fracture before the structure fails. Next, the young man activates his green recovery light, and thankfully, his crazy experiment actually works. Combining these two magical elements allows him to perfectly restore and fortify the targeted zone. Seeing this area restored, the older ally is left speechless, watching his two roommates perform feats that defy the laws of physics. He is totally losing his mind over their level-up abilities, but the girl calmly tells them both to take cover. Ducking down just in time for the next blast, the trio huddle close and cover their ears. Although our protagonist had just finished reinforcing the defenses, fresh cracks immediately begin to web across the surface. This time, the cunning raiders have changed their strategy and are targeting the floor beneath them. If they blow the floor, all of the main character's quick repairs will be completely useless. With the room falling apart, this guy must devise a high-stakes counter strategy that requires absolute, blind trust between all 3 of them. Our main character, Han Feng, is backed by a squad of 3, including the reliable outcast girl who is completely down for whatever crazy plan he cooks up. Plus, you've got Brother Lee, who is the ultimate ride or die bro, ready to back him up no matter how suicidal the mission looks. All this dream team needs to do is follow the young man's brilliant strategy down to the absolute last detail. But the peace doesn't last, because after a few relentless rounds of heavy bombardment, the reinforced defense finally starts to give way. Those high-grade demolition explosives finally did their job, blasting the main entrance wide open like a breached dungeon gate. The greedy raiders creep inside like cautious dungeon hunters, keeping their shields raised high and hunting for any rare loot they can plunder. Their paranoid boss, Mr. Zhang, warns his men to watch every single corner for a surprise ambush. As they swarm the protagonist's home, they immediately start sweeping through the kitchen and the living room, desperate to find the motherlode of survival supplies. But plot twist! They come up completely empty-handed, finding nothing but literal garbage and a single, sad box of seeds in the kitchen, after wasting all that expensive ammo. Naturally, the furious raiders turn their glare toward the traitor girl for answers, prompting the trembling girl to swear she's not lying and point them straight to the bedroom. But the exact moment they reach out to breach the door of the very last unchecked room, the action kicks into overdrive. Out of nowhere, Brother Lee bursts out like a martial arts master, kicking the heavy shield right back into the raiders' unsuspecting faces. Standing right behind his powerhouse ally is our clever protagonist, holding a loaded pistol and looking cooler than ever. Without a single second of hesitation, the young man raises the gun and aims it dead center at the enemy boss's head. He pulls the trigger, but the bullet is unfortunately blocked by the frontline defender's heavy-duty tactical shield. Looking completely unfazed, the protagonist calmly warns these fools to get lost before he decides to stop being polite. Hiding safely behind his shield, Mr. Zhang starts lecturing him about hoarding resources and ignoring the desperate needs of the community. He accuses our hero of being a selfish hoarder who is actively making the local survivors suffer and starve in this cruel new world. The villain actually asserts that they only marched in here to demand justice for such a terrible, selfish crime against the collective. This shameless hypocrite tells the young man to hand over all his resources to clear his conscience, spouting some cliché garbage about working together to survive the apocalypse. The protagonist is completely done with this guy's ridiculous moral kidnapping, refusing to buy into his righteous but utterly delusional speech. But the brainwashed lackeys are fully eating it up, staring at the young man like a pack of starving wolves looking for their next meal. Instead of stressing out, the clever protagonist sees an opportunity to play the system, putting on an award-winning face of offended innocence as he asks where these magical supplies are. The annoying traitor girl quickly cuts in, screaming at the top of her lungs that they must have hidden the stockpile somewhere in the room. She desperately insists that she saw bright lights and even felt warm heat coming from the apartment the last time she was there. Thoroughly annoyed, the protagonist fires another shot that makes the witch buckle in pure terror. Though the shield barely saves her from an instant lobby ticket, the young man calls her out for being a shameless liar who is just fabricating stories to save herself from the angry mob. He explains that if this manipulative witch hadn't scammed him into trading his actual food and survival gear for useless junk, he wouldn't be living in this state. Thanks to her exchanging his goods for useless seeds, he claims he is just as broke and starving as everyone else in this apocalyptic wasteland. Slowly but surely, the easily manipulated raiders start turning their hostile glares toward the deceptive girl. Fortunately for her, Mr. Zhang is level-headed enough to stop the internal drama, proposing a simple search to see who is actually telling the truth. All they have to do is step inside the bedroom and check if the protagonist's home is truly as empty as he claims. The protagonist acts tough, but ultimately lets them do a thorough check, though his finger never leaves the trigger of his gun. After spending a few minutes tossing the bedroom apart, all the disappointed raiders find is a pile of trash and a little girl hiding inside. Right on cue, the outcast girl plays her part flawlessly, hugging the young man while crying about how hungry and terrified she is. Now, the raiders are absolutely furious that they wasted their precious explosives and worked so hard just to get absolutely nothing. A highly triggered Mr. Zhang demands an immediate explanation from the witch, who sent them on this wild goose chase. Since they wasted valuable time and resources on this raid, she better give them a good reason, or they will gladly tear her to shreds. Slowly losing her mind under their terrifying glares, all she can do is scream that she isn't lying, but nobody is buying her excuses anymore. The only logical explanation she can come up with is that the protagonist is using some kind of magic or system trick to hide the loot. As usual, she blames the clever young man for intentionally setting her up and putting her in this deadly situation. This crazy girl finally snaps, running out from the safety of the shield to charge directly at the protagonist. In the heat of the action, he gets temporarily blinded by the bright glare of her flashlight, and in a chaotic twist, she actually manages to wrestle the pistol right out of his hands. Holding the weapon like a desperate villain, the witch aims it at the young man's chest, screaming at him to reveal where the supplies are hidden. Even the hardcore raiders look at her like she has completely lost her mind as she threatens to shoot the protagonist. Calling her bluff, the protagonist actually eggs her on to shoot, reminding everyone that she already scammed him out of all his inventory long ago. Just as she is about to pull the trigger, in a fit of absolute madness, a raider surprisingly steps in and knocks the gun out of her hand before she can accidentally blow anyone away. Mr. Zhang's lapdogs quickly pin down the hysterical witch, while she continues to scream that she's telling the truth. Before Han Feng could even reach for his trusty sidearm, someone else beat him to the punch. Mr. Zhang's hand snatched the weapon right out of thin air like a seasoned hunter. He slowly raised the pistol, locking eyes with our protagonist in a classic anime-style standoff. Meanwhile, his loyal lackeys were still trash-talking the outcast girl, accusing her of leading them on a wild goose chase. They were just about to escalate the situation and start swinging metal pipes at her, but the boss stepped in, calling off his goons to prevent any unnecessary bloodshed. Realizing his initial plan had failed, the leader immediately switched to damage control mode, hypocritically reminding his men that their committee wasn't some violent guild, and this apartment was an execution ground. Instead of threatening her with the firearm, he claimed he was willing to give her a second chance to reform. He went as far as offering a fake apology to the young man for all the chaos they had caused. Surprisingly, he handed the weapon right back to its rightful owner, promising a formal explanation and a real apology in the near future. Our main character cautiously retrieved his gun, keeping his guard up. As soon as the gun was returned, the leader extended an invitation for him to join their little alliance. He suggested the young man think it over carefully and get back to him with a final decision. While he and his gang retreated, he urged the hero to give his answer at the supply distribution spot tomorrow. Just like that, the trio of survivors was left alone in the freezing, depressing apartment. The protagonist kept his head down, appearing deeply concerned about their ally, Brother Lee. But the moment the coast was clear, he let out a massive sigh of relief. The young man stood tall, absolutely thrilled that this exhausting circus act was finally over. Now that the show was finished, they could return to the sweet comforts of electricity and heat, relocating their base to the outcast girl's surprisingly cozy and spacious hideout just one floor up. It was all thanks to her unique abilities that they managed to set up such a believable stage in record time. You see, before the raiders breached the door, the main character had coordinated a flawless plan, storing all their food and gear inside the girl's dimensional pocket, while leaving trash scattered around to make the place look looted. They even threw the windows wide open to make the apartment feel like a freezing, abandoned wasteland. It had to look like they had been starving for weeks, letting those greedy committee thugs waste their stamina breaking into a completely empty vault. Meanwhile, feasting on a gourmet meal, the trio celebrated the fact that the enemy leader's empty-handed return would trigger major drama within the group's hierarchy. When resource supplies run dry, these greedy villains will inevitably turn on each other, and since the main character is armed, the defenseless but spiteful Lee is bound to take the heat. While their scheme worked like a charm, it wasn't without risk. The main character's weapon was temporarily confiscated, but he had already anticipated this worst-case scenario. The protagonist was confident that the enemy boss would choose a peaceful resolution, just to preserve his public image as a righteous leader. If the villain had actually pulled the trigger, the young man had already emptied the magazine with those 2 warning shots. Giving up the empty firearm on purpose only made their desperate act look even more authentic. Brother Lee finally breathed a sigh of relief, assuming they could just play the victim card while living like kings in secret, but the young man quickly corrected his naive thinking. Their ultimate goal in this apocalyptic landscape was to completely dismantle the corrupt committee from the inside out. Down in the parking lot, the rationing of meager supplies continued, and despite the shrinking portions, the brainwashed crowd still worshipped the cult-like leader. While the crowd was distracted by the handouts, 2 stealthy figures slipped past the security perimeter unnoticed. They quickly infiltrated a restricted zone where only high-ranking members of the faction were allowed to tread. Luckily, the guards assigned to protect this vault were currently heading back down to the main garage. Using their stealth skills, the main character and his partner did their best to blend into the shadows and remain completely invisible. Against all odds, the stealth maneuver worked, aligning perfectly with the recon data gathered beforehand. The scout had confirmed that the first 4 floors were empty, while the 5th and 6th floors housed the basic labor force. The elite bosses chilled on the top floors, which meant the main loot stash had to be hidden somewhere on the 7th or 8th floor. Since guards patrolled everything past the 5th level, the duo had to play it quiet, relying on melee weapons like metal pipes instead of noisy firearms. Yet as they climbed higher, they noticed a strange lack of patrol units, allowing them to breeze up to the 7th floor without breaking a sweat. The sidekick began to question if they had taken a wrong turn, since a complete lack of guards seemed way too suspicious even for a short-handed gang. Deciding to split up, the young man and his partner began scouting the massive floor to locate the vault. The main character was locked and loaded for a dungeon raid, but he was pleasantly surprised by how easy this stealth run turned out to be. Since the enemy group still outnumbers them, the survivors have to play 4D chess and destroy this system from the inside out. He realized this corrupt guild is only held together by food supplies, so if they can locate the vault, their companion can easily vacuum up all the loot with her inventory skill. However, scanning an entire floor for the exact storage room is going to take time, and they need to watch their step. Right as they were moving carefully, the young man heard a low-signal call from his partner, prompting him to rush over and investigate. What he saw left him absolutely speechless. A door with a massive sign that literally read, "Warehousey," slapped right on the front. This was such an obvious trap that they even left the key in the lock, and if the sidekick were alone, he probably would have walked right into it. Just look at this clueless blondie, Henfeng, who is already proving to be a complete liability. Sure, he might be a loyal companion to have in a fantasy quest, but he is definitely not the sharpest tool in the shed. Speaking of sheds, there are obvious tripwires wrapped around the keyhole and handle, indicating a classic newbie trap. If these hostile NPCs could afford to blow open the main character's front door, who knows what kind of lethal magic or explosive setup they have waiting for them now. Realizing the danger, the young man has to immediately warn his buddy not to touch a single thing, stopping him from blindly triggering a disaster. Instead of rushing in willy-nilly, they need to play it like a stealth mission, scouting the layout and identifying key locations before launching their counterattack. But just as the two are whispering about their plan to sneak up to the higher levels, disaster strikes. The door right beside them suddenly creaks open, and two heavily armed guards walk out just as our comedy duo is plotting how to raid the supply room. Both sides freeze in place, staring at each other like players who just encountered a random boss fight, taking a painfully long second to react. Once the shock wears off, our protagonist regains his gamer senses and bolts down the hallway, dragging his slower friend along for dear life. They manage to make a run for the stairs, but the enemy mobs are quick on their heels. The guards close the distance rapidly, forcing the young man to jump in and protect his buddy from getting his skull cracked open. He blocks a vicious strike from a metal pipe with his own weapon, while his sidekick seizes the opportunity to strike back. With a perfectly aimed low blow to the guard's groin, they buy just enough time to retreat back into their safe zone and slam the door shut. Unfortunately, the noisy skirmish alerts the rest of the guards patrolling the lower levels, forcing our heroes to rush upstairs and pray they do not run into another ambush. By the time they catch their breath on the 8th floor, the sidekick notices the main character clutching his right arm in pain. It looks like his arm was fractured while defending against that heavy strike earlier. With no healing potions on hand, they desperately need to find a safe room to lay low before they are spotted. Right as they search for a hiding spot, his companion spots something in the shadows that makes him completely freeze. But before he can even utter a warning about the mysterious figure looming ahead, things go south. The young man is suddenly grabbed from behind and yanked into a pitch-black room as if he weighs nothing at all. Just like that, he is dragged into a secluded corner of the dungeon, completely separated from his partner. The door slams shut instantly, and when the hero finally manages to open his eyes in the dark, he is in for a shock. Standing before him is a massive hooded figure that looks like a high-level assassin, while his buddy frantically pounds on the locked door outside. The intimidating stranger demands to know what business they have trespassing on these restricted floors. Trying to play it cool and bluff his way out, our protagonist lies and claims they were just looking for leftover supplies. Unfortunately for him, this terrible excuse fails to convince the stranger. Without hesitation, the hooded man stomps directly on his already injured arm. He screams in absolute agony as the hood falls back, revealing a rugged old man with a wild gray beard who tells him to stop playing games. The old-timer reveals he watched them bypass the lower levels, clearly plotting something against the ruling committee. When the young man asks if this old guy has been stalking them this entire time, he gets a surprising answer. The old man just chuckles and asks him why he thinks there are 0 guards patrolling this section of the building. He points to the dark corner of the room, revealing the elite guards who are supposed to be guarding the area. They are all knocked cold and stacked like firewood. But before they can discuss the situation any further, trouble arrives. The unmistakable sound of heavy footsteps and shouting guards echoes from the hallway. It looks like his dumb friend outside has finally been cornered by the search party. The old man clicks his tongue in annoyance at the lack of stealth. He calmly walks over to the nearest escape route, showing no signs of panic. He unlatches the window, letting a blast of freezing winter wind howl into the dark room. Our protagonist asks what crazy plan he has in mind by opening a window on the 8th floor, but the old man claims the drop is actually not that bad. Because of the massive snowdrifts piled up to the 4th floor, he reasons that jumping down will be like landing on a giant pillow. With an entire squad of armed enemies about to break in, they can either take the leap of faith or stay and get pummeled to a pulp. And speaking of those guards, they are already slamming against the locked door, seconds away from breaching. While the young man is still weighing his options, the absolute madman of an old guy jumps out into the abyss without a single worry. Just as the door is finally breached by the enemy forces, a split-second decision must be made. The hero decides to trust his luck stat, diving headfirst out of the window to follow the crazy old man. Despite how terrifying the drop looks, he leaps from the building, praying the snowdrift is as soft as promised. To ensure he does not end up as a pancake, he prepares to use his glowing purple energy to break his fall at the last second. Down below, the old man easily brushes off the snow, completely unharmed and looking cool as ever. The young man, on the other hand, faceplants into the snowbank in the most awkward way possible. But hey, a landing you can walk away from is a win, even if he feels like his soul left his body. Looking down from the window, the guards can only watch in disbelief, convinced these two are absolute psychopaths. Without hesitating for a second, the old man bolted toward the nearest window and shattered the fragile glass with a swift elbow strike to guide Han Feng to safety. Honestly, even our protagonist was seriously impressed by the old geezer's relentless survival instincts. The young man followed him right through the window, successfully escaping the clutches of those angry committee raiders since Mr. Zhang's lackeys didn't have the guts to make the leap. To give chase, meaning those goons had to take the stairs like total normies who lacked any fantasy movement skills. Eventually, the old-timer led our guy to a secluded room and lit a small fire to generate a bit of warmth. The main character admitted that he definitely would have been captured if it weren't for this bearded veteran. This wild old man practically dragged him all the way up to the 5th floor instead of settling for the easily accessible 3rd. The goons chasing them would naturally expect them to hide on the lower floors, so they are currently swarming those areas and setting up deadly traps. Seeing the uneasy look on the young man's face, the bearded senior smugly asked if he was terrified, which was totally fair, considering they were literally chilling by a campfire right next to a cold, stiff, dead guy. When asked why he saved our protagonist, the old man quickly corrected him, claiming that if given the chance, he would love to take him out himself. He then praised the kid for having just enough brain cells to avoid the obvious trap at the fake warehouse, but now he wants him to spill the beans on everything he knows about the committee. If the young man clams up or tries to lie, Beardy warned that he would gladly beat the truth out of him. Seeing how easily the senior took down those guards, our guy figured the old man was lurking on the upper floors to either scavenge resources or settle a score with the committee. Either way, his own and Brother Lee's sudden appearance must have completely ruined the old man's agenda. When our hero asked if he had some sort of personal vendetta against Mr. Zhang and his squad of goons, the old-timer admitted he did, adding that he knows a dark secret that Zhang Shuyu is currently hiding. The protagonist's ears perked up instantly as he asked what kind of secret they were talking about. The old man stood up, noting that this reaction confirmed the kid must be connected to Zhang Shuyu in some way. Prodding further, Beardy demanded that the young man spit out everything he knew about the committee, unless he wanted to become the second corpse decorating this room. The choice was entirely up to him. Naturally terrified of getting beaten to death by this crazy powerhouse, our guy started trauma dumping about his incredibly unpleasant and messy encounters with that Asian-looking bastard. To summarize, Zhang blew up his base, stole his girl, and stripped away his support system. The villain even pulled out all the stops and threatened them with a firearm just to get his petty revenge. But a paltry pistol wouldn't cut it. The clever protagonist mixed a shred of truth with some giant lies, throwing in the pistol detail hoping that the old man would totally buy his sob story. And it looks like Beardy fell for it hook, line, and sinker. He sighed, confirming that a cheap pistol is nothing for the committee's high-level players to worry about. The fact that the boss let our guy go free without even confiscating the weapon proves it. When asked why, the old man presented two items and said, "We have two main theories here. Either this corrupt leader is putting on a massive show to keep his righteous reputation, or even worse, Han Feng is dealing with a guy who has a secret stash of overpowered cheat code weapons hidden away. To make matters worse, the young man brought his brother along to permanently take out the big boss. He hopes this corrupt guild will crumble once they cut off the head of the snake. Sure, the system they built originally had decent intentions. It actually helped a few survivors get through the early days of this real-life survival game. But the villain's toxic mindset convinced everyone that being ruthless is the only way to level up in this cruel world. This means even if this apocalypse ends, these depraved souls will never fit back into normal society. And that is exactly why they need to hit the reset button on this entire corrupted faction immediately. The wise old man is completely down with the plan to overthrow the bosses. However, he is seriously stressing over the chaotic power vacuum that will follow if they actually pull off this heist. Let's be real, in a lawless fantasy setting like this, the high-level hunters always feed on the weak players. Taking out the head honcho might just plunge the entire zone into a lawless PvP free-for-all. It will lead to total bloodshed as everyone fights over the few remaining drop items. Since they are at a crossroads, they might as well call in a third party for some strategic advice. As luck would have it, a mysterious listener has been camping outside the door, catching every single word. They were eavesdropping on this top-secret strategy meeting from the hallway. The moment they were spotted, the intruder chucked a heavy water container straight at the old man's head. It missed, and when the bearded warrior threw a counterpunch, he was shocked to find his attack blocked by a surprisingly small opponent. He quickly realized that the hands stopping his blow were shaking uncontrollably. Driven by fear, the bearded guy wound up for another strike to crush the intruder. He was ready to smash the spy's skull but froze the second a familiar voice rang out. Sporting bright pink hair and a cute coat, it was none other than the neighborhood's favorite healer nurse. Spotting our protagonist in the room, she instantly recognized him from his time at the medical clinic. Once the tension died down, the sweet healer patched up the main character's broken arm. She apologized a million times for spying on their secret chat. She explained that she had dropped by to check on an elderly patient, only to find the poor guy already dead. This prompted her to hide in panic when she heard footsteps. The bearded fighter immediately gets suspicious. He thinks this angel-faced nurse had something to do with the death, calling her saint-like routine a total sham. Even if his cynical view has some truth to it, the young lady doesn't regret her choices one bit. Critics can call her cold-hearted, but in a survival game, you have to stay alive first if you want to save anyone else. Plus, the big boss himself gave her a VIP access pass to roam around the territory completely unrestricted. She definitely reaps the benefits of the ruling class, even if she isn't officially on their roster. However, the leader has been purging the weak and elderly lately. The deceased old man was next on the chopping block. Cutting down on useless mouths to feed helps the ruling faction preserve their precious hoard of supplies much longer. But word on the street is that a rival guild of martial artists is rising up to challenge the current system. To crush this new threat, the boss is speeding up the purge of the weak. He is prioritizing resources for the high-level fighters who can actually defend his throne. With tensions reaching a boiling point, things are getting extremely chaotic in this post-apocalyptic zone. It is highly likely that an all-out guild war is going to kick off any second now. If a war is coming, finding the boss's legendary stash of weapons should be their top quest priority. Beardy scoffs and asks our hero what a solo player like him could possibly do even if he finds that armory. The young man fires back, saying he will improvise on the spot rather than just waiting around like an NPC. He has zero interest in sitting around waiting for a game over screen with the rest of the lobby. The bearded guy basically tells him they are completely doomed either way, so he has no plans to stop the protagonist from rushing into this high-level dungeon by himself. He warns the young rookies that the current boss is just a mid-tier mob compared to the real threats out there. There is going to be way more blood, sweat, and tears required to survive this brutal leveling process. In this dog-eat-dog survival game, the last player standing wins, and with that mic drop, Beardy leaps out the window like he is allergic to actual doors. With the dramatic exit completed, only the young man and the pink-haired healer remain in the room. Surprisingly, this powerhouse of a nurse eagerly asks if she can join his party and help. The main character politely turns her down, not wanting to drag a support class into his dangerous solo mission, but she refuses to stay behind. She is furious at the corruption and determined to protect their zone from the tyrannical boss. Staring at the sheer fire and absolute determination burning in her eyes, the protagonist finds it impossible to reject her request to team up. Now that they are in a party, he realizes there is actually one crucial quest step he needs her help with. Meanwhile, Down in the parking lot, the enemy guards are busy reporting their wild encounter with our hero. Talk about timing. Just when everyone assumed Han Feng was hiding away like a scared rat, he strolled right into the open, only to get dragged straight into the lion's den. They threw him into a secluded room, far away from any potential witnesses. There, the poor guy took a brutal beating until he was left coughing up blood. Doubled over, he was tied up and repeatedly kicked by a loyal lapdog of Big Boss, who gave him a harsh lesson about stealing resources from their faction. This brainwashed lackey even threatened to snap our hero's remaining good arm if he ever dared to show his face in their territory again. Honestly, the goon would have kept tenderizing the young man's face if a sudden emergency hadn't called all guards away to handle a massive ruckus. Once the coast was clear and the thugs had hurried off, the protagonist initiated his recovery skill. A mystical green light began to radiate from the young man's body, kickstarting his cellular regeneration. This healing magic patched up his bruised and battered body, allowing him to sneakily navigate back toward the heart of the enemy's zone. The main character planned to locate their secret armory the moment his healing process finished, knowing that every single second counted in this high-stakes game. While basking in that warm healing glow, he also utilized a strange purple energy to weaken the fibers of the rope binding him. With that extra magical boost, he managed to mend his fractured bones, though tapping into this power was incredibly exhausting. It drained his mana reserves so fast that he nearly blacked out right then and there. He realized he desperately needed to learn how to target specific injuries, instead of wasting energy healing his entire body all at once. Right as the main character freed himself from the binds, heavy footsteps echoed from the corridor outside. The rusty door creaked open, and the guards aggressively tossed in another prisoner. It was his trusty ally, and fortunately our boy reacted with lightning-fast agility to wrap the ropes loosely back around himself. He pretended to still be bound, just as the guards hurried out of the room, leaving them alone. This gave the young man the perfect opportunity to check on his comrade's condition. The poor guy's face was completely swollen and bruised, looking way worse than his already average appearance. To add insult to injury, the main character slapped his buddy awake, which was harsh but definitely got the job done. The bruised ally groaned, wishing the protagonist had at least slapped the side of his face that wasn't completely numb. He then explained how he had slipped into the facility's power distribution zone before getting caught by the guards. The ally had managed to find a clever hiding spot inside that restricted sector. Inside, he discovered a massive, suspicious shaft that led down into a pitch-black abyss. Knowing the guards would search the power room eventually, he risked it all, grabbed some thick cables, and slid down into the dark. Expecting to land in the first basement level, he was surprised to slide all the way down to basement level 2, which was completely deserted. The entire floor was filled with rows of neatly organized, tightly sealed wooden crates. Overcome by curiosity, he pried a few open, only to find them packed to the brim with thick sausages. He was just about to inspect the loot when he heard footsteps approaching from the shadows. The next thing he knew, he was waking up to the young man's aggressive wake-up slap. This horde explained why the corrupt leadership acted so smug, though the main character remained skeptical about whether the crates actually held real food. If they had an abundance of rations, why would they risk using explosives to raid other factions? The unmarked packages merely resembled meat, so his partner had simply assumed that is what they were. Something felt incredibly fishy, but at least they confirmed the corrupt boss was hiding a secret hoard. Suddenly, they overheard the returning guards talking about how weird it was that their boss wanted the ally executed so quickly. Hearing that an active execution order was out for him sent shivers down the companion's spine. But when the armed goons walked in to finish the job, the room was completely empty, leaving them utterly baffled. Little did these low-level thugs know our dynamic duo had already set up a neat little trap. They ambushed their captors, knocked them cold, and tied them up, proving that investigating this secret basement vault was worth the risk. The young man reassured his worried partner that they could easily handle the loot once they regrouped with their summoner ally. Activating his communicator, the protagonist checked in with their helper to see if their heavy-hitting reinforcement had arrived yet. Instead, the voice on the other end nervously asked if it was safe to let in the crazy lady who had previously stolen his weapon. This was a disaster, because the one knocking at the door wasn't their friendly nurse, but that psycho woman. The main character urgently warned them to keep the door locked at all costs, but Static cut off the message before he could finish. Now left completely in the dark, they had to rush back upstairs through the freezing corridors while avoiding patrol guards once again. As they crept silently through the shadows, deafening explosions and loud crashes began to echo from the upper levels. Total chaos erupted as panic-stricken refugees scrambled upstairs, while armed fighters rushed down to defend their precious resources from invaders. The young man figured the faction war had finally kicked off, and this chaotic distraction was the perfect cover for their escape. All they needed to do now was mask up, blend in with the panicked crowd, and slip away undetected. The chaotic staircase was absolutely packed with panicked survivors, allowing Han Feng and his partner to blend right in. Unfortunately, keeping a low profile in this survival game was about to become completely impossible. Why? Because the local boss's head lackey, who was supposed to be managing the evacuation, just face-planted hard. The top enforcers had cut off the fleeing crowd, absolutely itching for some action. Sensing the danger, the older brother instinctively pulled his sibling away from the imminent beatdown. Meanwhile, up on the higher levels, the self-proclaimed demon lord was watching the drama unfold. A suspicious woman pressed her ear against the door, desperately trying to detect if our hero was hiding inside, but she heard nothing. Honestly, she looked as sketchy as a rogue assassin trying to lockpick a dungeon door. Right at that awkward moment, the resident healer finally arrived on the scene. Clutching her medical kit, she immediately questioned the suspicious lady's presence near the room. The intruder got completely stun-locked, struggling to fabricate a believable lie on the spot. The best excuse she could muster was that she was just scavenging for some food. Naturally, the nurse wasn't buying that weak, low-level excuse for a second. To make matters worse, the sneaky intruder had brought a whole squad of armed, starving thugs with her. Even when confronted by this mob, the brave nurse stood her ground, claiming she was there on a house call, but the crazy ringleader wasn't having it. She had previously spotted the nurse chatting with the main character, raising her suspicions. Seizing the opportunity, she whispered manipulative lies to her desperate, supply-starved crew. The thugs advanced as the nurse backed away, threatening to report them, while the ringleader realized a hostage would lure the young man out. The underlings hesitated to capture their only healer, prompting the nurse to warn them that her polite demeanor was about to expire. When they ignored her warning and tried to grab her anyway, they made a massive mistake. With surprising physical strength, the seemingly delicate healer grabbed the thugs and slammed them together like ragdolls. The ringleader and her remaining lackeys instantly recoiled in pure shock. Taking a deep breath, she calmly stated that interfering with a medical professional is bad for your health. Losing her mind, the crazy ringleader whipped out a concealed blade. She slashed viciously at the nurse, showing absolutely zero regard for human life. If the healer hadn't been wearing such a heavy winter coat, that slash would have done serious damage. The attacker warned her crew to be careful, realizing they were dealing with someone of superhuman strength. While everyone was distracted by the fight, the apartment door slowly creaked open. The attackers stood frozen in confusion as the weapons in their hands began to violently vibrate. Suddenly, that vibration transformed into an incredibly powerful magnetic pull. Standing in the doorway was the self-proclaimed demon lord, unleashing her hidden system power for all to see. She even threw in some completely unnecessary anime hand signs just to maximize the dramatic effect. Instantly, all their blades, pipes, and makeshift weapons were ripped away by her telekinetic force field. The suction force was so intense that it even started tugging at the ringleader's ragged clothes. The panicked thugs tried to flee, but the gravity field was just too strong to escape. They genuinely believed a supernatural ghost was tormenting them. Down on the lower levels, the faction war was escalating into absolute, brutal chaos. Amidst the flying fists, the protagonist and his ally found themselves sprinting for their lives. He had accidentally punched the wrong target, triggering a hilarious, cartoonish chase sequence. In a desperate bid, the young man combined his green and purple energy lights to summon a reinforced combat glove. Worse yet, the boss's enforcers spotted them in the crowd, meaning capture would lead to a swift game over. Thinking fast, our hero formulated a plan to split up and divide the enemy's attention. While his ally went to rescue their roommate, he volunteered to act as the ultimate decoy. The daring fighter made a massive scene in the underground parking lot to draw maximum aggro. He leaped onto a car hood and yelled like a maniac, instantly turning every head in the area. Flashing a double middle finger, he boldly claimed he was the one who jacked up the prices of all the survival supplies. He proudly declared he wanted everyone to starve, which was followed by an absolute, stunned silence. Suddenly, every rival faction member in the room united in pure, unadulterated rage. Forgetting their differences, they all shared one singular quest, to hunt down and destroy him. With Phase 1 complete, the clever protagonist remembered the blocked parking exit, where tons of heavy snow were piling up. Once freed, Hanfeng bolted straight for the exit like a man possessed, completely oblivious to one of the deadly twin bosses hot on his heels. Next thing he knows, a massive punch sends him flying, tumbling and ragdolling all the way to his target destination. Talk about a shortcut. With his back pressed against the giant metal gate, the furious mob of enemies cornered our main character character. Facing certain doom, he touched the freezing metal surface, channeling his mysterious superpower to activate. With maximum focus, he coated the entire gate in a bizarre purple glow. Spooked by this sudden magical aura, the hostile crowd halted in their tracks. But as soon as the eerie light faded away, their rage flared right back up. To trigger them further, the young man literally screamed at the thugs, daring them to make their move. As the angry mob charged, the solid metal gate behind him suddenly turned into soft, gooey jelly. That liquefied metal stood no chance against the massive wall of snow outside. The barrier collapsed, unleashing a massive indoor avalanche, forcing the thugs to instantly forget their beef with our protagonist. It was time for a desperate run to survive. The icy deluge swept through the underground parking, tossing parked cars aside like toys and swallowing the rival factions in a freezing white abyss. Only the luckiest and fastest runners managed to escape the path of destruction, barely saving themselves from being buried alive. Once the frozen chaos finally settled, the basement was completely wrecked. Fortunately, our clever MC had anticipated this and secured a safe hiding spot. After making absolutely sure that the dangerous enemies had been swept away, he dug himself out of the snowdrift. Remarkably, using his transmutation magic on that massive gate hadn't drained his energy at all. Maybe he was leveling up his skills. While he was contemplating his newfound potential, the mysterious old man who had saved him earlier suddenly materialized. It felt as though this eccentric boomer had been stalking him from the shadows this entire time. Just then, the surviving thugs began filtering back into the ruined basement, their footsteps echoing closer. Realizing the danger, the old man grabbed the kid and dragged him away. They slipped away, hiding in a secluded corner of the first basement level. Catching his breath, the young man demanded to know who this old-timer was, and why he kept meddling in his affairs. Seeing no point in lying, the elder introduced himself as a rebel leader fighting against the main villain. The rebel leader extended a hand, offering a formal partnership, though the kid felt rather skeptical about the proposal. While the old warrior wanted to team up now, he had previously rejected working with our hero, making him double-guess this sudden change of heart. The last thing he wanted was to get scammed into a suicide mission. However, the elder argued that they were simply two parties striving to achieve the exact same objective. After weighing the options, joining forces with a seasoned fighter would definitely boost his chances of taking down the big boss. Even though he didn't fully trust this old-timer, the main character decided a temporary alliance was his best bet. The duo shook hands, sealing a pact that would shake up the entire facility. Meanwhile, on the lower levels, the villainous boss was inspecting his stash of getaway vehicles. Just then, reports of the upper floor avalanche reached him, along with news that the freezing temperature was scattering his troops. To make matters worse, their hostages had vanished. Yet the mastermind remained cool, confident that these minor hiccups wouldn't ruin his grand plans. Unbeknownst to him, the newly formed duo was stealthily scouting nearby, having already spotted the fleet of armored trucks. Where exactly they planned to drive in this post-apocalyptic ice age remained a mystery. Seeking immediate answers, the badass old-timer charged straight into the enemy hangar, relying on his trusty combat skills. Completely caught off guard, the arrogant boss kept barking orders at his goons, only for their neat little operation to be shattered by sudden gunfire echoing from the rear. Before the guards could even process the ambush, the veteran infiltrator had already bypassed their defenses and breached their perimeter. Using high-level martial arts, the old warrior systematically dismantled the elite guards one by one. Terrified and disoriented, the remaining henchmen began firing blindly in all directions, but the seasoned rebel didn't flinch at the sound of gunfire or the smell of burning gunpowder. He trusted only his trusted firearms and close combat experience. While the elite defenders focused entirely on protecting their leader, they completely forgot about a two-front attack. That was their biggest mistake. Our protagonist easily slipped through their blind spot, and now he had his weapon pointed directly at the mastermind's skull. Instead of begging for mercy, the villain simply smirked, thanking the young man for finally showing up. He knew this showdown was inevitable from the start. Just as one of the twins turned around to see his boss in a complete checkmate, Mr. Zhang urged his boys to stay back, recognizing Han Feng as the ultimate threat. The boss knew this guy as the legendary prepper who stockpiled mountains of supplies before the world went to absolute ruin, assuming he had some powerful backing. But that wasn't the main issue. When prompted to inspect the magazine of his own pistol, our protagonist discovered a sneaky listening device attached to it. The cunning leader had slipped it in back during the apartment incident, knowing he wouldn't just hand over a functional weapon to an enemy for free. He was fully aware of the young man's entire strategy, and if he truly wanted to end him, it would have already happened. In reality, the boss still wanted the main character to join his faction to secure a pathway for sending survivors to a safe zone. However, acting as someone else's pawn is definitely not our hero's style anymore, so he politely declines the offer. With the negotiations officially falling through, the elderly leader subtly gave a hidden signal. Suddenly, a squad of heavily armed soldiers clad in full tactical gear breached the scene. Judging by their highly coordinated stance and sharp movements, these guys were clearly seasoned professionals. They moved with the surgical precision of elite special forces, ready to eliminate any threat. 3 shooters immediately aimed their barrels, ready to turn the young man into Swiss cheese, and he would have panicked if not for his ally. He would have just run around blindly, praying to dodge the oncoming hail of bullets. Fortunately, the old martial arts master grabbed him just in time to drag him to safety. Sheltered behind cover and completely terrified, he turned to the veteran for a quick getaway plan, only to be told to relax. The old-timer casually told him to chill, claiming that 3 special ops soldiers were nothing to worry about. The legendary fighter offered to act as the distraction, instructing the young man to find an opening to strike. The plan sounded absolutely suicidal, because how do you play decoy against a squad armed to the teeth with automatic weapons? But to prove that this crazy strategy was actually viable, the old warrior sprang into action. He abandoned their cover, dropped his center of gravity, and charged forward like a bullet. Moving at superhuman speed, he danced through the gunfire without letting a single round graze him. Once the martial artist closed the distance and entered his effective combat range, the tables turned instantly. The weapons in his hands became absolute instruments of death at close quarters. His absurd reflexes and close quarters mastery transcended normal human limits, leaving the enemies completely helpless. While the senior ally was busy dodging bullets, the boss attempted to slip into an armored vehicle to make his escape. However, the main character wasn't about to let the mastermind escape without a little parting gift. Summoning his mysterious purple energy, he coated the concrete, rapidly altering its molecular structure. The hard ground quickly turned to soft mush, causing the heavy vehicle's tires to sink deep into the floor. This quick-thinking move successfully neutralized the getaway car, trapping the target in the parking lot. Staring into his side mirror at the melting concrete eating his tires, the villain thought he was hallucinating. Our hero felt quite smug about sabotaging them from a safe distance, but his celebration was cut incredibly short. Just as he prepared to target the next tire, a lethal frag grenade came sailing directly toward his position. A mysterious hooded assassin had spotted him, bypassed standard firearms, and went straight for explosive crowd control. As the young man saw his life flash before his eyes, the attacker flashed a sinister smile. The hooded figure gave a mocking salute as the explosive bounced off the vehicle. The device detoured off the metal frame and exploded right in front of him at point-blank range, which should have been fatal. No ordinary human could survive such a devastating blast, and his physical form was instantly torn to shreds. But instead of staying dead, the main character suddenly woke up to a bizarre, ticklish sensation all over. Those mysterious goats from his weird dreams had returned, crowding around and licking him from head to toe. He simply closed his eyes, deciding to enjoy the strange healing process as the night went on. This peaceful moment lasted until an exceptionally massive tongue decided to join the licking session. Naturally, this gargantuan tongue belonged to a colossal goat that towered over the rest. The massive, slimy appendage wrapped around his bare skin, leaving traces of glowing green energy in its wake. Those tiny emerald sparks rapidly intensified, causing his spiritual form to dissolve and reform within the glowing energy. Back in reality, his physical vessel began to reconstruct itself at an impossible speed as the magic mended his tissues. In the blink of an eye, the young man had conquered death, but although his flesh was restored, his consciousness remained vacant. Meanwhile, the giant twin behind the wheel managed to free the vehicle from the hardened trap and prepared to flee. But before the driver could even press down on the accelerator to make a clean escape, disaster struck. The passenger side of the armored car instantly disintegrated as a terrifying red beam vaporized everything in its path. The ominous crimson energy pulsed violently, completely devouring whatever lay in its trajectory. With a casual swipe of his hand, the unconscious Han Feng literally deleted half of everything in his line of sight, like some overpowered glitch in the system, including a giant armored jeep. After watching their ride get dusted with a single touch, one of the twins panicked and aimed his gun at our protagonist, staring down the barrel of a lethal weapon with absolute indifference. This guy didn't even flinch. Instead, he glared with bloodshot eyes and snatched the metal barrel with his glowing hand. The pistol instantly exploded into absolute smithereens, completely dismantled by his terrifying magic. But the glitching destruction didn't stop there, immediately devouring the very threads of the thug's clothes. Meanwhile, the boss's composure completely vanished alongside the jeep's roof as he scrambled to get out of harm's way. Left completely exposed to the bone-chilling air from the avalanche upstairs, the twins began to shiver violently. The freezing cold spread through one brother's body as the glowing red energy literally ate away the top layer of his skin. Within mere seconds, the poor underling met a chilly demise, completely frozen to death. Seeing his brother perish, the surviving twin was consumed by a burning desire for pure vengeance. Fueled by rage, he charged the berserk young man while wielding a heavy metal pipe. He was dying to cave this monster's head in, but leveling up against a human cheat code is never that easy. The moment the weapon contacted the red aura, the metal instantly shattered and evaporated into thin air. Realizing this raid was going south, the boss hastily called for heavy reinforcements, because this was way out of his league. Completely ignoring the leftover twin, our sleepwalking powerhouse decided to look for a brand new target. With glowing purple energy pulsing in his hands, he casually strolled toward another armored vehicle. The terrified passengers inside had no idea how to react as the gooey energy began to swallow their ride whole. In a bizarre twist of alchemy, the armored exterior started dripping as if it were made of hot melted glass. As the metal liquefied, the trapped crew screamed for mercy, but the molten mess suddenly rehardened, turning them into permanent metal statues. Desperate to halt this terrifying rampage, one of the guards opened fire on the young man. A stray bullet lightly grazed his cheek, but a burst of green healing magic instantly repaired the damage. The rookie guards shook in their boots as their magazines clicked empty, remembering the horrific fate of their allies. Having witnessed the absolute slaughter of their comrades, their fight-or-flight response kicked into overdrive, and they chose to run for their absolute lives. Covering the panic, the elite special ops squad locked onto rampaging kid to secure the boss's escape route. However, watching his targets change direction did not sit well with the rival fighter nearby. The rival warrior stepped in, while one of the elite soldiers stayed behind to engage him in brutal close-quarters combat. Throughout the chaotic brawl, he kept trying to decipher what kind of insane power was flowing through the main character. Dodging a hail of gunfire, our protagonist used his gravity-defying purple energy to wall run like a sci-fi ninja. He countered their shooting by turning the solid concrete floor into a wobbly, gelatinous trap. With the shooters completely losing their footing, they couldn't land a single accurate shot on him. Seizing the opportunity, the young man instantly closed the gap. He deleted their automatic rifles straight out of reality with a flash of destructive red light. Mixing his powers together, the green and purple energies fused to reshape the leftover weapon scraps. He forged a jagged, twisted blade that looked like it belonged to a chaotic villain. It was the perfect weapon for a berserker who had completely lost control of his own body. With one effortless swing, he sliced clean through the throats of the elite squad members. But after executing those final guards, the massive toll of burning through his mana limits finally arrived. His stamina hit absolute zero, causing his physical frame to lock up. As his system shut down, the vengeful twin lunged from the shadows to deliver a lethal sneak attack. Before the pipe could crack his skull open, the exhausted young man collapsed face first onto the cold concrete. Seeing this absolute monster of a man completely vulnerable, the surviving brother aimed for a final blow. He truly believed he was about to end the protagonist's life right then and there. Luckily for our sleeping hero, the rival fighter was still nearby to defend his potential asset. In a one-on-one scenario, a basic grunt stood absolutely zero chance against his champion-level fists. He had just witnessed how insane the kid gets when his powers run wild. After picking up the unconscious young man, he suddenly heard suspicious noises echoing from the entrance. He knew it was time to make a quick exit and bolted, especially since the big boss had just returned to the parking garage with a fresh squad armed with heavy shields and sci-fi blasters. Clutching a firearm, Henfeng commanded the squad from the center, ready to unleash some serious action. During a quick sweep of the perimeter, they stumbled upon the cold corpses of 2 special ops soldiers. A third soldier was missing, leaving only 2 bodies. While one poor soul froze to death, his brother and a lucky few managed to escape into the wild. With their escorts wiped out, the remaining survivors were left completely blind without a guide to reach the next safe zone. Realizing the entire operation was an absolute train wreck, the leader accepted defeat and ordered everyone to fall back and regroup. It was time to cook up a new strategy. While in a dusty, ruined room nearby, someone was burning old books to keep the cold at bay. As the pages slowly turned to ash, the young man suddenly snapped awake. He was screaming about an exploding grenade, which was the final memory etched into his brain. If he was supposed to be dead, how was he still breathing, and where on earth was he? These burning questions flooded his mind, but luckily the familiar face of the guy who dragged him to safety was standing right there. This savior Li Zhenghao couldn't even explain the crazy turn of events without sounding like an absolute lunatic. Even worse, he had a pretty good hunch about what their enemy Zhang Shuyu was plotting. To get the exact details of this scheme, he had a captured volunteer ready to pay for information with a bit of blood. Through some aggressive interrogation, they learned a rival base had sent troops to trade valuable food and weapons with the villain in exchange for human cargo. When questioned about the trade, the captive stammered that they desperately needed raw manpower for their camp. Anyone with half a brain could see right through that obvious lie, as nobody builds polite civilization in a brutal apocalypse. Yet, the captive kept insisting they were just playing the heroes, trying to rebuild society and save as many lives as possible. Tired of the fairy tales, the interrogator decided to shut him up by snapping the prisoner's foot like a twig. Cracking those bones quickly loosened the guy's tongue, forcing him to admit that their failed mission would only bring more heat. The enemy headquarters was bound to send a massive wave of reinforcements to finish the job. When asked if any awakened superhumans or high-level hunters were backing them, the captive flinched. He immediately looked away, playing dumb and pretending he had no idea what kind of supernatural abilities were being brought up. That suspicious reaction basically confirmed the existence of powerful mutants, which meant starting a war with this faction would be a total nightmare, as our main character pointed out. Having just opened his eyes, the young man was getting a front row seat to his allies' brutal interrogation tactics. Since they weren't going to get any more intel, it was time to end it. The ruthless ally executed the soldier in a blood-curdling fashion. Viewing this new threat as just another annoying faction of low-level mobs to crush, they now faced a choice: wipe out this toxic faction entirely, or pack up and find a new zone to settle down in. To avoid further chaos, the main character decided it was best to regroup with the rest of their squad. They could debate their next move while heading back up to the main building. While climbing toward the apartment, the young man weighed their options, realizing that scouting for a new base outside this dungeon-like structure was probably their best bet. Before returning to the others, he made a quick detour to the second basement level to check out the armored rides. The area was packed with heavy machinery, and he moved silently through the shadows to avoid detection. He kept a low profile until the soft sound of approaching footsteps echoed nearby. Heading straight for him, attempting to ambush the intruder, the young warrior quickly realized he had walked straight into a clever trap. Using bait to distract him, a familiar figure flanked him from the shadows, aiming a heavy fist right at his temple. Reacting with lightning speed, the young man threw up his arms to shield his face. The block was incredibly smooth, executed with the muscle memory of a seasoned martial artist. He did it instinctively and felt absolutely zero pain, realizing his body had unlocked some serious combat stats and combos from his previous battles. Just as he prepared to strike back, a beam of light revealed his attacker was actually Nurse Jin, meaning he almost took down his own healer. Once the tension cleared, the protagonist briefed the team on the situation and his plan to find a way out of the complex. While his ally was furious about the human trafficking, the knave nurse thought sending people to a larger base might actually save them. But realistically, if that sanctuary was such a paradise, the local boss would have already moved there, instead of needing heavily armed guards to conduct business. The bottom line was that they were still operating in the dark with way too many unanswered questions. Honestly, they couldn't even verify if this mythical safe zone existed, and there was a high chance that hostiles would soon storm their current hideout. To prepare for the worst, their top priority was securing a getaway vehicle in the garage. They needed a quick exit strategy, and thankfully the basement was loaded with heavy-duty trucks and armored rides. The only catch was that they didn't have the keys to start up the best rides. While snooping around the trucks, the brawler found a hidden crate of weapons, perfect loot for their powerhouse to collect. This gear would definitely come in handy for the upcoming battles, so they dragged it out of the wreckage. Standing near the mangled vehicle, this was the young man's first time seeing the sheer destruction caused by his own berserk mode. While he stared at the carnage of his rampage, the girls on the team got distracted by something strange. From a dark corner of the parking garage, the nurse swore she heard suspicious noises echoing from behind some cover. Alerted by the sound, their powerhouse pulled out the largest flashlight from the inventory. Retrieving it from her dimensional storage, she aimed the blinding beam into the dark while the rest of the squad readied their weapons. They pulled down the curtain together in perfect sync. When that massive cover was finally pried open, everyone just stared in pure disbelief. Stunned by what they saw, a massive, crudely excavated tunnel stretched out beneath a heavy pile of freezing snow, leading straight into the dark unknown. Whatever beast or player dug this massive pathway had to be incredibly powerful. Seriously, it looks like that captured soldier's confession was just the tip of a massive iceberg, meaning this neighborhood is definitely no longer a safe zone. Before getting ahead of themselves, Brother Lee scanned the perimeter and spotted the neighborhood's frozen drainage pipes. Before they got too carried away, Han Feng decided to step in. The young man called for a quick timeout and dragged everyone away from the tunnel, because a dungeon raid like this requires way better preparation. For this operation to succeed, they needed to fall back. They had to plan their next moves carefully, so they gathered essential survival gear, food rations, and a few handy explosives. Just in case things got messy, they packed some decent weapons and extra extra food to ensure they could survive in the wild for a while. The main character made it crystal clear that this first run was strictly a scouting mission, so if any high-level monsters showed up, they would haul ass and retreat. They would instantly return to camp, and honestly, this level of preparation was only possible thanks to the little demon king's overpowered dimensional storage space. Leaving the girls behind, our main lead and brother Lee prepared to head out, but not before the young man heavily reinforced the walls and doors of the safe house to keep any intruders out. To make sure nothing would pose a threat, the girls saw them off, and our hero gave them a reassuring look. The little demon king proudly claimed that her special mystic eyes would bless their upcoming quest. Based on their current intel, that rival faction is no longer their only concern, as something far worse might crawl out of that dark abyss soon. The main objective of this scouting mission was to scan the area and locate any other survivors. With that in mind, the reliable brother Lee officially entered the tunnel and bravely marched forward into the gloom. They foolishly hoped the underground would be a bit warmer, but they were about to be sorely disappointed. Everything down here was completely frozen solid, making it an absolute miracle that anything could dig through it. Just 15 minutes into their exploration, they had to navigate through some seriously tricky paths. Half an hour later, the tunnel opened up into a maze of branching paths splitting in every direction. They picked a random route, climbing up and descending down through the rocky passages. After wandering for another hour, every time they spotted a manhole cover, Brother Lee would climb up to see if he could nudge it open, only to find them all sealed shut. The heavy snow above blocked everything, and the duo had been walking so long they completely lost their bearings. But thankfully they spotted another set of drainage pipes near a residential zone. They tracked the pipes until they finally encountered some solid brick and mortar structures. Finding this structural area was like receiving a gift directly from the system. Dropped straight from the heavens, they stumbled upon a detailed map of the entire underground sewer network. Despite wandering the sewers for half a day, the map revealed they were still right next to their starting neighborhood. Quieting his companion's disappointed groans, our protagonist whispered for them to shut their lights off immediately. He picked up the distinct sound of heavy vehicles speeding nearby. It turned out to be an entire caravan of military trucks rolling through. These trucks were heading straight toward the frozen metropolis. Luckily, our main man and his buddy managed to slip into the shadows and hide just in time. It was safe to assume those troops belonged to some elite special ops unit. Those soldiers were likely using the sewers to transport workers and materials to build their new base. To reach this utopian base, Brother Lee had the galaxy brain idea of tailing the convoy. He actually knew a secret back entrance into the city. Apparently, he had saved an elderly lady who fell down a drain a year ago in the city, and he boasted that his straight-a-high school memory would guide them right back to that exact spot. But when they finally arrived at the location he was hyped about, the exact manhole cover he bragged about was completely frozen solid. Since it was frozen shut, they decided to try their luck with another exit just a bit further down. Brother Lee climbed up and tried to force his way through the next hatch. He tried to muscle his way open 3 more times, but each attempt was a total fail. Left utterly embarrassed, he almost shed tears of joy when the 4th and final cover actually budged. Thankfully, they successfully infiltrated the underground parking structure of the city sector. Seriously, why does every action manhwa love parking lots so much? The young man quickly hushed his companion's boasting, telling him to keep it down since they were now in enemy territory. The stealthy duo kept low to the ground and carefully crept through the area. Our main character, Han Feng, sneaked through the ruined streets using rusted cars as cover. As they crept along, they spotted some grim remains of a battle. Frozen corpses littered the area alongside signs of a heavy clash near a back wall, where laborers were struggling to smash through concrete slabs. Armed with sledgehammers, they were overseen by a couple of grumbling special ops soldiers who hated guarding a rundown district with terrible rations. This guard duty was a drag, but it proved that the city's central sector had already fallen completely under the iron fist of the militaristic faction. Right then, the entire ground began to vibrate violently. The guards barked orders for the workers to back off, shouting that the real muscle was about to break through from the other side. Moments later, the heavy concrete barrier they were working on started to crack and fall apart. Before anyone could scramble to safety, a massive blast blew the wall to pieces, sending laborers and debris flying. Stepping through the dust was a colossal, bold creature resembling a giant baby with a bizarre gleam in its eyes. This beast looked barely human, and was likely the one who tunneled into their area undetected. Talk about a terrible neighborhood to live in. If our sneaky duo gets spotted by this monster, they are absolutely toast. Having cleared the path, the giant infant threw a tantrum demanding food, prompting the commander to promise treats once the rubble was cleared. The monstrous toddler did not appreciate the delay, throwing a fit as thick veins started bulging all over his thick neck before he slammed his fists down and shattered the concrete beneath him. The shockwave of destruction ripped through the ground, heading straight toward the spot where our heroes were currently hiding. That was their cue to get the hell out of this dangerous ruined zone. They immediately began to crawl away, keeping a low profile to avoid drawing any attention. His companion was doing a solid job of staying silent until he accidentally inhaled a face full of dust. The tickle in his throat from the debris was just too much to handle. He let out a loud sneeze, leaving his partner absolutely mortified that their perfect stealth run was ruined. The guards immediately spotted the two intruders scrambling toward a manhole and ordered a full pursuit. With their cover blown, all they could do was run for their lives without worrying about the consequences. The giant toddler was surprisingly fast, and despite their head start, the mutated superhuman was closing the gap. Once the monster got close enough, he smashed the ground, causing the entire tunnel system to shake. The path ahead collapsed into jagged rocks, halting their escape. Realizing the danger, the young man told his buddy to run while he stayed behind. He needed to buy some time, and this seemed like the perfect chance to test his awakened magic against another superhuman. Channeling his mysterious purple aura, he coated the fractured ground to set up a trap. As the massive pursuer charged ahead, he suddenly felt his feet sink deep into the softened soil. The ground had turned into a sticky quicksand, and he struggled in vain to pull himself free. His immense weight only made him sink faster, making the creature realize that this young man was a powerful ability user worth capturing. However, taking him alive would be tough, as our protagonist activated his green energy to solidify the mud. The process of reversing the ground back to solid concrete was incredibly smooth. Trapped in the hardened earth, the giant mutant became absolutely enraged, wanting nothing more than to obliterate the kid who was using these weird skills on him. Even with his combined magic, the young man was sweating bullets as the beast threatened to break out through pure brute force. Meanwhile, his companion had made some distance, but looked back to see his ally in deep trouble. Spotting some discarded metal pipes on the ground, he had a sudden stroke of genius. If the young man could just maintain his energy output a bit longer, he could seal the giant beast for good. Victory was almost within his grasp in this intense battle of attrition. Unfortunately, his overprotective buddy abandoned the escape plan, grabbed a pipe, and rushed back to help. Since the monster was immobilized, the gangster managed to land a solid blow right on the creature's bald head. Sadly, the swing did zero damage and only served to make the giant baby furious. This was the second time our hero got completely screwed over by his buddy's hot-headed blunders, which accidentally gave the trapped monster a second wind. Now enraged and wanting to crush them both, the beast broke free, forcing the duo to flee once more. They were right back to square one. His friend meant well, but his heroic rescue attempt backfired completely. After running for their lives for a few more agonizing minutes, they managed to lose the giant pursuer when a pile of rubble collapsed and blocked the path behind them. Now that Han Feng and his companion have dodged those falling boulders, they officially cleared the first zone only to face a whole new level of survival problems. First on their checklist is figuring out where they actually ran to, which had his self-proclaimed guide assuring him they were totally fine. This guy claimed he had the area's map perfectly memorized in his supposedly genius brain and would guide them straight to safe harbor. With absolute confidence, the local gangster picked a path and strutted ahead, though our main character wasn't buying the act for a single second. 10 minutes into their trek, his loud-mouthed companion shouted that he finally recognized the sewer layout. About 20 minutes after making that sharp turn, the guide was still mindlessly following random pipes. By the 40-minute mark, even the self-proclaimed expert was starting to seriously question his own navigation skills. Fortunately, the young man felt a subtle breeze drifting in from a nearby passageway. He quickly took over steering duty and navigated them toward the source of the draft. Chasing the airflow, they eventually stumbled upon a path leading straight out of the dark. The route sloped upward, revealing a literal light at the end of this icy dungeon tunnel. Suddenly, his companion leaped ahead, acting like he was the mastermind who discovered the exit all along. They scrambled up a steep wall of ice, trying their best not to slip on the frozen obstacles. Scaling the frozen ridges, they finally made it to the surface as daylight began to fade. Stepping onto the surface world, they saw a dark, frozen wasteland where the snowfall had only slightly calmed down. The world they once knew was completely gone, replaced by a permanent icy apocalypse. Leaping out of the sewer shaft, the gangster confirmed that what used to be a flowing river was now solid ice. Scanning the bleak horizon, our protagonist spotted a massive landmark that resembled the Dingfeng Tower. That particular tower was supposed to be the tallest structure within 5 kilometers north of their home base. Seeing it meant they had wasted hours traveling in the complete opposite direction. while fleeing the monster threat. Their home turf was in the southern third ring, but they were now stranded in the northern fourth ring. Since the subterranean tunnels were collapsed, their only hope was an overland trek through the frozen wastes. To make it back, they had to cross the dangerous Jingshuan area, which felt like a death mission in this climate. Once again, the loud companion bragged about having connections in the area who could secure them warm food and shelter. But while the guy was busy boasting and strutting around like a protagonist, his footing failed him on the snow-slicked road. He slipped and face-planted, though luckily the deep snow cushioned his fall, proving they needed to move with extreme caution. As night fell and the blizzard intensified, finding a safe haven became their top priority. The duo pushed forward through the storm, scanning the frozen ruins for any structure that could serve as a camp. They were only 3 kilometers away from their destination, but the freezing gale was reaching critical levels. If they could survive another hour of this frost damage, they would reach familiar territory. However, it soon became obvious that they had to speed up or face a permanent game over. Adding to the horror, they stumbled upon 2 corpses frozen solid in the middle of the street. Even with heavy survival gear, these poor souls couldn't withstand the extreme temperature debuff. Their bags were completely empty of food, which explains why they risked venturing out into the freezing wild in the first place. This is the brutal new reality of this frozen fantasy world, meaning they had to find shelter immediately rather than push through. Neither of them wanted to end up as human popsicles like those unfortunate travelers. Pushing through the pain, the pair finally crossed the border into the next district. They arrived just as the blizzard reached its peak intensity, blinding their vision. Surprisingly, a few luxury villas in this high-end zone were not entirely buried by the snow. As they approached a promising house for shelter, they noticed dark silhouettes moving through the thick snow. The overconfident companion volunteered to scout ahead and negotiate with the mysterious figures. Before our protagonist could warn him about the danger of trusting strangers in an apocalypse, the foolish guide rushed forward anyway. In the blink of an eye, the guy was ambushed by 2 armed men and ended up with a pistol pressed against his temple. Left with no choice, the young man slowly reached down to draw his own concealed weapon. But these bandits weren't amateurs and immediately fired a warning shot near his feet, barking orders at him to freeze. The 2 muggers then started arguing about keeping their captives alive, since carrying dead weight up the mountain would be a hassle. Ultimately, he was forced to hand over his firearms to defuse the situation. With a cold gun barrel pressed against his forehead, he calculated if his system's healing factor could survive a headshot. While his unique abilities might save him, starting a firefight would surely get his hostage friend killed. Choosing the smart route, he surrendered peacefully, and the 2 of them were escorted up the mountain. The bandits gloated about their easy catch, thinking they had secured some valuable new assets. The main character played along, hoping that surrendering their gear would satisfy the thugs, but these hostiles had far more sinister plans in mind. The young man, Han Feng, figured that the 2 of them were basically being walked straight into a cannibalistic den to serve as emergency rations. Even with the danger, he couldn't deny that this location was actually a prime piece of post-apocalyptic real estate. Perched right at the top of the hill, it offered a perfect tactical view of the entire ruined city. And when they arrived, one of their captors unlocked the villa gate using an automatic key fob. That meant the place still had juice, and since the main grid had been dead for ages in this frozen wasteland, this mansion had to be running on its own generator. Despite the entire zone being buried under a massive layer of ice and snow, the structural quality of these luxury estates was top tier. It was obviously high-end architecture, which put a massive smile on our protagonist's face. Excellent defensive fortifications were already built all around the property. Right then, a brilliant, borderline villainous idea popped into his head. If they could just take out these low-level thugs, he could easily transform this place into an impenetrable dungeon base, with a little help from his pint-sized beast companion. Unfortunately, the main character let out a sneaky chuckle that got him noticed, instantly earning him a swift, disrespectful slap right on the back of his skull. Rubbing his head, he watched as the bandits finally ordered them to start digging near the perimeter wall. The thugs promised that if they cooperated and finished the excavation, they'd be set free with all of their gear returned. All the captive duo had to do was keep their heads down and avoid pulling any funny business while on the job. The bigger, dumber goon was assigned to watch over the newly recruited manual laborers for the first shift. This massive meathead was already getting visibly annoyed by how bossy his pint-sized partner in crime was. He turned to the captives and barked threats, promising to paint the snow red if they didn't start swinging their shovels immediately. When they asked to at least have their handcuffs taken off, the giant snapped and forced them to dig while still bound. So the veteran gangster and the young man had no choice but to comply. Just like that, a powerful awakened meta-human and a seasoned crime boss were reduced to basic manual labor. Honestly, it was highly doubtful these lowlifes would actually keep their word and let them walk once the excavation was finished. While scoping out the massive courtyard, the main character spotted a suspicious, massive mound of snow piled right next to a truck. Looking closer, he noticed a horrifying collection of frozen arms and legs poking out from the white mound. Yeah, this was definitely not a good sign for their long-term survival prospects. The young man silently nudged his partner, gesturing toward the grim graveyard of frozen bodies. The tough gangster nearly lost his mind when his brain finally processed the macabre sight. Those frozen corpses were proof that their captors were ruthless killers, meaning they couldn't just sit around waiting to be next on the chopping block. The young man quickly cooked up a counter strategy and whispered the details to his partner to get ready for action. The play started with the two of them suddenly screaming and hurling insults at each other. They put on an Oscar-worthy performance, fighting over the proper way to shovel snow and slowing down the work on purpose. The big guard fell for it hook, line, and sinker, raising his weapon and ordering them to shut up and keep digging. But the duo kept bickering, completely committing to the bit until the guard gave up trying to mediate, simply demanding the hole be finished before sunset. The moment the goon turned his back on them, the fake argument instantly vanished, and before he could even walk away, the flat side of a shovel was already zooming toward the back of his skull. With the giant knocked out cold, our heroes finally got their hands on a firearm. Meanwhile, inside the cozy villa, the smaller bandit was relaxing with a highly questionable adult magazine. He was drooling over the pages, thinking he was safe and sound for some private time. But before he could even get comfortable, a blinding flashlight suddenly beamed straight into his eyes. He looked up to see a gun barrel staring right back at him, as the duo playfully jingled their handcuffs and mocked him for getting caught red-handed. Talk about an embarrassing way to lose a hostage situation, because in just a few hours, the tables had completely turned. The hunters had become the hunted, and the captured goons quickly whimpered that they were just simple debt collectors who got trapped here when the apocalypse hit. They swore on their lives that the frozen meat pile outside wasn't their doing, claiming they might be thugs, but they aren't mass murderers. Hearing this, the main character lowered his weapon, deciding that their desperate story actually sounded plausible. Since the bumbling duo didn't seem entirely evil, he decided they were free to leave. His partner, however, wasn't buying the sob story for a second and argued that letting potential threats walk away was a terrible idea. While the young man promised them freedom, it naturally came with a very special, frostbitten condition. The two thugs were stripped down to their absolute bare essentials and kicked out into the sub-zero wasteland, wandering the freezing zone in just their underwear. It was only a matter of time before the elements finished them off. With that little side quest cleared, it was time to prep for the long journey back, which originally started as a simple scouting mission. They were only supposed to check out the local tunnels, but a series of chaotic events had dragged them way too far from their safe zone, leaving him to hope their friends at base were doing all right. Back at the camp, their companions had gathered in the main shelter room, anxiously waiting to see if their defensive system would hold out. The old man pointed out that instead of stressing over the scouting duo's return, they seriously needed to focus on surviving their own immediate crisis. Just a few hours after those scouts departed, a whole army marched out of the dark tunnel, led by a massive giant with a bizarre baby face. Since this monster could control Earth's elements, Zhang Zuoyu happily welcomed the delegation, officially taking full control of the entire district, thanks to these new heavy hitters. Naturally, this power play turned the rival faction into public enemy number one, prompting the newly crowned boss to flip the entire building upside down in a desperate search. The old man could only laugh at how clueless the residents were for thinking they were safe, because that army definitely didn't march in there to play hero. They honestly believed their saviors had arrived, completely oblivious to the fact that they had already been sold out like cheap merchandise. Until the day they die, they'll remain clueless. Though the little demon king actually made sense for once, noting that these people are just choosing submission for a tiny shot at survival in this harsh environment. In a chaotic fantasy world, humans really are simple creatures who will bow to anyone for a lifeline, and after dropping that deep philosophical truth, she just drifted off to sleep. Right after spitting that straight facts, she fell asleep, prompting Nurse Jin to gently cover her with a warm blanket. As the blanket settled, the concept of forced submission got Li Zhenghao thinking about his own past. Being forced to obey reminded the former champion of the dark days when he had to throw away his pride. In his past life, this guy was an absolute beast in the ring, climbing the ranks with sheer martial arts talent. As a legendary professional boxer, he was cheered on by thousands who screamed his his name in adoration. Yet even the greatest champions have to taste defeat, and in this brutal sport, taking hits is just part of the game. Inside the four corners of that squared circle, this warrior was unstoppable, yet he was completely vulnerable outside of it. His biggest weakness was his toxic trainer, who did nothing but scream insults, while the fighter was getting his face beat black and blue. The coach only cared about securing a win, having molded the fighter into a weapon only to threaten to strip away his career at a moment's notice. Just as quickly as a fragile old man loses his grip, those painful memories still haunt the fighter's mind to this day. Snapping out of his flashback, he turned to the girls and urged them to pack up immediately, warning them that the enemy's lapdogs were searching unit by unit for any rebels. They couldn't afford to idle, but unfortunately for the group, their clock just ran out. Before they could even take a step, the heavily reinforced metal door of their room was violently blasted open. With the entrance shattered, the fighter, the nurse, and the little demon king found themselves completely exposed to the intruders. It was a total mystery how the enemy located their hideout so quickly in this massive maze. Well, it turns out their tracker was an overgrown mutant with super senses who could sniff them out from miles away. This giant baby-faced hunter was literally drooling at the mouth upon finally cornering his prey. Meanwhile, down in the dark basement, the militarized faction was busy packing massive crates of sketchy mystery sausages onto heavy-duty trucks. As the trucks fired up, the faction commander received the official tally, showing they were moving 97 refugees and over 100 crates of weird rations. Hauling this much loot back to their main stronghold should have been a walk in the park for these guys. Puffing on his cigar, the battle-scarred captain casually asked for an update on the 3 elite scouts he had sent ahead. Trembling with fear, the local boss confessed that those elite soldiers were instantly wiped out by a guy named Han Feng, trying his best to shift the blame away from himself. Hearing that his personal elite squad got taken down definitely pissed off the scarred commander. The local boss quickly explained that this mysterious target was a high-level superhuman who used insane light-based magic, claiming he only survived by acting as a cooperative partner. He frantically reminded the captain that he was the one who did the dirty work of processing those questionable meat sausages, stopping himself just before he could let any dangerous secret slip. Some things are better left unspoken, and the ruthless commander shut him up before he could babble any further. The cowardly boss was absolutely desperate to prove his utility, just to keep his head attached to his shoulders. Luckily for him, the scarred leader was actually satisfied with the results, welcoming him to the crew since the boss never turns on his own men without a solid reason. For now, he decided to send a strike team to capture this mysterious magic user for a very painful chat, because if there's one thing the boss despises, it's a liar, and the terrifying tracker he dispatched to hunt down this powerful user was none other than that massive, baby-faced brute. Immediately after breaking the door down, the muscle-headed giant demanded to know where the light mage was hiding. Sensing immediate danger, the former champion instinctively grabbed the kids to shield them. He pulled the little demon king close and threw his own body in front of the nurse to protect her from the blast. Anyone capable of easily shattering a door reinforced by their leader's magic was a straight-up monster, and the fighter's survival instincts were screaming at him to run. The giant gave off the terrifying aura of a wild beast, and years of ring experience told the fighter he stood zero chance in a straight fistfight. Desperate to find a way out of the room, the older man threw a hard elbow strike at the glass window to make an exit. Instead of breaking the glass, the impact nearly shattered his own elbow bone, leaving him wincing in intense pain. Unfortunately, the glass had also been buffed by their leader's strengthening system, making it tougher than steel. With no easy escape routes left, the brave fighter told the girls to run while he prepared to stall the beast. Before things turned into a bloodbath, the brave nurse stepped forward and calmly told Giant they had never heard of that target. She claimed there must be some misunderstanding, and surprisingly, the brute fell for the innocent act and actually apologized for the mess. The nurse quietly sighed in relief, while the fighter stood there completely dumbfounded by the turn of events. Totally dumbfounded, the overgrown toddler paused on his way out to double-check the unit number on the door, confirming it was indeed apartment 1804. It turned out the little lady had shamelessly lied straight to his face. Flying into a rage, the massive baby slammed his palms onto the ground, causing the entire floor to violently shake. As everything trembled, the man grabbed the window frame and realized it was a sliding window. Without wasting a second, he grabbed the girls and yeeted them right out of the opening. They got a brief, beautiful view of the snowy landscape before gravity took over. The nurse watched in horror as the beast came within inches of crushing the old man. But if there is one thing this giant toddler despises, it is dishonesty. Liars really tick him off. Meanwhile, the girls were in a terrifying free fall from the 18th floor, plummeting straight down toward the thick blanket of snow below. While the neighborhood was descending into absolute chaos, Han Feng and his buddy discovered a hilarious new way to travel. They were heading home on actual snowboards, and every single mistake the sidekick made earlier was instantly forgiven thanks to this genius idea. Naturally, the sidekick could not resist bragging about his past life negotiating multi-million-dollar deals at luxury ski resorts. Cruising on those boards made their trip back to the district incredibly fast. It was absolute fun, but now they had to find a quiet window to sneak back into their building. Right at that moment, the sudden explosion on the 18th floor triggered a wild sequence of events. Keeping her cool amidst the chaos, the little Demon King opened up her handy dimensional inventory. While suspended in midair, she began dumping out every single soft item she had. She released a mountain of plush mattresses to cushion their impending landing. Along with the deep snow, they made a massive impact, nearly crushing the dynamic duo standing below. Luckily, the combination of fluffy mattresses and snow was enough to completely absorb the impact. The main character immediately jumped into the crater to pull them out, deeply confused by the situation. The frantic nurse explained how a terrifying beast had suddenly broken in, repeatedly muttering the protagonist's name. And speaking of that rampaging monster, it seemed he was far too impatient to bother taking the stairs. Powered by pure adrenaline and rage, the beast was ready to make a grand entrance. Panicking, the nurse quickly grabbed the young man and their cute chibi mascot to pull them away from the impact zone. Besides, this giant creature absolutely hates being called a monster, believing himself to be the absolute best. Just a good boy. But right when the main character thought he had escaped the subterranean threat, he bumped right into the giant baby on the surface. Pushing past her absolute limits, the nurse screamed at the others to start running for their lives. As the group fled, they all looked to the young man to conjure up a brilliant escape plan before they met a very messy demise. A truly painful fate awaited them, especially since the giant toddler was starving for a human snack. Just when things looked hopeless, the main character was struck by a stroke of genius. He abruptly halted his retreat and urged his companions to keep moving forward. While they ran ahead, he reached deep into his pockets to search for a secret weapon. Pulling out a small bag, he wound up his arm and threw a pitch worthy of a Major League Baseball player. Infusing the throw with his signature green energy, he tossed the bag straight toward the beast's mouth, causing the contents to react instantly. Under the influence of the magical green glow, the seeds inside began to multiply at a terrifying speed. Chomping down hungrily like a wild animal, the giant infant anticipated a delicious treat, some tasty soybeans. The young man offered a quick apology for the impending chaos just before activating his plant magic. Instantly, hundreds of seeds inside the monster's throat began to sprout rapidly, reaching full size in seconds. Massive vines and leaves erupted violently from the creature's mouth in a brutal display of nature's power. Unsurprisingly, the giant started choking on the massive beanstalks blocking his airway. Struggling to breathe, he desperately yanked the leafy vines out of his throat, coughing up blood that stained the white snow. Standing on his feet, his hatred for the clever protagonist reached an all-time high after being outplayed once again. The beast roared out angry threats, but his target had already vanished. Throwing a massive tantrum in the snow like a spoiled brat, he wallowed in self-pity because he was denied his snack. Finally, the elite special forces emerged from the basement to secure the area. Locking down the perimeter, Captain Scar gave his squad a quick speech, noting that in this frozen wasteland, there is nowhere to hide. They would easily flush out the rats. He then walked straight over to his injured student with curiosity. The giant toddler explained how the seeds had suddenly mutated and grown inside his mouth. Hearing this, the captain became intensely interested in the protagonist's overpowered plant ability, realizing it could solve their food crisis. Han Feng easily solved the issue by radioing his men to capture the old man from upstairs, plotting a scheme to lure the superhuman out. The survivors managed to escape and put some serious distance between themselves and their pursuers. Back at the hideout, the nurse recounted everything that went down, while the main character and his buddy were out scouting. She warned the young man that he was being targeted by a highly dangerous, anomalous entity. This monster can punch through reinforced doors and concrete walls like wet tissue paper, making it a threat to watch out for. Still, this guy's upgraded physical stats and magic defense have allowed him to survive even direct hits from deadly weapons. The nurse was holding back tears as she recalled how the brave old man sacrificed his own safety to save the girls. Our pragmatist MC coldly accepted that the old man was likely dead, stating they must keep moving forward so the sacrifice wasn't in vain. Otherwise, all that effort would be completely wasted. However, neither the nurse nor the little demon king were buying into his grim realism, demanding a rescue mission instead. Even their older companion agreed that they owed it to their captured ally to save him. Honestly, it is not that the protagonist doesn't want to save him, it is just incredibly risky to charge back in with almost zero chance of survival. Fortunately, the girl's intuition was right, and the old warrior was indeed alive, though beaten within an inch of his life. The soldiers paraded the bloodied captive through the snow, while their scarred captain shouted into a megaphone. Knowing the main character's crew was hiding nearby, the captain claimed that the whole bloody battle was just a minor misunderstanding. Seeing the elderly man dragged through the freezing streets, the nurse almost blew their cover in a panic. The scarred villain loudly announced that he wanted the protagonist to join their ranks. He promised that if they teamed up, the young man's wife, kid, and brother would receive VIP treatment as officials. This bizarre broadcast completely baffled the party, making it obvious the enemy had some terribly outdated intel. Getting absolutely zero response from the empty streets, the soldiers grew impatient. The captain turned to his hostage, asking if the kid they were looking for was just a heartless bastard who would let his family die. The old man just laughed, revealing that he had only met the young warrior a couple of days ago. That snarky response earned him a brutal backhand, as the captain couldn't fathom risking your life for complete strangers. The old man chuckled again, adding that the main character had also only just met those girls recently too. Realizing they were definitely not his family, the villain cursed his scouts for feeding him garbage information. Switching tactics, he yelled into the mic, urging the listening powerhouse to stop risking his neck for strangers. He even offered him pick of the litter of women at their base, which honestly made our main character hesitate for a split second before his teammates held him back. Seeing that the adults in the room were completely useless, the little demon king decided to take charge. She stepped up with a clever tactical plan to rescue their battered ally from the enemy forces. Down below, the cruel captain was crushing the captive's broken arm to extract info, but this old warrior was tough as nails. Instead of crying out in pain, he started casually asking questions about their mysterious base. The villain gave the usual rehearsed speech about saving humanity, claiming commoners wouldn't understand their noble goals. The hostage scoffed at the canned response, instantly recognizing it as a rehearsed propaganda line. Deciding the old man was as good as dead anyway, the captain leaned in close to whisper the horrific truth. In this frozen post-apocalyptic wasteland, what is the only abundant source of meat left to hunt? It was human beings, harvested like cattle to feed the living, a truth that sent shivers down the old man's spine. Just as the villain raised his gun to execute his prisoner and end the conversation forever, the sky began to rain. Out of nowhere, all sorts of random cargo began falling from the heavens like a bizarre system drop. The soldiers looked up in disbelief as cigarettes, bottles of liquor, and packages of food rained down upon them. There were even fresh vegetables and premium cuts of meat scattered all over the snowy ground. Driven by hunger, the greedy soldiers broke formation and rushed forward to grab the loot. The captain tried to regain control of his chaotic squad, firing warning shots into the air to stop their feeding frenzy. But it was useless, and he realized this was a classic tactical distraction ahead of a surprise raid. Suddenly, the loud sound of crumbling concrete and groaning metal echoed from a nearby structure. The brick walls of a shop exploded outward as a massive, heavy-duty bulldozer smashed through the storefront. Behind the wheel of this steel beast was the main character, grinning and ready to run them over. According to the little demon king's master plan, they would first scatter bait to distract the starving enemy soldiers. Once the greedy targets gathered to scavenge the supplies, they would be completely vulnerable. Then, the young man would plow right through the distracted crowd using his heavy machinery to rescue their captured ally. Alright guys, this means they're planning a wild jailbreak using a literal bulldozer to rescue Li Zhenghao. But unfortunately, Han Feng is the only one who knows how to operate this beast, and deciphering the little lady's chaotic plans is a whole dungeon raid in itself, given her delusions of grandeur. With the plan set, the squad moves out guided by her wacky visions. Even if the plan is so basic, they aren't even sure if the enemy soldiers will fall for it, or take the bait at all. Luckily, when it comes to heavy machinery, our resident dimensional pocket girl already has one parked inside her pocket space. Talk about a handy storage system. Our main character never imagined he'd spend his evening acting as a heavy machinery operator, but honestly, sitting behind the wheel of this massive steel monster feels surprisingly awesome. Like, who wouldn't want to play real-life simulator games with a giant plow? He sticks the landing, shredding through the deep snow like butter, and immediately steers toward the soldiers to shove them aside using the massive blade. It turns out the enemy forces were too busy hoarding loot to notice they were about to get swept away like trash. Desperate to stop the onslaught, the scarred captain calls upon his secret weapon, hoping this guy can halt the steel beast. Following orders, the baby-faced superhuman leaps directly in front of the oncoming vehicle like some budget action hero. Armed with pure ego and the belief that he's the strongest hunter around, the giant baby tries to physically stop the dozer. Our protagonist knows this mutant has crazy physical stats, but challenging construction equipment to a strength contest is peak comedy. It's complete madness, and the young man simply scoops up the superhuman with the front blade, catching him completely off guard. He launches him into the air, and after spinning like a helicopter, the poor guy lands headfirst. Buried upside down in the snow, the tough guy is neutralized, prompting the captain to scream at our driver to stop, or he'll shoot the hostage. However, inside the insulated cabin, the young driver can't hear a single word of those desperate threats. So he just keeps pressing the gas pedal, completely ignoring the villain's dramatic posturing. It's a high-stakes game of chicken, and the scarred captain is the one who blinks first. He dives out of the way of the massive tires, silently cursing the sheer ruthlessness of our main character. With the path cleared, all that's left is to grab the sleeping old man and make a quick getaway. The rescue mission is a total success, but now they need to execute the escape plan. To ensure a smooth ride, the young man uses his purple magic to soften the metal bed where the hostage is resting. With everyone cozy, they speed away toward the nearby skyscrapers to lose their pursuers. The protagonist signals the rest of his crew, who are waiting in the wings. Right on cue, his allies break through a building window to join the party. They land perfectly on the roof of the bulldozer, just as the soldiers recover and start firing wildly at the vehicle. The enemy troops scramble into their armored trucks. Furious that they got absolutely played by such a basic strategy, they start shooting with pure rage, but honestly their aim is so bad they couldn't hit the broadside of a barn. Meanwhile, the captain is losing his mind, screaming at his driver to step on it. Too bad for them, the thick winter snow is making the roads a slip-and-slide nightmare, rendering speed impossible. Chasing a heavy-duty plow with standard tires is a massive mismatch, especially since this bulldozer actually belongs to the captain's own camp. It was stolen from their own advanced squad, which only makes the captain twice as angry. As they struggle to maintain control, one of the chase vehicles spins out, creating a massive pileup that halts the pursuit. The chase is officially over, leaving the enemies stranded in the cold. One of their trucks almost explodes when a loose fuel tank flies right into their windshield. To make matters worse, they look ahead only to find the street completely blocked by a mountain of trash. Our team's resident little gremlin is responsible for this, throwing random items from her dimension to block the road. She stands proudly on the roof, posing like a supreme fantasy mage who just cast a high-level spell. It's an incredibly badass moment, right up until the freezing wind makes her sneeze adorably. After that cute interruption, they drive for a few more hours to make sure they've completely lost their tail. By now, the rest of the crew has piled into the warm vehicle cabin. It's super cramped inside with our protagonist, and one of the guys is already begging to take the wheel. While the old man shivers in the back, they head toward the cozy hillside villa they scouted earlier. It's the perfect spot to set up their new base, but the machine is suddenly starting to act up. The fuel gauge is flashing red, but thankfully they have the girl's infinite storage inventory, so he asks her for gas. This chaotic fantasy queen opens her portal and begins pulling out bottles of cooking oil, literally gallons of vegetable oil. Hey, at least it's not baby oil, right? Though I doubt this beast of an engine can run on canola oil. Right on cue, the motor officially dies, leaving them stranded in the freezing cold, staring at the useless bottles of cooking oil. Han Feng felt a massive headache coming on. Trying to clear up the confusion, he asked the little girl to pull out the fuel they had prepared beforehand, prompting the little Demon King to awkwardly fumble around her spatial storage dimension under everyone's gaze. As the seconds ticked by, it turned out she had accidentally packed the fuel in the wrong spot. With everything lumped together in the wrong pile, the group realized they had essentially discarded all of their most valuable survival gear. The main character originally had a whole year's worth of fuel ready to go. Now they had absolutely nothing, though the little kid tried to appease him by pulling out some natural gas. She also offered up buckets of coal, but this guy couldn't do anything with that raw material in their current situation. While staring at this useless black lump, a wild, system-like idea suddenly popped into his head. Based on his previous experiments with his unique magic, plants that failed to sprout usually transformed into a highly flammable, coal-like substance. Meat, on the other hand, always melted down into a mysterious black liquid with similar chemical properties. Since they were out of options and needed to take a shot in the dark, the young man demanded a metal bucket and some raw meat. Once the items were ready, he prepared to activate his ability. He channeled his green magical light onto the slab of meat, knowing that while upgrading it was tough, making it fail on purpose was incredibly easy. A single piece of failed meat did the trick. It quickly filled the bucket halfway with that mysterious, pitch-black liquid. Everyone recoiled in disgust from the foul stench of the sticky sludge, but our protagonist was already totally immune to the smell. He pulled a lighter from his coat pocket and set the dark fluid ablaze. Just as he predicted, the bizarre concoction proved to be insanely flammable. The young man was quite pleased with his quick thinking, though his companion, Li Zhenghao, remained highly skeptical of this sketchy alternative. They couldn't seriously power a vehicle with zombie juice, could they? But unless they wanted to abandon their ride and freeze on foot, they had to test it. With no other choice, the main character brewed up a few more buckets of this liquefied, putrid meat fuel. He poured the rancid, fermented meat juice directly into the fuel tank. He turned the ignition key, and to everyone's shock, the massive vehicle miraculously roared to life. It was an absolute miracle, proving this guy is a literal one-man survival kit in this post-apocalyptic fantasy. Their journey continued as they plowed forward through the freezing darkness. Halfway through the freezing night, the little demon king started handing out snacks to the crew. She manifested an entire display rack of random snacks for everyone to choose from. The companion stared in disbelief, asking how many items she actually had hidden inside her pocket dimension. Suddenly, he remembered a news report about a local supermarket that was mysteriously emptied overnight, and he started putting two and two together. While they happily munched on their stolen treats, their destination finally appeared in the distance. The luxurious hillside villa was finally within their sights. Riding in their heavy bulldozer, they figured they could easily smash their way all the way to the top. But just as the driver tried to floor the gas pedal, disaster struck. The heavy vehicle's engine reached its absolute limit and gave out. It suddenly exploded, which was honestly expected given the sketchy meat juice fuel they fed it. Fortunately, the machine lasted just long enough to get them close to their target. With safety just a short hike away, they set off on foot in the howling, freezing winter storm. During their climb, they passed by the frozen corpses of the bandits, whom he had previously exiled without any warm clothes. Ignoring the frozen popsicles, the group quickly slipped inside the secure compound. Once inside, they were shivering violently from the extreme cold, dangerously close to hypothermia. They located a fireplace, tossed some coal in, and sparked a warm fire. Huddling close to the warmth, they could finally let out a sigh of relief after successfully escaping the elite squad sent by Captain Scar. Sheltered from the deadly blizzard, even the grumpy veteran in their group cracked a smile, realizing this villa was the perfect place to hole up. Since the wind swept the snow downhill, the hilltop remained clear, and any sneaky intruders would easily be spotted climbing up. This highly defensible high ground was the ultimate base ideal for setting up a long-term safe house. While the companion was busy discussing strategy, the rest of the crew was already rearranging the furniture to make themselves comfortable. The young man went to inspect the generator, the Demon King unboxed a massive TV, and their tough fighter was already geeking out over a next-gen gaming console. They were incredibly lucky that the previous wealthy occupants had already set up a fully fueled backup generator before the apocalypse hit. After poking around the control panel for a few minutes, he managed to get the system running. With power restored, they finally had access to all the glorious modern conveniences of the old world. With the power finally restored, Han Feng proudly announces that they need to throw an absolute banger of a party tonight. He wants to celebrate with a feast, but the girls are way more interested in using the water heater. Taking a hot shower is their top priority, and Nurse Jin is practically vibrating with excitement. She confesses she hasn't felt warm water since the apocalypse started, meaning she is desperately craving a deep clean. She admits to having some serious post-apocalyptic musk, which immediately makes our protagonist blush furiously. Turning as red as a tomato, the young man promises her that setting up the bathroom is his absolute #1 mission. However, once he heads down to the basement, he realizes this fantasy quest is going to be a nightmare because the pipes are frozen solid and the heater is completely dead. The plumbing is a lost cause, and the entire bathroom is basically an icy dungeon. But they might still pull this off if they can find a functional tub. To make it work, they drag in a small army of space heaters to surround the area. They position them around the bathtub and pack it to the brim. They shovel in tons of fresh snow, and then pull out a secret weapon to speed up the process. He utilizes some high-voltage industrial heating rods, powered by their upgraded generator. By combining multiple electrical devices, they successfully liquefy the snow into usable bathwater. But even with the system running, the heating process is painfully slow, and every temperature check by our hero reveals it is still freezing cold. After waiting for what feels like hours, a sudden rogue electrical spark shoots out from the rods just as he is testing the water. The sudden shock jolts him awake, forcing him to react instantly. He snaps his hand back and notices something bizarre, as the static electricity triggered his mysterious red aura. When he inspects the tub again, the stubborn ice chunks have miraculously vanished. The water is now perfectly steamy, proving that his unique magic system has some seriously convenient utility features. Now that the hot spring is ready, the girls waste no time running to the bathroom. They lock themselves inside for a much-needed spa day. The gorgeous nurse happily sheds her layers to reveal her legendary physique, which we obviously cannot show, though the tiny demon king is also hanging out there. That combination is definitely a bit weird, but she ignores it and opens her inventory space. She pulls out an endless supply of scented bath bombs, luxury shampoos, premium body wash, and essential oils. It is absolute paradise for them, and in her pure excitement, the nurse hugs her companion. She accidentally smothers the demon sovereign in her chest, and they lose track of time soaking in the warmth. While relaxing in their private oasis, the nurse takes a good look at the demon lord's physique. She makes a comment about her tiny frame, which instantly offends the sovereign, who claims she is actually 21 years old. It turns out nobody had ever bothered to ask about her real age before. The entire group had just assumed she was a middle school kid this whole time. She brags that her immense dark magic naturally keeps her looking eternally youthful. Meanwhile, lurking right outside the door, our main character is listening closely to the splashing sounds. Suddenly, his buddy catches him red-handed and tries to pull him away. He gets invited to play video games, and even though the boy tries to act completely innocent, the former mobster easily spots a fellow man of culture. The gangster proudly declares that a real warrior would peek without hesitation, and he would gladly lead the charge. At that moment, Han Feng had to drag his buddy away from the bathroom door before things got borderline criminal. Instead, the boys settled for some intense console gaming in the living room while the older guest watched in disbelief, unable to comprehend how these youngsters could casually game during an apocalyptic crisis. But from the duo's perspective, this cozy shelter has everything they could ever want to keep their spirits high. Since they will be holed up in this fortress for a long time, they figure boredom will take them out way before any mutated monsters do, or the freezing weather gets them. Our MC is fully aware that the old veteran's background is far from ordinary, but he just wants a peaceful life, and as long as the old-timer doesn't bring trouble, he is welcome to stay indefinitely. Since they were already discussing shady pasts, the veteran felt it was time to reveal his true identity to the young man, starting with his secret mission to investigate awakened superhumans. But the protagonist immediately cut him off. He has zero interest in getting dragged into complicated governmental conspiracies, and wants to keep his quiet life intact. As they locked eyes, the seasoned veteran could see the sheer, unyielding seriousness radiating from the youth. With a heavy sigh, the old warrior decided to respect the kid's boundaries, and swore that he would pack his bags and depart the moment his wounded arm fully recovered. For now, the older guest and our MC went right back to smashing buttons and trading banter, like typical lobby gamers. Right on cue, the girls emerged from the steaming bathroom wearing adorable, fuzzy winter jackets. Suddenly, the old veteran slung an arm around the host and jokingly invited him to share a hot bath so they could cuddle and save precious water resources like true survivalists. After a brief and hilarious struggle, our hero realized this bromance bath time was absolutely non-negotiable. He was dragged into the hot spring, but honestly it felt incredibly relaxing. Once the crew was squeaky clean, the ultimate feast commenced, featuring a massive spread of delicious, top-tier food that had everyone stuffing their faces, like they were in a five-star resort. Afterward, they all retired to their respective rooms for the most peaceful sleep they had experienced since the apocalypse began. Over the next few days, the MC began upgrading his fortress by reinforcing the perimeter walls, the roof, and the fences, using his vast resources and system-like efficiency, even converting a top-floor attic into a fully functional sanctuary and shared sauna. He spent most of his time relaxing there, using a massive watchtower window to spy on the snowy slopes below for any approaching threats. Today, he spotted a couple of mysterious figures limping up the hill toward the base, before one of them completely collapsed in the snow just outside their gates. The crew rushed out to rescue the unconscious stranger, and as soon as the older veteran saw the man's face, his eyes went wide, in shock. It was Brother Chang, one of the top enforcers under the powerful Director Liu, a man the young leader had also encountered back in the city. For context, this director is the incredibly intimidating underworld boss who had previously sold him a firearm. Hours later, the scout woke up clutching his throbbing head, utterly disoriented as to his current surroundings. When he recognized the veteran sitting by his side, his confusion only intensified tenfold. The wounded man also recognized our protagonist, despite their brief acquaintance during that one fateful arms deal. Once they calmed him down, the man finally shared his tragic tale of how their base was raided by ruthless armed forces, leaving many of their comrades gravely injured or dead. Hearing this grim update, the old veteran grew furious and demanded to know what had become of their boss. As it turns out, the director had actually followed the MC's survival tips and hoarded massive stockpiles of food before the apocalypse hit. They had enough rations to survive the winter, and the generous boss had even been feeding hundreds of starving refugees. Everything was fine until the rogue military unit arrived, pillaging their warehouses and slaughtering anyone in their way. In a desperate bid to shield the innocent, the boss rallied his remaining fighters and engaged in a bloody last stand. Most of his crew was wiped out, and the boss himself took a bullet to the leg before being taken hostage. With their commander captured, the survivors scattered and planned to regroup at their secret stash house located in this very mountainous district. The pieces of the puzzle were finally clicking, explaining why this wounded scout had ended up collapsing right outside their doorstep. The old veteran desperately worried about the boss's fate, though the silver lining was that the enemy wanted to keep him alive for questioning. Our seasoned fighter knew he owed the boss a massive debt of gratitude, since without that man's intervention, he would have perished on the cold streets years ago. Burning with determination, the veteran hauled the injured scout off the couch, insisting they launch a rescue mission to save the boss immediately. However, the pragmatic scout quickly shut down the old man's reckless plan, pointing out that marching in with just 2 men against a heavily armed garrison was a total suicide mission. Combatants. But the way the old fighter saw it, they had to take the gamble and fight for that tiny shred of hope, even if it cost them their lives. The veteran chimed in, asking if this boss was the same benefactor from his underground boxing days who once paid a fortune for his freedom. That act of mercy saved him from the brutal fighting pits and gave him a clean slate as a free man. If they were planning a raid to save this honorable leader, the old warrior declared he would gladly offer his martial arts prowess. He still had allies inside the city, and if he could rally them, they would easily assemble the force required for a counterattack. The scout's eyes widened as he finally recognized the veteran as the legendary ring champ known as the Wild Dog, a fierce beast with an undefeated streak of 30 straight knockouts. The young host couldn't help but laugh at this incredibly cheesy nickname, leaving the tough fighter blushing in embarrassment at the mention of his old arena title. With their resolve locked in, the 3 men formed an alliance to rescue the boss. Meanwhile, our main character sat quietly in the corner, unable to believe the sheer absurdity of the situation. The arms dealer who sold Han Feng his arsenal turned out to be surprisingly honorable. However, our protagonist had absolutely no intention of risking his neck for a total stranger, so he declared he would be staying inside the safety of his luxury villa. While he couldn't help them directly in the field, he refused to let the trio venture into the frozen wasteland empty-handed. He also warned his allies to keep their overpowered superhuman abilities under wraps for obvious reasons while their guest was recovering. The young man took care of the patient within reason, knowing they couldn't serve him gourmet food without raising major red flags. They even set up the most Spartan room possible for the guests so they wouldn't look suspiciously rich. When departure day finally arrived, they packed every bag with food, weapons, and ammo, though he only understood the need for weapons and rations. What puzzled him was the guests' massive demand for cigarettes, since paper cash is worthless in this post-apocalyptic world. But in this new era, whenever powerful factions trade resources, they treat tobacco as the ultimate currency. Handing them some skis, the young man sent the trio off with a smile, while the guest bowed deeply in appreciation. He promised that his rebel faction would definitely repay this massive favor. It took the nurse a moment to realize that the traveler had mistaken her for his wife, causing her to blush so hard she could probably melt the surrounding ice. Now, left alone in the villa with the 2 ladies, he felt a sudden surge of motivation to protect his cozy sanctuary. To secure their perimeter, he began installing high-tech security cameras all over the hill. He essentially turned the entire neighborhood into a high-security zone with CCTVs, giving him a perfect view of any approaching threats. With the base secured, he happily went back to his lazy routine of munching on snacks and playing video games. That was until the nurse came sprinting out of the kitchen, screaming in terror while holding a kitchen knife. She was shaking like a leaf as she tried to explain the culinary crisis. It turned out to be a complete catastrophe, because they were down to their very last cabbage. Shocked, our protagonist demanded an inventory check. He wanted to know how many fresh greens were left, and the little girl claimed they had plenty. By plenty, she meant just 3 shopping carts, because she hates veggies and barely grabbed any during her supermarket raid. The only green thing she actually likes is cucumbers, so she hoarded an absolute mountain of them. This was a massive oversight. They had been feasting without keeping track of their stockpile, and they were about to run out of fresh nutrients. As of right now, our hero's growth abilities only work on staple crops like soybeans and wheat. Trying to mutate other vegetables usually resulted in total failure. With only 1 cabbage left, he had to figure out how to duplicate it, knowing their nutrition was on the line. Carrying this heavy burden, he took the lone veggie to the living room and started brainstorming. His only real option was to pray to the system gods and hope his green energy power would work. Unfortunately, his first attempt immediately reduced the crisp green leaf into a sad pile of ash. Undeterred, he peeled off another piece and tried again, only to create more charcoal. He kept repeating this disastrous process until the cabbage was completely gone, then desperately moved on to carrots and potatoes. The girls just sat back and watched his cooking show fail as free entertainment. By the time the sun went down, the young man had successfully ruined every single piece of produce he touched without a single lucky break. When the nurse came to check on him, he felt absolutely terrible for turning their vitamin stash into inedible charcoal chunks. The little girl didn't really care though, since she still had her endless supply of cucumbers. Besides, they could always just fight off scurvy by popping multivitamin pills. Since his growth magic failed, the nurse suggested they start an indoor garden, mentioning she used to grow veggies on her old apartment balcony. All they needed was decent lighting and warmth to make it work, but first, they had to source some planting racks, soil, and liquid fertilizer, using LED grow lights as a substitute for sunlight. But as their grand plan came together, the kid who supposedly cleaned out a whole supermarket admitted she didn't grab any of those gardening essentials. The nurse and the protagonist clearly overestimated her looting skills. Venturing outside the villa, the two attempted to dig up some dirt from the yard, but the earth was frozen solid. Their shovels couldn't even make a dent in the icy ground. Deciding to use her superhuman strength, the nurse gave it a hard swing, launching the metal shovel head straight into the sky. Realizing they were just freezing for nothing, our hero suggested they head back inside to brainstorm a better plan. As punishment for failing to hoard the actual necessities, the little mischief maker was tasked with crafting DIY planter pots out of empty plastic bottles. Surprisingly, she was doing an excellent job and already had a neat row of containers ready to be filled with dirt. It turns out that recycling is an incredibly useful survival skill in the apocalypse, since these plastic bottles would soon hold their next harvest. Having completed her chores diligently, the girl immediately began nagging the other two about where the dirt was. Our boy Hanfeng is trying to start his post-apocalyptic farming arc, but they're already fumbling the tutorial. The frozen ground is a major obstacle. His little demon companion suggests using a heating rod to melt the ice covering the soil, but this DIY method definitely has its limitations. If they could somehow find a cheat code to instantly flash melt the ice, they could actually start making some real progress with this fantasy garden. That thought immediately makes the pint-sized demon queen jump out of her seat. She summons her self-proclaimed apostle of bathwater to action. She demands that he unleash his true power, and our main character immediately realizes what crazy plan she's cooking up. Previously, his mysterious red light aura heated up their bathwater in an instant. If he can figure out the science behind it, he should be good. Replicating that bizarre incident would allow the young man to easily thaw out the frozen wasteland outside. Sadly, reality is often disappointing. He has been soaking his glowing red hand in a bucket of water for 20 minutes with zero results. It is not working at all. The MC tries to recall every single detail from their hot tub success, desperately searching for the missing trigger. Suddenly, Bennett shocks him, and he realizes the secret to activating his heating power lies in electric stimulation. To test this theory, he turns to the Demon Queen and asks for some tool that can give him a painful jolt. She immediately fetches a high-voltage power strip. If he plugs it in and sticks his finger inside, it is an instant game over for the young man. Thankfully, after digging through her storage inventory, she finds the perfect tool, a low-voltage self-defense taser, which she calls a basic electric wand. Even though the item description claims it only causes mild numbness, our protagonist is still understandably terrified of testing it. Choosing to trust his tiny demon landlord this one time, the young man switches the device on and braces for impact. He activates the electric baton and dips his hand directly into the bucket of water, ready to face the consequences. Pro tip: do not try this at home. The shock is so intense it sends his eyes rolling into the back of his head, but at least the trick works. The water instantly boils. Now hyped to shock himself for some premium dirt, he rushes outside. He does not understand the mechanics, but he knows it works. Eager to test his new leveling method, he presses his glowing red palm flat against the frozen ground. He carefully presses the tip of the taser against his own arm to trigger the magical reaction. This time, his body tanked the electrical shock much better. Suddenly, the thick layer of permafrost covering the soil explodes into steam. As the ice melts away, he is left holding a puddle of warm water and some beautifully thawed, usable dirt. The MC is absolutely hyped. It has been a hot minute since he last saw actual healthy soil in this frozen wasteland. He shovels enough dirt to fill their makeshift planting pots, successfully completing the initial phase of their farming quest. Thankfully, the Demon Queen has a massive stash of seeds. The young man wants to just plant random crops, but their nurse warns him that most seeds will die in this cold. As expected of a seasoned farming enthusiast, the nurse selects a few hardy seeds that can theoretically survive the frost. To maximize their heat retention stats, the crew sets up their makeshift greenhouse inside the abandoned basement. They pack the underground room with high-powered LED grow lights and heavy-duty furnaces to keep the place toasty. Even though they went all out, the temperature is still way too low. If they cannot warm up the environment, the seeds will never sprout. With their current setup maxed out, our protagonist decides to intervene directly and boost the growth process using his mysterious green light. He tunes his energy to match the seeds, controlling the magical flow with the precise rhythm of an elite gamer playing a musical challenge. It is basically a high-stakes rhythm game, and he is hitting all the perfect notes. Lo and behold, it works. He successfully coaxes some green leafy vegetables to sprout. He then applies the same technique to the remaining seeds. The results are a mixed bag, featuring plenty of failed attempts. Through relentless trial and error, the young man and the nurse manage to sprout a decent batch. Sadly, the victory is short-lived. A few days later, the sprouts begin to wither and die due to the relentless, freezing temperature. Even with the furnaces running at maximum capacity, the basement temperature struggles to reach a pathetic 10 degrees Celsius. They need to figure out a clever way to raise the room's temperature to a cozy 20 degrees, or their farming efforts are doomed. Sure, they could throw more furnaces down there, but there is only so much heating appliances can do without proper insulation. Basic physics dictates that the deeper they go underground, the warmer it naturally gets. The obvious solution? Start digging deeper. The nurse is totally down with this excavation plan. With her monstrous, superhuman physical strength, adding an extra basement level is a walk in the park. But before they start sweating, the protagonist wants to see if his magical powers can speed up the excavation. He already knows green and red are useless against solid concrete. Perhaps his purple light softening properties can act as a natural drill to break through the bedrock. The power works like a charm. However, while the softened stone looks and acts like mud, it remains as dense and heavy as the original rock. Running out of ideas, the MC tree to mix his 3 magical lights together, changing the combinations and energy frequencies. Unfortunately, everything fails. His failed experiments just turn plants to coal and meat to fuel, while the stone remains stubbornly unaffected. This highlights a clear boundary between organic and inorganic matter. After days of constant failures, our hero finally loses his mind. In a fit of pure frustration, he slams his glowing red fist straight into the floor. Slamming his fist onto ground, he discovers that ramping up the red light's intensity allows it to shatter anything in its path. Capitalizing on this accidental breakthrough, he moves the fragile sprouts to safety and begins to dismantle the basement floor. Unleashing his red energy, he expands its radius to the maximum and slowly ramps up the intensity. It is a massive success. He pulls off a highly precise, controlled demolition, finally obliterating the annoying rocks that had been causing him headaches. After Hanfeng finally caved into using his system ability, the effect was absolutely terrific, but the massive downside is the heavy toll it takes on his body. Just disintegrating a tiny section of the floor sent him face-planting in pure exhaustion. Now, this guy has to train himself to spam this power as much as possible, every single day. Once they discovered the fastest method to clear the rubble, the young man immediately took charge of excavation. Nurse Jin also pitched in, using her surprisingly impressive strength to haul away the shattered rocks outside. It took a solid week of grinding, but the duo managed to dig 10 meters below the basement to carve out a new 20 square meter bunker. After some serious remodeling, their secret underground greenhouse was finally complete. The protagonist and the nurse felt incredibly satisfied seeing their sweat and tears pave the way for their little garden of sprouts. Of course, next up is our hero's absolute favorite part of the routine over the past few days. Whenever they climb up to the first basement using the narrow stairs, he always acts like a gentleman and lets her go first, just to enjoy the view. What a cultured man of culture. If all goes according to plan, they should be ready for harvest season in just 2 months. They kicked off this operation 2 weeks ago, but their actual food supplies ran out 4 days ago, forcing the trio to survive on dry bread and broccoli ever since. The main character is at his limit and cannot stand those green little devils for another second, but beggars can't be choosers. It's one of the few vegetables he can actually grow with his magic life attribute green light. He contemplates switching to bean sprouts since those things grow at hyper speed and are ready to eat in no time. But instead of veggies, he gets a face full of cake from above when the nurse loses her footing, landing a pillowy soft cushion right onto his face. The young man was caught totally off guard and couldn't even enjoy the sudden fan service. Once they stumbled back into the basement, he quickly tried to reassure the embarrassed woman that he was perfectly fine. Sure, he was suffering a massive nosebleed, but we all know that wasn't from the impact. She tried to inspect his face to check the damage, but he was way too embarrassed to let her get close. When they finally walked back into the living room, they were greeted by an absolutely bizarre sight. The little girl had drawn a strange magic circle on the carpet, placing a laptop right in the center. As she danced around it like a dark mage trying to summon some legendary cosmic horror. Turns out she's just trying to reconnect to the fifth security camera feed, attempting to fix the broken technology through pure belief and magic. Their villa is built right on a steep cliffside, so having working cameras on the mountain path gives them the ultimate tactical advantage. Our protagonist and his companion quickly slide down the snowy path to the broken camera to perform some quick repairs. Thanks to the worsening blizzard, their security tech has been glitching out quite a bit recently. While the young man was busy swapping out the broken lens, a muffled explosion echoed close enough to put them on high alert. The visibility in the blizzard is absolute garbage, making it impossible to spot the source, so he shrugged it off as nothing to lose sleep over. There are definitely survivors active on the other side of the ridge, but they should be safe if everyone minds their own business. By the next afternoon, our protagonist woke up and started his usual routine. The very first order of business was heading down to the lower basement to run a few magical experiments. His primary goal right now is to boost their crop growth speed, so he started by cultivating fresh seeds. However, mastering the exact magical wavelength proved to be tricky, as the frequency that works for one crop fails completely on another. For every single vegetable type, he has to reset his strategy and decode the rhythm from scratch. He pushed through with constant practice and painful trial and error for over half an hour. Unfortunately, today was not a good day to be a sprout in this test zone. In just 30 minutes, the young man managed to turn most of the test sprouts into burnt charcoal. Fortunately, he had the sense to avoid messing with the main batch of vegetables that were close to harvest. Realizing he might be overdoing the magic, he reasons that a subtle microdose of power is the key to accelerating their growth. Risking their food supply, he bathes the main crops in a gentle, low-intensity green light for 30 minutes. He is extremely careful not to overdo it, limiting the exposure to just a daily splash of energy. By the 5th day, the group's relentless labor finally bore fruit, or rather, giant mutant veggies. Holding a massive pot of Chinese cabbage, he couldn't wipe the grin off his face. Oddly enough, he also grew a radish shaped like a human foot and tomatoes that looked like they came from an alien world. The ultimate prize, though, was an absolute unit of a green cabbage sitting in the corner. Sure, these vegetables, modified by his system magic, look incredibly cursed, but at least they are fully edible. In an apocalypse, food is food, no matter how bizarre it looks. Still, that foot-shaped radishes. Han Feng and his crew cooked up most of their hard-earned harvest for an epic all-vegetarian feast. All that grueling farm work over the last 2 weeks was devoured in a single sitting, and it was absolutely worth it. Even the Demon King did a total 180 on gardening and now wants to grow strawberries. She also wants to plant honeydew melons next time. Out of all the delicious veggie dishes, the only survivor was a plate of sauteed green cabbage. Nobody wanted to touch that giant mound of greens anymore, since they were completely stuffed. They simply had way too much of it. Moments like this remind the main character of Brother Lai, that one absolute unit of a guy who could vacuum up whatever food you put in front of him. He would eat it all without a single complaint. It has already been 2 weeks since that buddy of his ventured down the hill, meaning the food supplies they left with are probably gone. The supplies must be totally depleted by now. All our protagonist could do was hope for the best. He kept wishing for their safety, but just as they were finishing their massive feast, another loud explosion boomed in the distance. The sound echoed from far away. Today marks the 6th consecutive day they have been hearing such alarming noises. But since they are chilling in a pristine, hidden location, it is not too big of a worry. Besides, the explosions only happen once in a while. It was usually just once a day anyway. However, 3 days later, the firepower ramped up exponentially with a barrage of detonations. The shockwaves literally shook the hillside. It has gotten so bad that it is seriously messing with our young man's vibe. His peaceful, cozy life is being interrupted. Those annoying eruptions are really starting to grate on his nerves. They are getting way under his skin. Finally, he grabbed a ladder and scaled the villa's roof to scout what exactly was happening down below. Even with the aid of his trusty equipment, he could not see clearly. Even looking through his binoculars, this guy could not make out the action happening over on the neighboring icy hills. He wonders what kind of crazy powerhouse is brave enough to cause such a ruckus. Whoever is causing this wild commotion clearly has no fear of drawing unwanted attention. They are basically broadcasting the location, even though there is still a decent amount of distance between them and his base. But if that explosive action keeps creeping closer, it is definitely going to bring some serious trouble. Our main character has no desire to test whether his enhanced defensive barriers can withstand a direct hit. The real issue is their perimeter wall, which is a bit too low and thin. Perhaps he needs to start some remodeling. Even though the situation out there remains a total mystery, upgrading the defenses to be taller and thicker is the smart play. It sounds like a solid plan, but since the system pet has zero cement in her spatial storage, they cannot build it normally. Since conventional construction is off the table, they have to get creative with the materials piled up nearby. Luckily, they have tons of heavy rocks lying around. These were the stones they excavated from the basement. First, they stack the stones neatly to form a base. Once the rocks are in place, they just need to pour some water over the entire structure. In this freezing climate, the water solidifies instantly, creating an insanely durable ice barrier. This defense will never melt in these sub-zero temperatures. A stone-reinforced ice wall might actually be sturdier than regular concrete. The squad went all out on this new construction project, building it higher and thicker while everyone played their role perfectly. When they ran out of rocks, our protagonist harvested more by demolishing the empty neighboring villas. Thanks to their non-stop grind, the massive ice fortress was completed in just 3 days, shielding the entire mansion so they could finally relax. They could breathe easy for now. However, the mystery bombers did not even give them a single second to admire their handiwork. The deafening explosion started up once again. This time, the detonations were close enough to be clearly visible from their base. To make matters worse, the epicenters of the blasts were creeping closer with every single bang. The intensity of the bombardment was escalating rapidly. The volume of the blasts increased drastically, and the next strike directly hit one of the neighboring houses. The impact sent massive chunks of debris flying all over the hillside. Shrapnel rained down everywhere, with several large rocks slamming right into their newly constructed ice barrier. While standing up on the roof, the young man was grazed by a stray stone. That little projectile flew so fast that it sliced right through his cheek. They were incredibly lucky to have finished the fortification when they did, or things could have ended terribly. Sensing the danger, he hurried back inside the house and urged the girls to head down to the second basement immediately. They hid inside the underground garden room for a solid 12 hours before venturing back upstairs. On the second night, while he was taking a relaxing bath, the bombardment started back up and almost scared him out of his skin. He had to sprint to the basement with nothing but a single towel to cover his dignity. On the morning of the third day, the neighboring villa got blown to absolute smithereens, and a piece of debris directly struck their outer barrier. It slammed right into the massive ice wall. By the afternoon of the fourth day, our guy was about to drop a bomb of his own in the restroom, when another blast shook the place, forcing him to hold it in. To make matters worse, he almost ended up exposing his private parts to the world during the panic. By the fifth day of this freezing nightmare, Han Fang had officially reached his limit with this whole situation. This guy grabbed his high-caliber sniper rifle and threw on some slick winter gear, ready to plunge into the cold. They had been hiding out in a damp basement like level 1 mobs, unable to eat, drink, or sleep properly. It was pure torture, so our heavily armed and extremely dripped-out protagonist decided to track down the system-breaking anomaly causing this chaos. Before heading out, he warned the girls to stay alert and follow their emergency shelter protocols. Until he returned, initiating a high-speed ski run down the treacherous mountain slopes. The descent went smoothly, but along the way, the young man witnessed the devastating aftermath of the heavy artillery up close. It was the first time he had seen the sheer scale of the destruction. Torn tactical gear and military insignia were scattered across the snow, suggesting some serious faction involvement. Perhaps those annoying low-tier bosses and the infamous Captain Scar were caught up in this mess. As our hero pushed deeper into the dangerous dungeon-like warzone, he started finding trails of fresh blood. Decimated corpses lined the path, prompting him to find high ground to scout the area safely. The higher he climbed, the more the sub-zero temperatures tried to freeze his lungs. Peering through his scope, the scout discovered a massive cave that looked like a top-secret underground base. Giant artillery cannons were mounted on the cliffs, likely the source of his massive headache over the past few days. Near the entrance of the facility, a squad of armed soldiers was creeping around like they were expecting an ambush. They suddenly stormed the complex, firing wildly as if dealing with an internal rebellion. Before the squad could even breach the inner sanctum, they were violently blown back by an overwhelming force. The shockwave was massive, sending one unfortunate soldier flying through the air, landing directly on the snowy ridge where our protagonist was hiding. Inspecting the body, he saw nothing but a broken mess, realizing the entire squad had been instantly vaporized. The battle ended in literal seconds, forcing him to turn his attention back to the cave. Moments later, 3 powerful figures stepped out of the shadows. The group consisted of a little girl carrying a giant bazooka and a stylish young boy. The boy had some serious drip, and beside him stood a gorgeous, white-haired lady with glasses. Wearing a high-fashion coat, she suddenly turned her bewitching, purple eyes directly toward his hidden position and smiled. Even from hundreds of meters away, he felt an icy shiver run down his spine like a helpless target. The young man froze in a prone position, his survival instincts screaming at him not to move. Peeking through the binoculars for a second time, he realized his cover was completely blown. The bazooka-wielding girl was aiming her massive weapon directly at his face with a maniacal grin. She pulled the trigger, completely vaporizing the rocky ridge he was resting on. Fortunately, he slid down the slope in the nick of time, realizing these opponents had some insane detection abilities. Recognizing that these three were top-tier threats, he decided to fall back to a safer distance. But before he could slip away, another intense firefight erupted nearby. A few surviving soldiers were desperately trying to make a final stand against the overpowered trio. The troops retreated in absolute terror, spraying bullets wildly in a hopeless attempt to survive. Unfortunately for them, the quiet boy cut off their escape route with a terrifying display of magic. He manipulated the surrounding snow to rise like a massive tidal wave, all while maintaining a deadpan look. With a simple gesture of his hand, the colossal wave of frost surged forward, triggering an absolute whiteout that engulfed the entire battlefield in an icy blast. At this point, the main character had to admit he was severely out of his depth. The massive explosion triggered a secondary avalanche, leaving him with absolutely nowhere to run. Tons of snow cascaded down the mountain, completely reshaping the terrain until a faint red energy spark flickered from beneath the drift. Using his heated energy shield, the survivor managed to dig himself out of the freezing heap while dragging another person. He nearly suffocated, but his quick reflexes saved him, allowing him to haul an unconscious soldier to a near dam for cover. That quiet kid clearly possessed top-tier ice manipulation, which is easily the most broken ability in this frozen otherworld. Hopefully the rescued soldier could provide some crucial intel on that monstrous three-person army. After scanning the area, the young man found a concrete building that hadn't been completely swallowed by the snow. He dragged the limp soldier inside an abandoned room to escape the freezing wind. Once they were safe, he tied the guy up and gave him a sharp slap to wake him up for interrogation. Talk about a rude awakening. The moment the enemy soldier opened his eyes and saw Han Feng's gun pointed at his face, he folded faster than a cheap lawn chair. He begged for mercy before our protagonist could even ask a single question, immediately ready to snitch on his own crew. It is honestly a bit of a letdown since this guy had spent all morning brainstorming creative interrogation techniques. Now that those plans were ruined, the young man pulled up a chair and demanded to know the truth about the mysterious woman and the kids who had absolutely decimated an entire military base. The captured soldier visibly trembled, recalling his worst nightmare, and blabbered that the trio were literal monsters. One wielded powerful ice magic, another shot devastating energy waves, and the last was basically a walking nuke. Intrigued by this crazy boss-level threat, the main character pressed for more details about their supernatural powers. The soldier started with the deadly lady of the group, explaining that she could summon force fields and blast away an entire military battalion with a casual flick of her wrist. They flew through the air like broken toys. Meanwhile, the chaotic little girl in the group was a master of explosion magic, capable of converting any object into a ticking time bomb. If that was not bad enough, the little boy was a total menace to society, possessing the ability to manipulate ice and snow at will. This elemental control made him virtually untouchable. While the captive whined about how unfair these overpowered system-like abilities were, the MC fell into deep thought. Honestly, given his own cheat-like abilities, he could not really blame the trio for abusing theirs. It seems like as time goes on, more elite hunters and awakened individuals are popping up everywhere in this post-apocalyptic world. The young man had one final question for his hostage, who ordered the artillery strike near the hillside villa. The soldier frantically swore on his life that his squad had nothing to do with it. He explained that the three monsters had seized their base days ago. In fact, today's operation was the army's final, desperate attempt to reclaim their base after receiving heavy backup. Getting their base bombed still annoyed him, but getting revenge was going to be tricky. The frozen corpses he walked past on the hill earlier were definitely the work of that terrifying ice mage and his crew. How does one even pick a fight with such a ridiculous, god-tier party? The realization that his peaceful, quiet lifestyle was being threatened by a group of OP maniacs seriously annoyed him. But now that the protagonist had gotten the intel he came for, it was time to wrap things up. He decided to keep his word and let the hostage go. Terrified that the young man might change his mind, the soldier scrambled into the freezing blizzard, not even bothering to ask to have his hands untied. Oh well, it is not like he would be needing them anyway. The moment the runner reached the open clearing, an explosion instantly vaporized him, deleting him from the server. Right after that, a massive barrage of artillery fire completely blanketed the area where the protagonist was hiding. One of the shockwaves was so powerful it nearly sent him straight to the respawn screen. Fortunately, he managed to use his reinforcement skill on the nearby wall just in the nick of time. The heavy debris blocked the blast. It was clear that these attacks were not random. The enemies were specifically targeting his location with terrifying precision. Even though he had put several snowy hills between himself and those perception-type monsters, they still locked onto him. The enemy trio did not even seem to be in a rush. They were lounging back at the base. Inside the military complex, the young girl was busy showing off the destructive fire spells she had been practicing. Over the past few days, their leader had sensed that the target's energy signature did not fade after bombing. In fact, their prey had easily tanked the entire strike. It seemed he had actually grown stronger. Whoever they were hunting was tough enough to walk away from both a massive avalanche and heavy artillery. The leader ordered another round of explosives just to be absolutely sure. If the target survived this, they would hunt him down because they could not let a dangerous rival escape. The ice-manipulating boy did not seem to care, but the explosive-loving girl was absolutely thrilled. Meanwhile, back in his temporary shelter, the young man slumped into a chair to catch his breath. Today was just one near-death experience after another. He toyed with the idea of taking the fight directly to them, but a 3-on-1 battle against high-level mages was basically a suicide mission. If he retreated home, the artillery strikes would just follow him. If he wanted to protect his cozy lifestyle, the protagonist had to step up and eliminate these pests once and for all. He picked up a sharp rock and started sketching a battle plan on the floor. Right in front of the massive dam was a wide snowfield flanked by steep hills where the enemy trio was currently stationed, each boasting dangerous magical abilities. The hyperactive girl could turn anything she touched into an explosive, but he figured his defensive buff was strong enough to withstand her attacks. The leader could fire long-range energy beams, which made her a moderate threat to his safety. However, the real boss fight would be the ice boy, who could trigger devastating avalanches. If that kid decided to manipulate the snow from a distance, he could easily bury the main character alive. He would bring the entire dam down on top of him. Luckily, our hero had a high-caliber sniper rifle in his inventory, which gave him a long-range option. But there was a catch. He was no professional marksman. If the target was too far away, he would probably miss. If the enemies decided to hide behind the rocky hills surrounding the dam, taking them out would be nearly impossible. The young man racked his brain, trying to come up with a better strategy to handle the situation. Setting up a trap in the snow sounded like a good idea, but he did not know their exact path. Plus, the ice mage could easily manipulate the environment and disarm it. Suddenly, a brilliant idea struck him. What if he lured the three of them to the lower valley of the dam, opened the floodgates, and washed them away? It was a solid plan, but baiting them down there would be tricky. If he went down himself, he would not be able to operate the controls to open the gate. The control deck was way up, and he estimated the gate was about 70 feet high. The protagonist recalled hearing that Arctic ice could get up to 2 meters thick, but given the sheer volume of water behind this dam, he could probably break through to the reservoir below. To test his theory, he decided to do a quick inspection. Activating his glowing red energy, he easily melted a path right through the thick sheet of ice. Under a massive pile of snow, Han Feng knew that if this elaborate setup failed and the dam gate refused to open, he would be completely screwed. His survival depended entirely on this scheme, so he hid beneath the drifts and activated a mysterious purple glow. The magic seeped down to the base of the gate, where the young man boosted the intensity to warm up the frozen structure. As the solid concrete began to soften up, a tiny section of the gate started to give way under the heat. Pressurized water immediately began to spray out, but this guy quickly patched the breach to avoid triggering his ultimate trap too early. Utilizing a soothing green glow to seal the crack, the protagonist confirmed his test was a massive success, knowing he could now unleash the deluge whenever those three targets stepped into his trap. With his victory condition secured, the oblivious trio was currently sprinting through the frozen woods, believing they were hunting down an easy target. Unbothered by the heavy snowfall, their female leader used a sensory tracking skill to pinpoint his exact coordinates, prompting her unhinged companion to whip out a literal rocket launcher, eager to cause some explosive chaos. The wild girl was quickly stopped by the group's leader, who suggested their young companion should flush him out of hiding first, treating the main character like common vermin. The boy obediently stepped forward and began manipulating the surrounding snow. He conjured a massive wave of frost from the high slope, which quickly snowballed into a terrifying avalanche designed to crush their target's hideout. Safe inside his little outpost, the clever mage focused his magic on reinforcing the structural walls to withstand the impending impact. Thanks to his quick reinforcement magic, the ruined outpost stood strong and refused to collapse under the sheer weight of the rushing snow. Shaking off the destructive force, the young man grabbed his sniper rifle and peered through the scope to locate his attackers. By tracing the trajectory of the avalanche, he instantly narrowed down their coordinates and set his sights on them. Having locked onto his targets, the sniper lined up his crosshairs right on the lead woman's head without a single shred of hesitation. He pulled the trigger, sending a high-caliber round tearing through the freezing air at supersonic speeds. The projectile crossed the massive distance between them in the blink of an eye. It was hungry for a clean headshot, but the enemy leader reacted with superhuman reflexes. She spotted the incoming threat and erected a magical barrier just in time to deflect the shot. As the bullet ricocheted away harmlessly, the young man went absolute cowboy mode, rapidly emptying his magazine with terrible accuracy just to make it rain lead. Every single shot slammed uselessly against her shield, and since their avalanche failed, the unhinged girl decided it was her turn to blow things up. Keeping her defensive shield active, the aggressive trio began sprinting directly toward his position. The fact that he missed every single shot didn't faze this guy at all, because it was all part of his master plan. His goal was simply to bait them, so the main character calmly packed his gear and climbed up a table he had positioned earlier. Using the makeshift platform to reach the ceiling, he began carving a hole through the roof. Activating his destructive red magic, he broke through to the rooftop and prepared to launch the ultimate verbal assault to trigger his enemies. The clever strategist unleashed a barrage of toxic trash talk that would make a seasoned Mobia player cry tears of shame. His insults were so shockingly disrespectful that the trio literally stopped dead in their tracks, completely stunned by the audacity. Their disbelief instantly morphed into pure rage, and the crazy girl wanted nothing more than to vaporize him on the spot. She reached for her heavy weaponry, only to realize her rocket launcher had suddenly vanished from her hands. The female leader had already snatched the heavy weapon for herself, her aura turning the freezing air even colder. She definitely didn't appreciate his colorful insults, so she went full John Wick, spamming the trigger to rain explosive death upon him. Despite her blind fury, her targeting was incredibly precise, but the crafty protagonist was already executing the next phase of his scheme. The daring escape artist leapt from the rooftop and deployed a parachute, floating down slowly like a teasing target. Watching him drift toward the lower reservoir, the furious trio gave chase, with their leader so angry that even her crazy sidekick tried to soothe her. The brilliant rage bait had worked perfectly, and as they sprinted after the slowly falling parachute, they had no idea they were chasing a total decoy. While the decoy distracted them, the mastermind stayed behind at the reservoir to initiate the most critical step of his plan. Using his transmutation power to soften the massive gate structure, he quietly prepared to spring his trap on the approaching hunters. A small leak began to trickle out, but as the weakened structure quickly expanded, it paved the way for a frigid farewell. The concrete barrier gave way completely, unleashing a massive torrent of water that cascaded down the mountain with immense force. But the young man wasn't satisfied with just a single stream of high-pressure water. Seeking maximum destruction, he leaped along the wall to open the second, third, and fourth floodgates, creating an unstoppable tidal wave. The unrelenting wall of water rushed down, catching the hunters completely off guard. The enemy squad realized they were in deep trouble after wandering far out into the open valley, just to hunt down the trash-talking runaway. Their leader desperately tried to scan the area with her sensory abilities, but she couldn't detect any trace of active magical energy nearby. With no energy signatures to track, the only warning they had was a low, rumbling roar echoing from the mountainside. The young boy was the first to look back in horror, but by then, the trap was already sprung. The freezing floodwaters were already upon them, forcing their leader to realize she had walked right into a lethal setup. She desperately pulled her young companions close, hoping their defensive skills could shield them from the coming disaster. Even though Henfeng's targets tried manipulating the snow beneath them to gain high ground, their ice magic was no match for the rising tide. The enemy mage frantically tried to conjure a shield to protect her group from the icy deluge. Throwing up yet another magic barrier, the desperate martial artist tried to snow surf away from the raging flood, but the surrounding snow had already melted, leaving nothing solid to glide on. Inevitably, their defenses shattered and they were nearly swallowed whole, but the woman's survival instincts kicked in as she grabbed the kids to dodge a fatal impact. In the worst-case scenario, she managed to manifest another glowing barrier in the nick of time, making a transparent orb their sole protection. From a watery grave, within seconds, the frozen surface of the massive dam transformed into a roaring torrent of water. Our main character, who caused this chaotic flood, watched from the fortress wall with his binoculars, though the nearby hills blocked his view of the downstream aftermath. He figured if those three villains somehow survived the drowning, they would still freeze to death. In the extreme cold, which gave him the peace of mind to head back to the enemy cave base and dismantle their artillery, he destroyed the cannons, already imagining the return of his peaceful, carefree days in the near future. To make his way back, the young man fashioned makeshift snowshoes to walk over the deep powder, without sinking, and set off toward the military base. Traveling across the tundra like it was flat ground would be nice, but that wasn't an option. Given the harsh climate, the trek took quite some time across the rugged terrain, but he eventually reached his destination, grabbing an assault rifle along the way as he cautiously approached the dark cave entrance. Even though he had dealt with the main threats, he knew it was always better to be safe than sorry. After all, it would be a major facepalm if a high-level hunter got taken out by normal bullets after outsmarting 3 powerful ability users. Activated system skills. Channeling his mysterious purple energy glow, he quickly neutralized the 2 heavy cannons guarding the exterior by altering their molecular properties, ensuring the solid metal was rendered useless. As they melted away, he was tempted to disintegrate the explosive shells too, but realized they might detonate if they melted, triggering a massive blast that would attract unwanted attention and dangerous monsters. Our protagonist decided to leave the shells alone since without launchers, they were practically harmless anyway. With the outside cleared, he quietly sneaked further into the cavern tunnel, discovering rows of heavy sci-fi weaponry loaded with enough firepower to level an entire city. Fortunately, his base had only been hit by light mortar fire earlier, because if these heavy artillery guns had fired, his defensive snow walls would have been completely obliterated. Seeing those massive shells sent a genuine shiver down the main character's spine, as these were clearly weapons of mass destruction. No matter how much he upgraded his shelter's defenses, a single strike from one of these bad boys would blow his cozy, peaceful life to absolute smithereens. Naturally, dismantling the giant battery of cannons was a total no-brainer, so the young man got to work melting the steel hazards, one by one. It took some effort, but he got the job done, turning those long, threatening barrels into sad, droopy puddles of slag. Venturing deeper into the underground complex, he stumbled upon an absolute jackpot of military supplies, enough to outfit a whole battalion of soldiers. No wonder the military forces were desperately trying to reclaim this base from that elite trio of villains. Since the MC is just a solo player, he couldn't possibly carry all these crates alone, yet he worried other survivors might find the stash of weapons hidden inside the facility. If only that quirky girl with the spatial storage ability were here, looting this place would be a walk in the park. Just imagining the beautiful sight of his pocket dimension companion vacuuming up every single crate into her inventory got him seriously hyped. He figured he could head back to the shelter and bring her over, since hoarding this massive arsenal would make them unstoppable. In this post-apocalyptic world, after completing his thorough sweep of the enemy outpost, the young man prepared to make his exit, only to be greeted in the exit tunnel by a barrage of sharp rocks flying directly at his face. Squinting closely, he noticed glowing magical handprints carved into each projectile surface. In an instant, the stones flared up with a dangerous crimson light, detonating in unison. What followed was a massive, combined explosion fueled by dozens of magic-infused bombs. The ambushers were standing triumphantly at the top of the cavern entrance, feeling smugly satisfied that she had finally blown up their slippery target once and for all. Utilizing her telepathic sensory skill, the villainous lady scanned the area to see if the intruding thief was dead, but her smug grin turned into absolute shock as her scan revealed the truth. Within the blast zone, as the thick smoke and debris from the explosion began to clear, it revealed our hero standing perfectly fine, surrounded by a faint protective aura of green and purple energy. Having spotted the explosive trap at his feet just in time, he had wrapped his reinforced winter gear tight and activated his defense buffs. It was close, but the young man survived. If his custom gear hadn't covered him from head to toe, he definitely would have been pulverized on the spot. Realizing the attack had come directly from the ledge above the cave, he cursed his luck and flared up his offensive red aura, targeting the structural walls of the entrance. Since these guys wanted to play dirty with ambushes, he was more than ready to retaliate by burying them alive. Desperate to survive by any means necessary, Hanfeng unleashed his power as a terrifying red glow quickly erupted. It covered the tunnel's entrance, causing the massive concrete walls to instantly crumble and disintegrate under the sheer pressure of the wind. Thanks to his overpowered ability, the rival trio couldn't even process what was happening before they plummeted along with the collapsing structure. When they hit the ground, Saislin landed flat on her butt, Yuan Ye took a nasty blow to the head, and Dami Mami was completely disoriented. After losing consciousness for a brief moment, she forced herself to sit up and immediately screamed a warning to the others. She told the kids to get moving, because our protagonist was already waiting for them, standing tall with an assault rifle aimed right at their heads as she tried to drag the other two away. But he wasn't about to play nice, ruthlessly opening fire to ensure his former tormentors wouldn't escape. Because she prioritized protecting the kids, the leader fell behind the group, and one of the stray bullets tore right through her leg. With her escape route cut off, the other two kids barely managed to leap to safety while their injured boss was left completely defenseless. Realizing she was totally incapacitated and that the tables had officially turned, the wounded leader raised her hands in surrender. Even at gunpoint, the hot-tempered kid Zixi tried to act tough, furiously demanding that the young man release her big sister. Honestly, he was internally sweating because that crazy little girl's explosive rock magic had almost taken him out a moment ago. If he shot the woman first, he wouldn't have time to dodge another explosive rock, but if he targeted the girl first to remove the threat, the woman would instantly blast him. She'd hit him with an energy wave, not to mention the quiet boy who could easily freeze him under a mountain of snow. After weighing his tactical options, the young man decided to play the negotiation card, stating they had no real beef, and that he'd stop shooting if they stopped bombing his home. He suggested a peaceful truce, which left the injured leader utterly confused, while the explosive little girl looked like a deer caught in the headlights. The pint-sized menace blinked and asked if our main character was the one living in those fancy hillside villas up the road. The MC passionately ranted that he was just minding his own business, yet he gets shelled by dangerous magical explosives every single day when he doesn't even want to leave his house. When confronted by her older sister, Zixi apologetically confessed that she just has an uncontrollable urge to blow stuff up and feels physically sick if she doesn't. She needs to detonate things daily, and knowing rich people live in those luxury villas makes her want to bomb them even more, which is honestly a wild villain origin story. Someone seriously needs to put this kid in a high-security dungeon, but at least the group now realized the protagonist had nothing to do with the soldiers who ambushed them. He just happened to cross paths with those low-level hunter squads today due to a ridiculously unlucky coincidence. So, both sides finally realized they had been trying to murder each other over a massive, stupid misunderstanding. With crocodile tears in her eyes, the beautiful leader offered a dramatic apology and tried to butter up the handsome young man to save their skins. Even with a drop-dead gorgeous woman praising his looks, the MC was way too annoyed to let his guard down that easily. He immediately called out her fake crying, but it turned out she was actually weeping from the agonizing pain of a bullet wound. She was bleeding out from her leg, prompting the young man to finally soften his stance and invite the trio back to his base. Luckily, his shelter was stocked like a high-tier dungeon clinic, boasting enough medical supplies to safely extract the bullet. While treating the wound, he kept them at gunpoint and noticed the woman remained insanely calm during surgery, whereas a normal person would be screaming in pain. He also watched the little girl perform the medical procedure with the skill of a seasoned healer, confirming this trio's background was anything but ordinary. Once the bandaging was complete, he laid down the law. The villas were now a strict no-boom zone, and the leader quickly agreed, apologizing again for the girl's chaotic behavior. To prove her goodwill, she offered him free reign over any loot and resources inside their base. The explosive kid tried to complain about giving away their hard-earned gear. However, she was shut down instantly with a murderous glare, since her bombing obsession was the sole reason they got shot up in the first place. She was basically told to bow down and apologize, showing how quickly their life or death battle turned into a polite negotiation. With the tension diffused, the young man curiously asked how she managed to track his exact location earlier. Before sharing her secrets, she politely requested that he lower his rifle, since they were practically business partners now. But our protagonist wasn't born yesterday, and a few sweet words weren't going to buy his trust in this post-apocalyptic world. Seeing he wouldn't budge, the leader explained that she utilized a special mana detection technique that anyone could learn. She revealed that even before the world went to ruin, secret awakened individuals with supernatural powers already existed. These superhumans emit distinct energy wavelengths, and if you train yourself to perceive these patterns, you can easily track them down. He spent the next few hours chatting with her, getting a crash course on how to sense the energy signatures of other awakened users. Learning that these powers could level up through training and mastery, he grew even more intrigued. He then asked if it was possible for a single person to awaken multiple abilities, but she explained that different powers are usually incompatible. This meant a typical hunter could only possess one skill, implying his own multicolored red, green, and purple system was a total anomaly. They really shouldn't be coexisting inside him, but after hours of deep diving into the mechanics of supernatural systems, the vibes finally chilled. The young man finally lowered his weapon and properly introduced himself as just a regular salaryman before the world went to crap. The female lead introduced herself as Zhang Ruqing, a former school teacher, and they sealed their new alliance with a firm handshake, hoping for a cooperative relationship from that moment onward. But with the threat of the gun gone, her gaze turned icy cold as she brought up all the spicy insults he threw at her during their wild shootout earlier. Nobody likes being called a low-tier streetwalker, and today was no exception. Nor did they appreciate being labeled an ugly troll. Off to the side, Zixi cackled like a maniac as the chamber glowed with her explosive energy. The unhinged girl waited for her sister's command to blow the place to kingdom come while Han Feng stood his ground, tightly holding Jing Ruxing's hand and preparing to bluff his way out of this mess. Summoning his best poker face, he claimed that the earlier detonations didn't even leave a scratch, pretending to be completely unfazed. In reality, he would be severely crippled, if not flat out dead, if the place went up in smoke. With an icy glare, the beautiful boss lady asserted that their alliance was still on, but she demanded an explanation for the savage insults he had hurled at her earlier. Feeling the heat of her intense gaze, he tried to casually slip his hand away while acting completely clueless. However, she possessed a literal gorilla grip, forcing him to pivot to a legendary secret technique, shameless flattery. He quickly showered the lady with compliments, calling her a graceful, wise, and radiant goddess. Declaring her the ultimate dream girl, he watched her blush furiously as she ordered her sister to stand down and stop threatening such a gentlemanly ally. The gorgeous leader finally released her hold, leaving his hand incredibly sore from that terrifying squeeze. Meanwhile, the younger sister still refused to accept this smelly guy as their partner, prompting him to deploy the same strategy on the little Spitfire. He praised the girl to high heaven, calling her lively, adorable, and incredibly innocent. It was super effective. Flustered and blushing red from his smooth-talking compliments, the unhinged girl was completely won over. The older sister watched in disbelief, secretly worrying that her sibling was way too easy to manipulate. Meanwhile, little Yuan Yi was sleeping like a baby, completely unbothered by the drama. This kid was sleeping like he actually paid rent. With the negotiations wrapped up, it was time for the main character to head out, planning to return with helpers and gather supplies in a few days since his base generator was low on fuel. Showing off her abundance of resources, the elegant lady playfully assured him that he was welcome to take whatever he desired. Since the night had already set in, she offered him a place to crash until morning. The young man wasn't about to let little past friction stop him from experiencing a different kind of physical contact. Unfortunately, with the chaotic little sister hovering around, he knew he wouldn't be able to relax at all. Reluctantly, he decided to skedaddle out of the base and venture into the freezing, snow-covered wasteland. As he trekked back to his shelter, the younger sister questioned if it was wise to hide the details about their newly awakened superpowers. The older sister admitted she held back to use it as leverage down the line. She then looked over at little Yuan Yi, calling him out for faking his nap. Now that the guest had departed, the kid was acting like a shy hero, avoiding strangers after draining his energy with multiple skill activations today. The lady inquired if the little boy had experienced any strange mutations or physical side effects, prompting Zixi to perform a thorough examination on him from head to toe. She even inspected his backside and burst out laughing when she discovered the unusual mutation. It turned out the boy's cheeks were glowing, leaving the older sister relieved that the side effects were limited to that area. Still, for his safety, they decided to restrict his power usage in the future. Meanwhile, in the freezing outdoor blizzard, a lone traveler braved the extreme cold, struggling through the deep snow. The brutal battle earlier and the long trek back to the hillside villa had completely drained his remaining stamina. Suddenly, he felt a sharp anomaly in his chest as his heart began to flutter violently. Collapsing to one knee, he gasped for air, unable to draw oxygen into his lungs. The young man realized with dread that he wouldn't survive much longer in this sub-zero environment. Fortunately, he had finally reached the forest perimeter where he had previously hidden surveillance cameras, managing to locate one of his devices, though unfortunately nobody was currently monitoring the Lev feed inside the warm villa. Instead, the gorgeous nurse was tucked snugly in bed beneath a weighted blanket with multiple heaters blasting. In stark contrast to that neat and cozy setup, their gamer roommate was completely passed out in a chaotic, anime-themed room filled with junk food. The shivering hero realized he was in deep trouble since both of his housemates were fast asleep while he was running on literally 1 HP. His pulse grew increasingly erratic as a strange, glowing pattern began to spread across his skin, bringing a stabbing chest pain unlike anything he had ever experienced. Succumbing to the absolute exhaustion, he collapsed face first into the freezing snow as his core temperature plummeted rapidly. By some absolute miracle, the main character slowly opened his eyes after what felt like an eternity, his blurry vision catching the comforting sight of the lovely nurse under the room's warm ceiling lights. Still acting on pure survival instinct, he leaped out of the soft bed in panic and tumbled straight onto the floor. With his bare backside completely exposed to the cold air, he finally realized that he was safe inside the secure walls of his own fortress. He quickly took note that both of his girls were right there. The young man had gotten incredibly lucky, as the nurse had stepped out for a midnight snack and caught a glimpse of the security monitors. Realizing the danger, she threw on a coat, rushed down the hill, and carried him back up using her cheat-like physical strength. Using her surprising physical stats, Nurse Jin dragged Han Feng into a heated room and stripped off his snow-covered clothes to raise his body temperature. After running some quick vitals, she found 0 physical wounds, meaning our MC had fainted at the bottom of the hill for some mysterious reason. The last thing the young man remembered was a sharp stabbing sensation in his chest, but once he stabilized, he briefed his housemates on the chaos. The nurse was still puzzling over his near-death experience, wondering if the extreme cold and exhaustion triggered a sudden heart issue. Meanwhile, he was still hyped about his epic 1 versus 3 battle, and remembering the lady at the base had resources for him, he invited his friend along. But the nurse shut that down instantly, ordering him to get some serious bed rest to avoid cardiac strain while banning the kid from disturbing him. For the next 5 days, she dutifully babied him back to health, making sure he did absolutely nothing active. Naturally, this downtime allowed him to make a full recovery while secretly practicing the superhuman sensing technique he'd acquired. After focusing with everything he had, he finally managed to lock onto the nurse's spiritual signature and trace her location. She was sitting in a rather private, awkward position in the bathroom across the house, suddenly getting the distinct feeling that she was being watched. The poor woman shivered, and right then, the young man realized he had just unlocked an incredibly overpowered and slightly creepy sensory skill. Talk about a cheat code. Meanwhile, back at the military shelter, the wheelchair-bound lady was growing increasingly anxious since 8 whole days had passed without a sign of him. Her anxiety vanished the moment she sensed his energy signature approaching, though she was stunned to feel 2 other powerful presences tag-teaming along. It turned out he had recruited a couple of fellow awakened superhumans to join their ranks. As the 2 groups finally crossed paths, the main character flashed a warm grin and enthusiastically greeted their host. He then turned to his companions to formally introduce the base leader and her crew to his own misfit squad. Meeting their new allies, the nurse offered a polite bow and a sweet greeting, while the little demon girl just stood there with a blank stare. She gave a totally deadpan hi, but the moment she and the wheelchair-bound lady locked eyes, both of them instantly froze, breaking the awkward silence. The kid spun right around and climbed back onto the sled, muttering that coming here was a massive mistake. In a literal miracle, the disabled lady actually stood straight up from her wheelchair, calling out to the little girl as her big sister. Hearing her address the tiny brat as her older sister left everyone else standing there with their jaws on the floor. The young girl scoffed, insisting she was merely a cute 12-year-old and that this crazy lady must be losing her mind. But the base leader wasn't buying that weak excuse, leaping forward like she hadn't just been shot in the leg a week ago. A hilarious sibling scuffle broke out as she demanded to know why the kid had suddenly vanished from the research facility. The brat simply retorted that she was living her ultimate dream of being a lazy shut-in, eating snacks until her final days. While the 2 sisters were busy throwing hands, the rest of the group stood there in absolute silence, completely bewildered. Once the chaos finally settled and the dust cleared, the entire group decided to take the conversation inside the base. Heading deep into the underground facility, the eccentric kid and the leader finally sat down to explain the truth. Yes, they really are siblings, with the leader explaining that the little girl is her biological sister, but she then claimed they had different parents, which is honestly the most confusing description of sisterhood ever. To clear up the confusion, she explained she was adopted at age 11, making the child her legal older sister and forming an unbreakable bond. Hearing this, our MC and his ally stood up to protest the math, since the physical age gap made absolutely 0 sense. She completely understood their skepticism, admitting that anyone would be confused by their physical appearance. It was easy to get the wrong idea, especially since the little one had always looked incredibly tiny and cute. To prove her claim, she pulled out a childhood photo showing that she was indeed the younger sibling by a single year. But while the taller sister had clearly grown up, the little loli looked exactly the same as she did a decade ago. If the tiny demon was actually 21, that meant the base leader was only 20 years old. Talk about a massive growth spurt, though one of the allies jokingly remarked they looked more like mother and daughter. Realizing she had just stepped on a major landmine with that comment, the girl quickly shut her mouth. Since they hadn't met in ages, the younger sister wanted to explain all the dark secrets behind their time at the facility. But before dropping the heavy lore, she glanced at our MC, silently hinting that she wanted a private conversation. Reading the room perfectly, he suggested taking the nurse for a walk to scout the surrounding area for loot. However, the little loli stopped them, declaring that as her chosen companions, they had every right to hear the truth. Not one to decline a front row seat to some juicy plot development, he and the nurse happily sat back down. Seeing that her older sister was insisting on it, the base leader sighed and finally agreed to spill the beans. She opened up about how, after the little demon left their research group, things took a dark turn. While their experiments were a success, the lead professor was assassinated, and the entire facility was wiped out. Talk about a massive info dump packed into a single sentence, leaving everyone struggling to process it. With so many skipped details, the young man could barely make heads or tails of the situation. Reading the room with a total deadpan expression, Chu casually insisted that she already knew everything Han Feng was about to say. Miss Jiang then dropped a truth bomb, explaining that hostile factions were rising in the city, capturing awakened users left and right, and warning that if their identities leaked, they'd be hunted to the ends of the earth. But of course, the young girl already had that covered too, leaving the poor woman desperate to share some actually new intel. Determined to give her sister some fresh info, Miss Jiang adjusted her collar and explained that overusing powers causes dangerous crystals to sprout all over a superhuman's body. Fortunately, she had also figured out a secret method to extract these nasty growths. However, the girl bragged that she had already cleared those pesky crystals from the main character's heart just a few days ago, leaving him completely in the dark about the whole ordeal. It turned out our protagonist was clueless, while even the local nurse apparently knew about this critical medical emergency. Feeling completely upstaged since her sister already knew everything, the dejected researcher shared that she had at least developed a technique to sense mana fluctuations. Fortunately, the younger sister actually didn't know about this particular trick, but she quickly told her sister to stop acting dumb just to spare her feelings, since the younger girl had always been a certified prodigy. Since she was a peerless genius in literally everything, the young man had to interrupt this pity party to demand some real answers about what was going on. Staring back with dead serious expressions, the eccentric sisters asked if he was truly ready to hear the dark truth from the very beginning. Though this sent a shiver down his spine, he stood his ground and insisted on getting the whole story. It all started 2 years ago when 18-year-old Jing Ruo graduated with her bachelor's degree. Meanwhile, her 19-year-old sister was already walking the stage with a master's degree. The duo were widely praised as the ultimate genius researchers in the field. These genius researchers were fast-tracked to a secret department after the institute discovered a mysterious superhuman frozen solid in ice. The subject was preserved perfectly due to her unique abilities, and after a year of intense research, things took a wild turn. While studying this bizarre anomaly, both sisters suddenly awakened systems and powers of their own. But that very same day, disaster struck. The younger sister vanished without a trace, leaving the older sister to carry on the research alone at the laboratory. Working alongside senior professors like Zixi and Yuan Yi, her research eventually unlocked the secrets of the artificial human project. But just a few months into the testing phase of this revolutionary experiment, tragedy struck again. The lead professor was mysteriously assassinated right inside a ladies' restroom. Soon after, other key scientists on the team started vanishing into thin air or turning up dead. With researchers dropping like flies, the entire facility was eventually blown to pieces, and only 2 of them managed to escape using their newly awakened abilities. Our main character figured that the attackers were trying to monopolize this groundbreaking superhuman tech for themselves. It was a solid theory, as the assassinations and the destruction of the lab pointed directly to corporate greed. According to what Miss Jiang knew, a hostile faction had established a stronghold in the ruins of the city. Going by the name of Base, they had recruited several powerful villains, and were sitting right at the top of the suspect list. Hearing about these rogue superhumans instantly reminded our hero of the militaristic thugs who had tried to hunt them down earlier. The squad of soldiers they fought a week ago belonged to this syndicate, and though they captured a captain, he swore he wasn't with them but rather part of a volunteer militia. According to the captured soldier, he was actually one of the good guys. He claimed he once helped an entire neighborhood survive a disaster, only to be captured by the militia and forced to serve as frontline cannon fodder. The young man, however, refused to believe that the honorable faction his buddy joined would ever commit such atrocities. Besides, that militia was mostly composed of rough-looking guys with hearts of gold, not some overly polished, elite soldiers. Intrigued by this mysterious prisoner, our protagonist asked the guards to take him down to the holding cells for a little face-to-face chat. Since they were inside a hidden bunker, the hallway was lined with rows of reinforced cells. As they approached the only occupied cell, the captured middle-aged man began to groan that he had already spilled all the beans. He kept whining that he was just a helpless victim of the militia's tyranny, forced to follow orders just to survive. Recognizing the voice, our hero stepped forward with a smug grin, ready to gloat at the very man who had once kicked him out. It was none other than the former neighborhood tyrant, now reduced to a pathetic, starving prisoner. He mockingly asked what had happened to the legendary savior, who was supposed to lead his followers to the promised land. Plastering on a fake smile, the politician clearly hadn't expected to run into the very kid he had once tried to rob. Attempting to manipulate the situation, he claimed he only hoarded resources to save the majority, hoping the young man would understand. He even tried to shift the blame, acting like it was our MC's fault for not cooperating, before pretending to understand why he chose self-preservation in such a crisis. However, the protagonist had absolutely zero patience for this obvious performance that only a brainwashed fool would buy. It was obvious the tyrant had teamed up with Base, failed his mission, and was now playing the victim card, which instantly enraged the girls, who despised those syndicate thugs. They were absolutely furious after hearing nothing but lies from him. Even when caught red-handed, the smooth talker kept insisting that he was telling the absolute truth. He confessed to joining the enemy faction as a captain, but claimed his unit got ambushed during their very first raid, forcing them to surrender immediately. Our main character, Han Feng, realized the prisoner decided to switch sides and join a squad of fake soldiers attempting to infiltrate the subterranean base. Their mission to seize this massive dungeon-like underground storage facility failed miserably, resulting in a total beatdown. The captured guy, Mr. Jiang, was spinning a pretty wild fantasy tale, but all our protagonist heard was pure garbage. Realizing he was listening to a load of nonsense, he sighed deeply and accepted the harsh reality. Since words weren't working, the young man grabbed the liar by the hair and slammed his face right into the cold metal cell bars, exposing the act that fooled the high-rise residents. But this cheap performance didn't fool our MC, even though the bruised captive kept stubbornly sticking to his ridiculous script. Absolutely unsatisfied with just a few scratches, the protagonist decided to treat that deceitful face like a low-level monster. He turned the liar into a personal punching bag, showing that these flimsy prison bars couldn't stop his wrath. Dazed and groggy from the brutal beatdown, the captive struggled to recover. As the man slowly tried to sit up, you really have to respect his dedication to the lie despite getting thoroughly wrecked. He claimed his hand was completely empty and pleaded that he was just a tragic victim of this chaotic otherworld, begging for mercy. He promised to never speak another falsehood, but our protagonist's patience had reached its absolute limit. With a cold click of his tongue, the young man pulled out a weapon. He racked the slide of his pistol and pointed it straight at the guy, giving him one final chance to spill everything about the mysterious guild. Trembling with fear, the captive blabbed that he had only recently joined the base faction before being captured, so his knowledge was limited. Since the captive was still trying to play him for a fool, the MC pulled the trigger, deliberately grazing his ear to make a point. This warning shot proved he was dead serious, though he wouldn't eliminate the guy just yet since he needed to farm more info. If the prisoner kept playing the innocent saint, however, he would quickly become entirely useless to him. Leaving the captive to contemplate his life choices, our hero and Sixie walked away. On their way back to the main lobby, the girl praised the young man for looking incredibly badass while handing out that beatdown. When they returned, they found the rest of the crew just chilling and relaxing. While they were playing cards, the MC revealed the true identity of the prisoner locked in the basement. The moment the prisoner's name was dropped, everyone's faces instantly froze. Their jaws hit the floor, and the confused sister received a quick recap of the entire icy neighborhood saga. She was utterly shocked to realize she had been manipulated by a total sociopath this entire time. Yuan Yi wasn't surprised at all, casually stating that good-looking people in these survival scenarios are usually bad news. Knowing that the captive belongs to the base faction, it's highly likely they also own the underground territory. It seems their patrol squad is currently getting bullied by the local rebellion forces. They are scrambling to gather power and level up their forces to crush the rebellion once and for all. There is a very high probability that Uncle Lee is the mastermind behind their massive headache. During the interrogation, the young man discovered that the leader of the uprising is actually his legendary brother, Li Ziyi. Yes, the absolute GOAT is the one running this whole operation. The protagonist didn't buy it initially, assuming it was just another lie, so he had given the liar another beatdown. To fill in the remaining gaps, the group listened to a massive lore dump about their connection to the rebellion. It turns out the base faction has claimed the international airport as their main base, with a massive army of 1,000 troops. They draft young men for military action, while secretly turning anyone they deem useless into food for the public, which is absolutely horrific. This faction is as evil as they come, and Zixi would gladly blow their entire operation to Kingdom Come if she had the chance. Even though the young man dropped all these bombshells, the rest of the crew didn't seem shocked at all. As it turns out, they already knew about these grim developments. Uncle Lee had already given them the full scoop on this sickening cannibalistic operation. The main character realized the old man had deliberately kept him in the dark. It is obvious that once the enemy finishes off the rebels, they will march their entire army to conquer this underground base. Since their cozy villa is right next door, they are in the direct line of fire. To prevent their location from being exposed, he decides to gear up with high-tier weapons to support the uprising. Supporting the rebellion is now their top priority. Everyone agreed with the plan and immediately headed toward the armory hallway. Choo-Choo activated her magic, chanting about the power of the evil eye to open her subspace inventory. Zixi was hyped seeing this overpowered inventory system skill, praising her sister's awesome talent. Once they secured the guns, the protagonist had her loot all the fuel and rations from the other rooms. By the time they finished gathering all the loot, she looked completely exhausted and ready to throw up. To keep everyone connected in this chaotic fantasy setting, Han Feng prepared for the upcoming battle, while a teammate handed out military walkie-talkies with a 30-kilometer range to coordinate their movements. While planning their future battle formation, our main character kept packing an insane amount of tactical gear into the little girl's dimensional storage pocket, absolutely maxing out her storage capacity. He watched as the urban war zone erupted outside. The government forces completely surrounded the rebels. Their commander was missing in action, and a rebel leader named Brother Lee began doubting his own tactical skills. He felt unfit to lead, and to make matters even worse, the enemy troops had tied up captured rebel volunteers. They strapped them onto the hoods of their armored vehicles to use them as human shields. As they rolled forward, the enemy offered the rebels one final chance to surrender immediately, warning of total annihilation. If they refused, the troops threatened to open fire, boasting that their high-tech thermal gear could spot them anywhere. Able to see right through walls, the soldiers began blindly spraying random structures, hoping to flush out the survivors. These slippery insurgents were hard to pin down, and despite constant patrols, the thermal scanners couldn't catch a single heat signature. The rebel leader and his squad remained hidden, while the tank crew blindly followed their captain's orders, completely clueless about the bigger picture. With no idea of the actual battle lines, the 4th squad completely cleared out one entire sector. They wasted a ton of ammo, but the hunt pressed on as they received orders to sweep the neighboring street. Leading this relentless manhunt was the scarred captain, who had the 1st, 2nd, and 4th squads working in tandem. They found absolutely nothing, and riding along in the scarred captain's vehicle, a young officer with top-tier military drip voiced his doubts. He questioned the commander's competence, reminding him of his past failure when he led an awakened superhuman escape and got punished by his superiors. Now the captain was struggling to even handle a ragtag group of ordinary human rebels. Visibly irritated, the commander argued that the old district's chaotic layout meant finding these rats would take time, and slowly suffocating their escape routes was the only way. Tightening the perimeter was the plan, but after successfully annoying the commander, the flashy young officer stepped out of the vehicle. Bored out of his mind, he popped a cigarette into his mouth and conjured a blue flame on his fingertip to light it. The smug officer was clearly an awakened superhuman, and once he left, the driver asked about the arrogant jerk, whom the captain described as a monster. Calling him barely human, the commander got back to business, ordering his units to tighten the net and search every single corner. Meanwhile, just outside the city, 3 figures were zooming across the frozen wasteland, totally ignoring the heavy snow accumulation. It was our protagonist, the little girl, and a kid named Yuan Yi, who was basically acting as a human snowmobile by manipulating the ice. Relaxing in a comfy chair, the protagonist praised the kid's incredibly handy ice magic for giving them a fast ride, though the boy felt like he was being used as free labor. Treated like a glorified taxi, the kid only got out of bed because our main character bribed him with promises of fresh meat and vegetables. Dragged along for this mission, the young man estimated they would reach their destination after hanging a left and crossing 2 more snow-covered streets. Reaching their target, they stood before the familiar sewer entrance that he and the rebel leader used for their secret travels. Leading back to their old hideout, the path was completely blocked by a massive snowdrift, but the kid quickly cleared it out. Opening a path underground, the main character warned his companions to stay close since the subterranean tunnels were a confusing maze. With a high risk of getting lost, they moved toward the next zone, staying alert for potential enemy guards waiting to spring a trap as they traveled. They navigated the tunnels without any issues until they hit a massive cave-in, which the protagonist effortlessly cleared using his glowing energy, blasting the debris with his red aura, they finally emerged into the basement of a residential district. Stepping into the second basement level of the parking garage, the young man never imagined he would actually return to this place voluntarily. Although the tragic events happened just recently, standing here made them feel like a distant lifetime ago. Now they needed to locate the remaining survivors, and according to their intel, the rebels were holding out somewhere in the Western District. Lacking an exact address, they spent an hour scouting before easily securing a vantage point on a high rooftop. Looking down at the western sector, they spotted the enemy troops slowly closing their dragnet to flush out the resistance. Hoping to crush the survivors, the soldiers were so terrible at tracking that tailing them yielded no results for over an hour. While they kept running in useless circles, a sudden loud explosion shook the area and changed the game. Detonating a few blocks away, the protagonist raised his binoculars and spotted one of the enemy tanks getting absolutely wrecked. As the vehicle burned, he focused on a nearby building where the rebel leader was aggressively leading the counterattack. Armed with a rocket launcher, the rebels' spectacular shot backfired by instantly drawing every enemy squad in the area to their location. Suddenly surrounded on all sides, the rebel commander grabbed a megaphone to address the enemy. Handed the speaker, he yelled trash talk at the government soldiers, taunting them with high spirits despite being severely outnumbered. Their morale remained unbroken, ready to drag the enemy down with them in a blaze of glory, even if it meant certain death. Willing to follow their leader straight to hell, they faced the enemy captain who ordered his men to shoot to kill, ignoring orders to secure the rare mithril. Absolutely furious at losing so many troops just to track these rebels, the commander lost his cool completely. He wanted pure vengeance, and his obedient soldiers followed his command without questioning the strategy. Following their officers' orders, the troops set up heavy artillery at the base of the building, aiming directly at the rooftop. And Feng and his crew were helping the rebellion hold their ground in this frozen wasteland. A signal flared to trigger a series of massive detonations. But surprise, surprise, it was the enemy base zone heavy tanks that went sky high. A baffled Captain Zhao strained his neck out of his armored vehicle only to witness a wild sight. Gliding across the snowy rooftops was our main character alongside two kids, effortlessly bending the snow while raining down military-grade frag grenades. His adorable beast companion kept spawning explosives on demand, while the young man happily chucked them down like a high-altitude bomber squadron. Total chaos erupted on the battlefield as enemy armored vehicles and infantry were blown to absolute smithereens. The enemy captain took one look at the protagonist's smug face and the trauma of his past. Defeats came rushing back. Analyzing the battlefield, he figured this overpowered hunter was just trying to bait him away to save the rebel forces. However, capturing a high-tier superhuman would secure him a massive promotion from the high command. This was his ticket back into his boss's good graces, so he ordered his surviving troops to ignore the rebels and hunt down the kid who just pulled off a roof-riding drive-by. With a megaphone in hand, the desperate captain tried to strike a deal with the youth, offering him the cushy position of second in command if he surrendered and joined their faction. Little did this scarred commander know, he was walking straight into a trap, falling for a classic bait-and-switch scheme designed to lead them away. Once those greedy villains chased the bait, the clever protagonist and his young ally emerged from their hiding spot on the neighboring roof, shaking off the thick blanket of snow. After gesturing for the rebels to gather below, they met in the frozen streets, where a tearful brother Lee finally reunited with his long-lost younger brother. It was a massive tear-jerker of a reunion, complete with running noses and frozen tears in the sub-zero air. Wiping away his tears, the rebel leader proudly introduced the main character to his troops as his sworn brother and a trusted ally who had backed him up through thick and thin. Having survived life-death battles together, the hero asked the volunteers to follow him to a hidden stash. To boost their firepower, he used his crafting magic to restore some massive artillery cannons he had previously melted down. He gifted these heavy weapons to the resistance, then quietly advised the leader to keep his companion's beast-taming abilities hush-hush for safety. Standing proudly in front of the massive artillery, the young man delivered a hype speech to the rebels, rallying them for the ultimate counter-offensive to wipe out the enemy base. Stealing the spotlight, his little beast companion hilariously proclaimed the rebels as her chosen apostles, destined to bring down the cleansing wrath of the heavens. While the enthusiastic leader absolutely loved the dramatic speech, the veteran fighters in the crowd were just utterly bewildered by the bizarre roleplay. Shaking the protagonist with excitement, the leader demanded to know how to fire these massive war machines. But there was a slight hiccup in their plan. The hero had only reconstructed the physical weapons, and had absolutely no idea how to aim or shoot them. The leader quickly turned to his squad, hoping someone had the class stats to operate such a high-level piece of military gear. Luckily, the smallest kid in the squad timidly raised raised his hand, revealing he was a former military artilleryman. With all eyes on him, this unassuming young soldier suddenly became the most important man on the battlefield. He immediately started a lengthy, overly detailed lecture about the howitzer's caliber, muzzle velocity, recoil mechanics, and advanced math. To cut the lecture short, the protagonist pointed toward a massive skyscraper serving as the enemy outpost. They didn't need a physics class, they just needed to blow it up. To ensure all the bad guys gathered under one roof, he had left a tempting bait that no greedy soldier could possibly ignore. Once those loot-hungry enemies spotted the treasure, they would be utterly unable to resist taking a closer look. Sure enough, the search squads lost track of the protagonist, but their disappointment instantly vanished when they hit the jackpot. They stumbled upon an incredibly massive stockpile of fuel and rations, leaving them wondering who would leave such premium loot unguarded. The captain immediately assumed this hidden depot was a secret supply cache left behind by the rebels. Playing it safe, he ordered his scouts to scan the area for any hidden traps before they began loading the loot. With winter resources being extremely scarce, they couldn't afford to pass up such a gold mine, regardless of how suspicious it looked. But as the commander stared at the massive stacks of fuel barrels, a sudden chill ran down his spine. He froze in place, overcome by a terrifying premonition of doom that made his blood run cold. A short distance away, the main character smirked and gave the green light to unleash hell. Having just finished their crash course, the eager rebels fired the howitzers, launching a devastating barrage of explosive shells. The clueless enemy soldiers were still happily loading up the fuel barrels, completely unaware that their lives were about to end. Suddenly, deafening explosions shattered the air as heavy artillery shells rained down on their heads. The very same fuel barrels they were celebrating over instantly caught fire, creating a chain reaction of massive fireballs. The highly flammable oil acted as a brutal accelerant, instantly turning the entire base camp into a raging inferno. The intense heat literally roasted the troops in seconds. Inside the shaking structure, the captain was thrown across the room by the shockwave. He could only watch in horror as his men screamed in agony, getting absolutely cooked in the worst way possible. While the flames didn't finish off the lucky commander immediately, the structural damage to the building certainly would. The rebels kept firing relentlessly, reloading shell after shell until the entire outpost crumbled to the ground. The leader was loving every single second of the destruction, ignoring the fact that his eardrums were ringing from the noise. But since this massive noise would definitely expose their location, they needed to pack up and retreat the moment they ran out of ammo. The bombardment lasted for 10 glorious minutes, until the high-rise building completely collapsed into a pile of burning rubble. With the enemy wiped out, the rebels crowded around their savior, cheering for the most legendary tactician they could have ever asked for. Talk about badass backup. Before everyone gets too carried away, Han Feng reminds them to quit dawdling and take advantage of this brief window of safety to make their escape. The eager volunteers agree and rush toward the heavy artillery, hoping to drag these massive cannons along, but our MC steps in and tells them to leave the heavy weapons behind. Instead, he suggests rigging the area with landmines, so that when the base goons come looking for them, they'll get blown to kingdom come. Rather than wasting their energy trying to haul these howitzers away, the rebels focus on turning the zone into a deadly minefield. While the crew is busy setting up the explosive traps, this guy asks about the progress of Chief Liu's rescue mission. Brotherly admits they still have no clue where the boss is locked up. Lately, they've just been hunting down enemy officers to squeeze them for intel, which is why they've been ambushing patrol units left and right. As for Uncle Li Zhenghao, that crazy old codger split up from them earlier, and they've completely lost contact. The young man figures the old warrior will show up eventually, so for now, he suggests heading back to the Xingfu district to rest and patch up. Before leaving, the main character unloads a massive stash of weapons and survival gear in the building's basement garage, providing enough firepower to arm the whole rebellion. They are now armed to the teeth. Our protagonist has completely lost track of how many times Brotherly thanked him today. A few hours later, long after the rebel crew, our hero, and Choo Choo have already cleared out of the danger zone, the remaining forces of the military base finally arrive. They discover the abandoned artillery and immediately report the news to the severely injured, barely conscious Captain Zhao Rui, who is currently rolling around in a wheelchair. His physical pain is nothing compared to his absolute rage toward his incompetent troops, and his orders are clear: hunt down the insects who tried to kill him and seize their weapons. Fuming with anger, the captain rolls himself forward only to feel something click right underneath his wheel. He stares down, accepting his sudden doom as his lit cigar slips from his lips. His final word is just a whisper of despair. Surviving a 10-minute heavy bombardment only to be taken out by a single unlucky roll is a hilarious way for the captain and his recovery team to go. With the remaining base goons vaporized, the young man enjoys the distant fireworks from the safety of of the Singfu district's rooftop, chuckling as he wonders which unfortunate soul just triggered his deadly landmines. Right then, Brother Lee sneaks up behind him, smelling strongly of cheap booze. A true brother in arms will never miss a chance to drag his partner to a celebratory drinking session. Inside one of the district's larger apartments, the rebels are drinking like fish and stuffing their faces with hot food, while Yuan Yi steps up to be the night's designated grill master. Meanwhile, alarmed by two massive explosions, the base sends a fresh squad to investigate the chaos, led by a powerful superhuman officer. Upon surveying the absolute carnage, he orders his unit to scavenge the bodies and collect the charred remains. Since rations are scarce in their camp, roasted meat is too valuable to go to waste. Finding the captain's remains, he reports that the man died a heroic death in a sudden ambush, but the commander doesn't care and simply transfers the mission of locating the mech suit key to him. The fire-wielding superhuman gladly accepts this new quest from his supreme boss. This officer, who was a high-ranking military man before the world fell apart, prepares for his next move. Setting out on his hunt, the fire manipulator stops by the 3rd Brigade's makeshift headquarters. Once a beautiful high-rise cafe, the base's top-tier superhuman Zhang Dongshu has claimed it as his new lair. As the new brigade captain, he complains that only an idiot would search for rebels in this freezing blizzard, preferring to stay warm with a hot cup of coffee. After all, that's what his lackeys are for. He splits the remaining troops into small teams, consisting of 3 men each to expand the search grid, refusing to tolerate any slackers. The former captain's second-in-command survived the blast, but this new leadership style is a massive downgrade. At least their previous boss shared the hardships of the field with them. This new captain, however, is nothing but a lazy, spoiled brat. Unwrapping some fresh rice balls, the captain predicts the rebels will eventually starve and be forced to leave their hole to hunt for food, and when they do, his patrol squads will easily pinpoint their exact location. Taking a bite of his food, the captain praises its amazing flavor, boasting that only elite figures like him get to enjoy such luxury. In this harsh frozen apocalypse, he wagers that the rebels are probably eating snow, just to stave off their hunger. But while he thinks he is eating like royalty, our heroes are dining like absolute gods on a feast of meat, hot stew, fresh greens, and most importantly, plenty of high-grade alcohol. By midnight, everyone is slipping into a blissful food coma, with some guys literally crying tears of joy as they stuff their faces. It is their first real feast since the Ice Age began. The artillery specialist is especially loving the fresh vegetables, and in their joy the crew gladly pledges their loyalty to our protagonist, crowning him as the rebellion's undisputed big brother. Brotherly chuckles, mentioning he only recruited this rowdy gang 10 days ago, meaning they haven't experienced much of the world just yet. Still, as the new leader of this uprising, he suggests this guy show even more generosity. Smiling, our main character pulls out his ultimate secret weapon, a fresh pack of premium cigarettes, offering everyone a hit of that sweet nicotine. The moment that fresh pack is popped open, everyone, even the guys who had already passed out, springs right back to life. To wrap up their legendary feast, they all sit back and enjoy a high-end smoke. It doesn't take long for the room to get completely hotboxed by a thick cloud of smoke, but since these guys haven't had a drag in months, it is pure heaven for them. That smoke really hit the spot for Han Feng, but thankfully Q had some gas masks handy for herself and Yuan Yi while they quietly judged this grown-ass man's toxic aura. Talk about terrible parenting, smoking right in front of a kid. Since their mission was finally accomplished, Yuan Yi asked our boy if they could wrap things up. They were finally ready to head back home. After all, the sole reason they braved this frozen wasteland was to deliver survival supplies, and with that quest complete, they had no reason to hang around. Staying any longer was just begging for trouble, especially since the main character had been beefing with the base leadership lately and needed to rush back. He wanted to secure his home base before anything went sideways. Hearing this, Brother Lee got worried that their secret villa might get compromised. Fearing their safe zone had been exposed, the MC quickly shut him up since he prefers to keep his operations strictly under wraps. To keep his business private, the young man explained how he hunted down a rogue soldier in an underground warehouse, raided the high-tier loot, and boosted their overall firepower. This major upgrade would help the resistance. Before they parted ways, the rebel leader asked our protagonist for a few extra cartons of cigarettes, explaining they had actually pawned off some of their own crew and needed the smokes. Apparently, they needed those cancer sticks to buy their comrades back. Hearing such a bizarre, dystopian sentence completely bewildered the MC. It totally freaked him out, prompting the rebel leader to explain that there is a literal slave market in this frozen city, where you can trade living humans. You can swap actual flesh and blood for basic survival supplies like it's some dark fantasy RPG. The resistance group was in a desperate survival situation back then. With zero options left, they made the grim choice to pawn off their own men. Now, those greedy human traffickers are demanding they fork over 4 times the original price just to get their comrades back. If they want to buy those poor souls back, they have to pay up. But if those ruthless traders dare to harm the hostages, things will get ugly. If they decide to execute the pawned hostages, it's going to be a bloodbath. The rebel leader won't stand for it. Right now, a healthy adult male is only worth 10 jin, or about 6 kilograms of grain, while a carton of cigarettes goes for a whopping 30 kilograms. In this brutal apocalypse, human life is dirt cheap while cigarettes are treated like pure gold. Grain is the absolute cheapest food tier available, while fresh produce prices have gone completely off the charts. The leader heard a rumor that someone traded 3 fresh tomatoes for a crazy price. Someone literally traded 3 tomatoes for 3 beautiful women. Immediately, the protagonist thought of his own lush indoor garden teeming with high-value crops. He could easily swap his veggies for some serious luxury. He started imagining trading his premium crops for premium company before forcefully shaking himself out of that wild daydream. Blushing visibly, our hero focused on the facts. What he gathered from the intel is that the military base doesn't have absolute control over this frozen wasteland. According to the intel they squeezed out of the patrol officers, the military uses the underground subway tunnels to move their forces. They only maintain a tight grip on the sectors directly along the subway lines, while the off-grid sectors are too inconvenient to govern, leaving them as lawless zones. That is exactly why the resistance forces are hiding in the old district. Their base is located far away from the train lines. With those cigarettes, they can finally buy their comrades back, though they will still need more manpower if they want to rescue their director. They need to save Director Liu later. The leader was hyped up to build their army. He wanted to recruit more fighters, but the sheer exhaustion from non-stop battles and running finally caught up with him. It took a heavy toll on his body. An old battle scar from the front lines suddenly ruptured, sending him crashing. He collapsed straight onto the floor. The crew quickly moved their unconscious leader into a warm room packed with electric heaters. They tried to keep him comfortable, but looking at the severe inflammation, this wound was days old. To avoid being dead weight, this absolute legend hid his pain, braving the freezing cold and enemy threats without a peep. Talk about a true warrior. Terrified of losing their leader, the resistance boys begged the main character for help. The catch was, none of them knew anything about his background. None of them had any medical training, so he had to step up to the plate. The young man took charge and ordered the crowded room to clear out. He told them to wait outside. Although the hot-headed fighters wanted to stay, a sensible old man ushered them out. He cleared the room entirely. Soon only the main character, QQ Yuan Yi, and the unconscious leader remained. With the room cleared, the MC decided to cast his green glow healing magic on the nasty injury. After 10 minutes of useless channeling, he was frustrated to find the skill's regenerative property had zero effect. Even though he had successfully utilized this power before, it had worked on his own body in the past. QQ also raided her dimensional subspace inventory but couldn't find any recovery items. They had nothing to save him. According to Yuan Yi, the raided military depot was also completely stripped of medical supplies. There wasn't a single bandage left. Sure, Zhang Ruking was treated for a gunshot wound there, but that was a lucky case. That operation only succeeded because her injury was clean. Her wound didn't get infected, but the protagonist estimated that without immediate medical intervention, the leader wouldn't survive. Time was running out. He pulled out his transceiver and contacted Nurse Jin to walk him through treating a gunshot wound. She carefully explained the basic steps that would at least boost the leader's chances of survival. If they wanted to keep him alive, the bullet had to be extracted. Once they removed the projectile, they would have to move to the next phase. They must thoroughly flush and cleanse the tissue. Using sterile saline, they must disinfect the area with betadine and administer fever reducers. And they definitely need antibiotics. To hunt down these critical recovery items, the MC geared up and chose the veteran brother Chang as his guide to head toward the city's hidden hub. They were heading to the underground black market. To speedrun their trip, they relied on Yuan Yi's ice magic snowboarding skills, leaving the old man completely dumbfounded while the kid felt like a glorified taxi. He felt like an Uber driver. Soon they approached the sketchy destination. With the black market hidden deep beneath the frozen riverbed, it lay right on the city's edge. As they pushed further into the outskirts, the howling winds intensified, leaving everyone shivering except for the cold-resistant kid, while the guide explained the market sits inside a submerged traffic tunnel. It was just a few kilometers away. Desperate scavengers frequently camped the main road to ambush travelers, so they had to tread carefully around the graveyard of rusted cars, proving that this PvP zone had claimed countless lives. It is a prime hotspot for banditry, but fortunately very few of these low-level mobs have actual firearms, meaning they should stand a good chance. They thought they'd score some sweet loot, but unfortunately they picked the worst day to camp out since a desperate sniper was already waiting. Staring down the highway, this starving bandit whined about going 5 whole days without a decent haul, while his partner urged him to chill and wait for targets returning from the market. Apparently, hitting them before they traded was amateur hour, especially since their last victim only carried a few lousy packs of smokes. You can't exactly eat nicotine, right? They were so desperate they had already turned to cannibalism, but their emergency meat stash had already gone bad. It was completely spoiled and rotten to the bone. Just then, the scope-peeping bandit spotted something moving in the distance, a perfect target for an easy headshot. But as the speeding figures drew closer, he realized 3 people were flying through the snow. They didn't even have a ride. He was so incredibly dumbfounded by this bizarre sight that he literally lowered his gun. He just stared in pure confusion because these absolute madmen were literally surfing on a wave of snow, though his partner just thought he was hallucinating. He blamed it on sleep deprivation, but soon enough, the surfing trio reached the zone where all vehicles were strictly banned. According to the local law, everyone must travel on foot, and breaking these rules meant joining the decoration crew of frozen bodies. The entire entrance was littered with countless frozen corpses, acting as a grim warning to any foolish newcomers. Seeing these blue, ice-cold warning signs left the young main character Yuan Ye completely horrified. He and his young companion ended up losing their lunch, while their veteran leader calmly led them toward a toll booth lined with auto turrets. Dead bodies were literally hanging from the ceiling, prompting the sidekick to wipe the vomit from his chin. With stomachs cleared, the squad pushed forward, and after a few more minutes of walking through this icy hell, they finally arrived. They had reached the hidden gateway of the market. Stepping inside a ruined building, their leader warned the rookies to steel their nerves for the horrors ahead. Suddenly, a shiny metallic block rolled up to the startled youth, politely welcoming them and demanding their credentials. They needed to show a membership card, and looking closely, this thing was basically a repurposed room service robot from the old world. It was wild that someone was keeping it charged, but the leader produced a black card, getting recognized as member 250. Welcomed as a VIP, they listened as the mechanical guide warned that any violence would result in getting turned into Swiss cheese. They weren't kidding around either, as the blood of past rule breakers was permanently painted on the walls. But the biggest plot twist here was that this underground sanctuary actually possessed a functioning elevator. The mechanical escort, the lift, and the bright lights were all in pristine working condition. The young companion couldn't comprehend how much electricity this took, meaning the syndicate running this place was insanely powerful. They were clearly dealing with some high-level players, and once they reached the end of the basement hallway, the droid gestured forward. It politely urged them to enter, prompting the nervous youth to grab the handle while bracing for the worst. Who knew what horrors awaited them? Maybe a den of cutthroats and high-level criminals. Or perhaps it was some sort of shady, black market auction house where anything goes. No matter what lay ahead, he kept his trusty firearm ready just in case things went south. As soon as they stepped inside, they were greeted by the lovely sight of chopped up, frozen body parts stacked along the walls. Walking down this corridor of nightmares, they spotted a lone laptop sitting on a pedestal at the very end, guarded by heavy artillery. 4 automatic turrets were aimed right at them, and their cheerful guide reminded them that any funny business meant instant death. The frozen meat statues lining the walls were all the proof they needed that the system doesn't do empty threats. By this point, the young fighter was seriously questioning their life choices and whether they should even be here. Meanwhile, the other traumatized kid was so terrified that the veteran leader had to carry him piggyback style. They needed to keep moving because the laptop was their portal to making transactions and buying gear. The screen flickered to life on its own, instantly booting up the trading interface. The homepage loaded up, displaying a clean UI that felt completely surreal in this apocalypse, though their leader was already familiar with the setup. He was long past being surprised by this absurdity, and he began scanning the catalog for their captured allies. Their missing squad mates were listed under a massive human trafficking section, where prisoners could be bought back with currency. Specifically, they needed cartons of cigarettes, and once they selected their 3 buddies, the robot asked for the payment. The total came to 4.5 cartons, but before checking out, the young companion added crucial medicine to the shopping cart. Saving their injured buddy required saline, iodine, antibiotics, and some high-grade medical supplies. With everything added to the cart, the final bill jumped up to a whopping 17 items. Even though they brought a decent stash of smokes, they were still running a bit short, but luckily, the young fighter had brought backup trade items. He laid out 6 cartons of cigarettes, 3 fresh tomatoes worth 7 cartons, and a single fruit. A banana worth 4 cartons sealed the deal, and the cheerful droid happily accepted the payment before telling them to wait. While the machine rolled away to fetch the goods, the young man worried about getting scammed. But the veteran leader trusted the system's reputation. While Hanfang waited patiently, the utility robot rolled back out a few minutes later, fully stocked with all the medical loot. Next on the shopping list were the 3 live human captives they had requested. Once these test subjects were delivered and he was reunited with his crew, Brother Chang couldn't contain his bromance and dragged his allies into a massive group hug. Next up was the main character's special request: 10 classic video game discs and 30 exclusive photo books. Now, these aren't just any regular books, they're strictly for true gentlemen of culture, which is why our protagonist discreetly negotiated for them. He quickly stashed them away. Having secured the goods, the crew swiftly exited that eerie dungeon and swore never to set foot there again. On their journey home, Brother Cheng tried to bargain with him for a few of those cultured goods, but came up empty-handed. In the end, the young man reluctantly agreed to part with 2 books max, playing the part of a shrewd merchant. Brother Cheng pushed for 3, while Yuan Yi chimed in to claim a couple as payment for his driving services. Naturally, the older degenerates had the audacity to lecture the kid, claiming that viewing such mature content was highly unhealthy for a growing teenager. But while they were bickering over these spicy magazines, an enemy sniper lay in wait for them to step outside, and finally pulled the trigger. The sniper's bullet struck our main character squarely in the center of the chest. Absolutely thrilled, the scumbag licked his lips, thinking he had scored a massive win. He believed he had just bagged a major target. Under fire, the party scrambled to find cover as the hostile shooter kept blasting away. Brother Chang returned fire while screaming at the top of his lungs, completely determined to avenge his fallen comrade at all costs. The skirmish rapidly escalated into a chaotic, blind firefight. The enemy marksman began to feel the heat, knowing the loud gunshots would inevitably draw the attention of rival scavengers lurking nearby. To make matters worse, he was struggling to land a clean finishing blow on the remaining targets, even with the high ground advantage. Meanwhile, Brother Chang was wildly spamming the trigger, sobbing over the apparent tragedy of his leader's untimely demise. Well, plot twist, our protagonist was completely fine. He had simply instructed his ally to act as a distraction, and now the uncle was delivering an Oscar-level, dramatic performance. As lead flew back and forth, the young man silently slipped away, using a convenient blind spot. Utilizing the abandoned vehicles as cover, he crept closer to the structure where the gunman was camping. Once he was close enough, he unleashed his signature crimson energy. Nobody takes a free shot at this guy, and lives to tell the tale. Without earning a one-way ticket to the underworld. Still hyper-focused on the gunfight, the bandit finally spotted the eerie crimson aura way too late. Completely enveloped by this magical force, the main character melted. A crucial support pillar of the structure, destabilizing the entire concrete building. The structural failure began right where the enemy was standing, sending him plummeting downward. Amidst the collapsing concrete and rubble, he plummeted all the way onto the freezing, snow-laden earth below. Fortunately, the thick layer of waist-deep snow cushioned his fall and spared him from a lethal impact. Too bad for the rogue, our protagonist was already standing by to greet him. Right at the landing zone, the baffled thug couldn't comprehend how his stealthy, direct hit had failed to eliminate him. The young man calmly pointed out that he was wearing body armor under his heavy winter coat, noting that in this apocalypse, it's just basic common sense. When exploring the wasteland, since ordinary survivors could never get their hands on military-grade gear, the thug immediately assumed that he was dealing with a soldier from the main base. Hoping to save his skin, he bragged about being part of the White Tiger Gang, a faction loyal to the base. He even dropped names, claiming to know Captain Zhao and boasting about his role in the raid on the Upper Rising Sun District. Instead of earning him any mercy, his desperate rambling earned him a swift bullet to the skull. Without hesitating, the main character executed him. Anyone allied with the corrupt military base deserved nothing less than death. Just then, he caught the faint sound of a woman's voice filtering through the wreckage, and commanded her to show herself. Terrified of joining her dead partner in the afterlife, the female bandit trembled in fear. While brainstorming a way to survive, desperately scanning her surroundings, she spotted a particular item in their stash bag, which sparked a cunning plan. Dragging the sack along, she crawled out from the ruins, pleading with our protagonist to spare her life. Putting on a masterclass in tearful acting, she claimed she was just an innocent captive forced into service by the dead thug inside the building for weeks. She then offered him her entire stash of premium cigarettes as a generous token of appreciation, swearing that she would happily serve him and do absolutely anything he requested. For a brief second, it seemed like the young leader was going to fall for the classic honey trap. He took a few steps closer and gently reassured her that he and his companions were peaceful survivors. She showered him with gratitude while secretly reaching down to retrieve a hidden blade from her bag. The moment he stepped within striking distance, she lunged forward with the sole intent of taking his life. Unbothered, he simply raised his weapon and squeezed the trigger multiple times without blinking. The traitorous woman froze in shock as lead ripped through her torso, never imagining that a guy would actually Blast a pretty face like hers. Honestly, our boy never believed her terrible cover story. Anyway, she claimed to be a prisoner of war, yet her clothes were spotless. She had 0 bruises, and she was wearing full makeup. Only a desperate simp would fall for such an obvious trap. Brother Chang and the crew rushed over, praising his quick judgment, admitting that if they were in his shoes, they probably would have hesitated. Any normal player in this survival game would have folded instantly, but Han Feng has already built up a massive tolerance for this kind of madness. Seriously, dealing with this post-apocalyptic drama is a daily chore, and the crazy lady he just put down felt straight out of a dark fantasy dungeon. She reminded him of an old boss monster he once knew, and as our hero looted their inventory, he wondered why these two didn't just trade their high-value smokes for some actual sustenance. Apparently, getting food at the local black market requires an elite VIP pass, and his companion explained that the entry fee alone costs a staggering 5 grand. That is a lot of currency for a couple of guys who only managed to scavenge a few meager cartons. With only 4 packs in their inventory, the grind was barely paying off. But from that point on, their fast travel journey back to the safe zone went surprisingly smoothly. They made it back to headquarters without triggering any random enemy encounters, and once they finally arrived, our protagonist immediately got to work. The young man wasted no time and immediately began playing the role of a top-tier healer. He patched up their wounded leader's severe injuries, and by the very next day, the absolute legend woke up looking ready to level up again. The entire guild rejoiced at the miracle, and the 3 rescued hostages instantly recovered their HP and spirits after being treated to a legendary feast. Right after this massive banquet, one of the veterans approached our main character with an offer to become the supreme leader of their rebellion, but he immediately sidestepped the proposal. The young man flatly refused, since he only helped them out of respect for their boss and had 0 interest in joining a high-risk faction war that would put his life on the line. Getting dragged into unnecessary political drama would just be a rookie mistake, and 2 days later, their leader's condition had stabilized, ensuring a smooth recovery. With everything settled, our overpowered protagonist really needed to return to his own base, leaving the locals looking on with teary eyes. The grateful boss tried to beg him to stay longer so he could properly repay the favor, but our main character had already locked in his decision, promising to send regular care packages to the city. He promised to deliver these resources every single month, and even hooked them up with a long-range comms device. This walkie-talkie would allow them to coordinate from afar, and with such high-tier support, they now had a real shot at launching a rescue mission. They could finally save their captured chief, causing their emotional leader to get so hyped that he almost reopened his freshly healed wounds. He nearly burst his stitches right then and there, but with a steady stream of incoming resources assured, his future was looking bright. With these provisions flowing in, this brave warrior would eventually rise to become the legendary commander of the Grand Rebellion. But hey, that is a story for another chapter, because after this incredibly long side quest, our hero and his quirky sidekicks were finally heading home. The young man appreciated how hard the kid had worked as their personal driver over the past few days, so he promised to treat him to something special. He bragged about his luxury villa's cozy atmosphere, boasting that it could reach a balmy 10 degrees, complete with gaming consoles and a massive TV, while his female companion hyped up the amazing spa facilities. She promised the sauna was absolute heaven, causing the young driver to immediately start daydreaming. He could already picture himself playing top-tier video games, while relaxing after a nice steaming hot bath. The kid felt pure excitement creeping in, but upon arrival, the little rascal took one look at the frozen villa, joked that this dump wasn't even as good as their cozy cave. It turned out that during their long absence, our protagonist's dream home had turned into an absolute icy wasteland. The custom charcoal stove was completely ruined, and the power generator was in terrible shape. It was frozen solid inside and out, but the absolute worst part was the state of his prized agricultural setup. Every single crop in his beautiful indoor garden had withered and died, and the culprits behind this monumental disaster were none other than the cheap electric heaters. These appliances had been placed all over the house, and the young man suddenly realized a hilarious design flaw. They were budget-grade imports, and looking back, the group had originally planned to return on the very same day after a quick supply run. Because of that hasty plan, they had left the heating system running, and with all the chaotic side quests that popped up, they completely forgot about them for days on end. Throughout consecutive days and nights, the machines ran unchecked, and now, to salvage his ruined base, he desperately needed to reboot the power grid. He needed to jumpstart the generator, but when he checked the fuel gauge, it registered as completely empty, even though he distinctly remembered topping it off. He had filled it up just before they left, and when he tried to crank the engine, he discovered that the liquid inside was completely bricked. The fuel had literally frozen solid, and to thaw out the tank, our clever protagonist needed to find a way to warm things up. He needed to raise the indoor temperature, but to do that, he needed working heaters, which required electricity, which required the frozen generator, leaving him trapped in a classic gaming paradox. Caught in this frustrating loop, the young man seriously considered going full caveman by using open flames to melt the fuel tank. Obviously, playing with fire next to gas sounds like a one-way ticket to a game over screen, so his second option was to use his unique superpower. He activated his signature energy aura and grabbed a nearby taser, utilizing the electrical shock to boost his heat output, while trying his absolute best to control the volatile energy without causing a massive explosion. During the delicate process of melting the ice, things actually looked promising for a few seconds as the temperature climbed and the frost began to recede. Unfortunately, a stray spark from the device leaked right into the freshly melted fuel, triggering a sudden, fiery blast that shook the room. Luckily, it was a minor detonation, so the precious machine didn't take any structural damage. In fact, the shockwave actually jump-started the motor, but because our hero was standing right next to the blast, he got blasted right in the face. He was instantly engulfed in a thick cloud of dark, oily smoke. But hey, a win is a win because the trick actually worked. The villa's lights flickered back to life, prompting his two companions to rush down to the basement to see what the noise was about. They wanted to investigate the sudden blast, only to find their fearless leader standing there. The young man was completely covered in black suit, and the two kids could barely hold back their laughter at his ridiculous new look. Barely holding back their laughter, Han Feng and his crew somehow managed to get the power back on, but they definitely can't rely on these shoddy electric heaters anymore. Those cheap appliances are prone to overheating and breaking, meaning our clever protagonist needs to come up with a foolproof, system-tier solution. He needs a permanent heating solution. But while the young man is deep in thought, his back accidentally bumps into the pipes connected to the generator, and his drippy tracksuit gets singed right along with his skin. However, this painful accident makes him notice that the generator's cooling water tank is abnormally hot, sparking a brilliant idea. Meanwhile, the kid, bored and disappointed that he can't enjoy our hero's reward yet, asks if he can run another errand, and the leader happily agrees. The boy is told he can just head back to the resource cave, but before he can escape this depressing villa, our main character asks him to help with one more thing. Just one tiny little favor. He intends to build a complete fantasy-grade heating system, using the cooling water tank, a refill tank, some radiators, and a ton of steel pipes, hoping the cave has all these materials on deck. Honestly, the kid is now completely immune to our overpowered protagonist's outrageous demands, no matter how hard he pushes. Thankfully, Choo-Choo had already contacted her little sister and confirmed there is a warehouse full of steel pipes at the military base, and since the boy is heading that way anyway, they might as well grab them. But constantly traveling back and forth between the villa and the cave would be far too much of a hassle, so the cute sidekick deems this the perfect time to reveal her brand new magic. Right in her palm, she summons the entrance to her pocket dimension, calling it spatial. Evil Eye number 2. This portal can actually detach from her body, allowing someone else to stuff objects inside the second entrance while she retrieves them on her own end. This incredible revelation that she can basically share her cheat code ability with other people is massive news to our main character. It turns out she has upgraded her superpower to summon 2 separate entrances to a single subspace. Not long after she absorbed all that military gear a while back, she automatically unlocked this level up to use Evil Eye Space number 2. Our hero figures it makes perfect sense, considering his own superpower has been constantly growing stronger over time. In this crazy world, it is safe to assume that ability, stats and skills can be trained and improved with enough effort. Armed with this new trick, they can just send the young boy to gather all the needed supplies on his own. Once he arrives back home, the kid is immediately put to work, but thankfully, the sweet nurse is there to help, using her monstrous, hunter-like strength. Honestly, the girl's new spatial magic is absolutely busted, and makes their lives so much easier. It is incredibly convenient. After they retrieve a mountain of perfectly cut steel pipes, it is now our protagonist's turn to work some magic. Just to be safe and to make these modifications a bit easier, he shuts down the generator first. This heavy-duty machine is water-cooled, meaning it produces some seriously scalding hot water in the tank. To capitalize on that thermal energy, he uses his mysterious purple glow to shape the steel pipes to perfectly fit the tank's outlet. The boiling water will flow through this network, bringing cozy warmth to every single corner of the house. With absolute focus, he softens and bends the metal shaping the pipes into highly efficient DIY radiators. These will serve as thermal vents where the scalding water from the generator will travel. After setting up the radiators, he connects a water pump to keep the flow moving, creating a continuous loop that draws water from downstairs to be reheated and circulated. Once all of his genius preparations are complete, he flips the switch and turns the generator back on. With a loud mechanical roar, the engine resumes, powering up their cozy post-apocalyptic sanctuary. Choo-Choo curiously pats the DIY radiators, but she doesn't feel any heat at all. Our chill protagonist just sits on the couch with a cold drink in hand and tells the impatient girl to just wait a little longer. Half an hour later, the young man's hard work finally bears fruit, and the entire villa turns incredibly toasty thanks to the newly installed heating system. They can now rock summer clothes indoors even while the outside world is trapped in a perpetual ice age, and even Choo-Choo gives his work a big thumbs up of approval. However, while happily munching on a hot bowl of food, he suddenly feels like he has forgotten something incredibly important. That's right, he was so focused on upgrading the villa that he completely forgot to revive his underground garden. After quickly restoring the power to the subterranean greenhouse, our MC quickly sets up radiators all along the walls, instantly fixing the temperature issue. Refusing to let his harvest go to waste, he tries enhancing the crops using his signature green glow, constantly channeling energy into the dead plants for half an hour, only to get some highly disappointing results. The sad little radishes he pulls out of the soil are incredibly tiny, and the tomatoes look straight up nasty. Sure, they have grown in size, but they don't look ripe or edible at all. Still, thinking it would be a total waste to throw them away, he takes a big bite out of one. Instantly, he spits it out, gagging at the horribly sour and bitter flavor combination. Our main character is obviously bummed, but he can always just restart and play the long game. Hanging his head, Henfeng asked the little system's spirit Choo-Choo for a fresh batch of seeds. While she was busy slacking off on the pitch, he begged her to get planting again, along with the standard vegetable staples. She also tossed him some strawberry seeds to satisfy his sweet tooth. Since she was craving something fancy, she immediately demanded a premium steak dinner as payment. Talk about an insatiable appetite. But hearing the words steak triggered a memory of the early experiments this guy ran. Back when he first unlocked his leveling up ability, he tried fusing soybeans and meat using those mysterious green and red lights. If he could create a massive slab of meat, maybe he could salvage his dead crops. He grabbed a cabbage heart, hoping to synthesize a healthy specimen. Thanks to constant practice, our main character's energy perception had leveled up, allowing him to easily lock onto the plant's natural rhythm. He could feel the energy fluctuations perfectly. Unfortunately, reality check. It wasn't that easy. This fantasy farming system wasn't as simple as he thought, and his first trial was a total bust. The experiment literally ended with a lump of coal. He figured if different species didn't mix, maybe combining parts of the same plant would work. Attempting a double cabbage fusion, the young man mashed a leaf together with a core. He tried to merge them into one giant vegetable, but that attempt also crashed and burned. It just produced more useless, dried-up charcoal. Giving up on the leafy greens, he decided to test his magic on some ugly tomatoes instead. Eyeing the wrinkled tomatoes, he grabbed a handful of soybeans next. He focused all his concentration on matching the raw energy fluctuations of the two ingredients. When this cultivator opened his eyes, he saw that the ugly tomato had undergone a massive mutation. The fruit had ballooned to a gigantic size, but the final product looked sketchy. Honestly, it was far from looking appetizing. Hoping the flavor profile improved with the size, he bravely took a bite out of it. The moment that slimy texture hit his tongue, he grimaced in pure disgust. It tasted repulsively sour and bitter. Shaking off the failure, he tried fusing a massive radish next. The result was a radish with a very suggestive, unique shape. When he bit into it, he was surprised to find it tasted normal. It tasted exactly like a fresh radish. The first tomato failed because the base ingredient was already unripe and sour. The radish, while not fully grown, was at least healthy and normal to begin with. In other words, just like meat, these fantasy crops only amplify their original flavor as they scale up. Barging into the garden, Choo-Choo suggested he should use his magic on fully ripe strawberries to create the ultimate giant treats. She had actually run down to report that Nurse Jin had returned on her own, saving them a trip to the cave. The nurse also claimed she found a new pet, which raised a major question. What kind of pet survives in this post-apocalyptic frozen wasteland? The young man got his answer immediately when he saw a severely traumatized polar bear standing at the door. The nurse named this battered, terrified beast Dabai, assuming the obedient furball escaped from a zoo and just needed some love. But as far as our main character was concerned, wild polar bears are the absolute furthest thing from cute and obedient. It turns out that after leaving their ally's place, the nurse decided to jog all the way back. During her run, she was suddenly jumped by the massive beast. Reacting purely on instinct, she threw a punch and accidentally knocked the apex predator out cold. Feeling guilty about the accidental knockout, she carried the massive animal all the way home to patch it up. Now the main character finally understood why this ruthless predator looked so thoroughly traumatized. Either way, they officially adopted Dabai, who literally wept tears of gratitude when they offered it food. Since they had plenty of grub to share, the new beast companion quickly warmed up to the rest of the household. This addition to the team also gave the young man a powerhouse mount capable of pulling their sled through the deepest snow. By feeding the bear synthesized meat, he avoided wasting any of their precious fresh crops. Having a giant polar bear mount in this apocalyptic dungeon setting turned out to be surprisingly cost-effective. Every time the duo returned from a scouting run, the poor beast was completely wiped out. Even after all this time, the bear would still shake in fear whenever the nurse approached it. It just couldn't get over her inhuman strength. A few days later, they finally managed to grow a perfect batch of ripe strawberries. Now all he had to do was apply his leveling up magic to make them grow to colossal sizes. The synthesis process had basically become second nature to him by now. Grabbing their forks, they feasted on a single massive strawberry, while the system spirit stored the rest in her pocket dimension. She shared the massive loot with her sister and the kids, who were completely stunned by the sheer scale of the berries. After devouring 3 massive strawberries, the group was completely stuffed. Their stomachs were practically bursting as they lay there, defeated by the giant mutated fruits. While Hanfeng was away, the cave outpost violently shook as the lowest floor was breached, prompting the defense leader to scan the area and detect a trespasser. If the main character were here, he would definitely recognize this hulking beast of an ability user who had previously forced a way into his plans. As soon as the wall of the cave was breached, hostile base soldiers poured into the tunnel. In a highly synchronized display of discipline, they lined up to clear a path for Captain Jiang and a lady wearing the same gear. Sporting the exact same military drip, the captain signaled for their reserve squad to advance. This so-called reserve team was actually a ragtag group of lowlifes armed with cheap firearms, sent to search the area. Their mission was to clear every room and capture everyone, under the promise of becoming official members, and receiving a special reward. They were even promised women for their beds, and blinded by greed and perverted lust, they moved forward. They blindly charged in, completely ignoring that this complex underground warehouse was defended by 3 distinct teams. To minimize the risk of fighting these dangerous superhumans, the captain used these trash soldiers as scouts, earning criticism from his female partner for promising unauthorized rewards. However, he was betting on the fact that most of this cannon fodder would end up dead anyway. Reasoning that only the survivors would need to be paid, the ruthless captain proposed they split their main forces to cover more ground. She dismissively agreed to the plan, and as she headed down the left hallway, the captain claimed his target. He called dibs on the giant ability user, showing clear animosity toward the senior lady. Although she despised working with this absolute scumbag, she took a conservative approach, holding her position to guard against a flank. Fearing that the enemy might cut off their retreat, she watched as the reserve team scurried ahead like frightened rabbits. The captain ordered his elite strike force to lag behind, letting the frontline trash trigger any hidden traps. There was absolutely no reason to rush in and face unforeseen dangers. Avoiding all unnecessary risks, she monitored the warehouse from within as the 2 enemy superhumans slowly crept closer to their position. It was a mystery how they emerged from underground, as the defenders had only set up explosive traps near the main entrance. Because the traps were only near the surface, their allies' overpowered ice ability was rendered completely useless. Stuck in a dry cave with no snow to manipulate and suffering from injured legs, she couldn't possibly handle 2 superhumans alone. Defending the outpost alone was hard enough, let alone dealing with a whole squad of armed soldiers. Overhearing the chaotic battle sounds through his walkie-talkie, the main character demanded an immediate update. The defense leader bluntly reported that enemy superhumans had successfully breached the underground warehouse. She explained they were preparing to retreat, but the young man demanded more details, sensing that their enemies were from the base. Knowing the base had to be involved in this assault, he listened as she described the invaders. She described one of the enemy superhumans as a massive, bald giant. This beast of a man was far larger than any normal human being. His mind immediately flashed back to the giant baby mutant they had fought in District A. Meanwhile, the younger sister assured her sibling that they would be fine and would contact them once they secured the evidence. After escaping to a safe place, she suddenly turned off the walkie-talkie. She needed to focus on the immediate threat, knowing that if those base bastards succeeded, it would be a disaster. If they retook the warehouse, they would surely seize the massive stockpile of weapons. The ammunition stored in the cave could easily be used to launch a devastating attack. This would bring total ruin to Brother Lee and the uprising faction in the city. To make matters worse, the protagonist's own villa was located quite close to this outpost. If the enemy base took control of the cave, they would likely scout the area and find his home. Once his location was exposed, the military forces would stop at nothing to eliminate him. To protect his peaceful life, our hero decided he had to secure those supplies first, or destroy them if salvage was impossible. With that option in mind, he proudly declared that he would never abandon his ally to fight alone. In contrast, the sister was not worried at all, believing the combined powers of their allies would make escaping easy. She actually found the young man's sudden urge to jump into the middle of this mess quite suspicious. She teased him, realizing he must be totally smitten by her little sister. She playfully approved of his feelings, demanding that he start calling her his big sister from now on. The nurse was completely left in the dark about this sudden teasing, so the sister filled her in. She gossiped that the main character had fallen hard and was playing the hero to rescue his damsel in distress. A few minutes later, he was fully geared up for the Sub-Zero winds and ready for action. Their poor mutated polar bear was tasked with pulling a heavy sled carrying the nurse, who was armed to the teeth. She held a massive Gatling gun, while he kept insisting he would be perfectly fine taking on the threat. Han Feng was ready to pull off a solo rescue mission in this dangerous otherworld, but Nurse Jin insisted on tagging along. Back in the heart of the action, Ms. Zhang equipped herself with an assault rifle while being wheeled out during their tactical retreat. They tried to escape as quickly as possible, but the enemy's reserve squad spotted them running through one of the winding hallways. The moment those lowlifes caught sight of a female captive, they went completely feral. They didn't want to use their guns because the precious goods might get damaged. That was a fatal mistake, as Zixi and Yueni swiftly executed a flawless drift with the wheelchair, allowing Ms. Zhang to raise her heavy weapon and pull the trigger. She easily dispatched the absolute fools, attempted a brainless, straight-line rush. Hearing the gunshots, the enemy captain immediately redirected his troops to follow the sound. The nearby reserve forces also caught wind of the firefight and quickly spotted their targets. Ms. Zhang warned the kids to hold onto her wheelchair's handle while she charged up a massive magical energy blast. Yueni and Zixi obediently did as they were told while she gathered pure force between her hands. As she unleashed the energy wave, this lady was moving like a disabled Goku. The insane recoil from the energy blast sent the wheelchair rolling backward, away from the pursuers. Those reserve squad bastards never stood a chance, getting forcefully blown back by the overwhelming impact, sending some of the lowlifes flying directly into the path of old Jin. Talk about bad luck. Even if they survived the blast, they couldn't have possibly survived the giant's barbaric strength as he pressed their bodies into the narrow walls. This big baby is clearly desperate to get all the credit for this operation. Flying like a bullet in that wheelchair, the trio managed to escape out of the underground tunnel. A few meters behind them, old Jin barreled through like a giant baby looking for his mother's milk. They had been so focused on getting out as fast as they could that they completely overlooked the pile of debris blocking their exit. Using her quick thinking and power, she summoned a sturdy barrier to protect herself and the kids from the crash. Using their upward momentum and angle, she launched the wheelchair high into the open air. While they were rapidly gaining elevation, the young kid took care of blowing up the exit to deter any pursuers. Her tiny explosions were only enough to scratch the giant's tough hide, but they were not destructive enough to stop his rampage. Thankfully, the debris around the exit had been structurally weakened enough to trigger a rock slide, sealing off the path. Not far from the blast zone, our protagonist and the nurse spotted the commotion. He immediately activated the sensing skill he had copied from Ms. Zhang and confirmed that they had successfully escaped the enemy base. Meanwhile, the barrier protecting the wheelchair-bound trio was about to pop when they landed in the deep snow. It would have been a perfect superhero landing, but the wheel got snagged on a rock, throwing them completely off course. To make matters worse, the angry giant did what he does best and tunneled through the blockade with his bare hands, even though he was visibly injured by the blast. In the blink of an eye, he caught up to the defenseless trio, ready to smash them into pancakes. The kids were naturally terrified by this scene of impending doom as the giant lunged down like a much angrier and bald version of the Incredible Hulk. However, he was stopped dead in his tracks as the sound of continuous gunfire echoed all over the snowy landscape. A hail of bullets tried tearing through the giant's body, but they barely left a scratch. Nurse Jin might be the most caring health practitioner in existence, but she can also turn into a heavy artillery-wielding badass when The situation calls for it. She managed to push the giant away from Ms. Jiang and the kids with her unmatched accuracy. Our protagonist steered his getaway sled right next to them, extending a much-needed lifeline to get them out of this freezing hell. When the boss monster saw who had just arrived like a tactical Santa Claus, his blood boiled because he kept getting outplayed by the same person over and over again. Unfortunately for him, the deadly nurse was right there to take care of his baby attitude. The moment she ran out of bullets, she violently smashed the machine gun right into his face, with enough force to shatter the weapon to pieces. The kids only knew her as the sweet medical nurse, and had no idea she was secretly built like a raid boss. After taking the giant out of the equation, she grabbed the little ones while our hero secured the injured mother. Even after taking a heavy beating and countless bullets, the monster's durability continued to be absolutely impressive. He managed to stand back up to resume the chase, prompting the main character to tell Yuan Yi to trigger a massive avalanche from the nearby slopes to at least slow the giant down. Without wasting a single second, the young elemental user touched the snow and manipulated its movement. Now that they were out in his playground, he demonstrated once more how overpowered his class skill is, gathering a monstrous amount of energy in just a few seconds to summon a customized natural disaster at will. Completely full of himself, the giant faced the incoming snowslip head-on, thinking a single punch could smash it away. Unfortunately, his slow brain didn't get the chance to make that mistake as a sudden gust. A blazing torrent of mystical blue fire suddenly shot past Han Feng, forming a radiant barrier of pure magic that shielded them. This sudden firewall protected old Nurse Jin from the raging avalanche, instantly vaporizing the incoming wall of snow. The sheer, unbearable heat reduced the frozen threat to nothing, and once the mist cleared, the enemy's giant brute motioned. He wanted to continue his relentless hunt, but a chillingly calm voice ordered him to stand down, as the invading captain casually told his muscle-bound freak to let the survivors escape since they had bigger fish to fry. They had far more urgent, high-stakes matters to deal with in this frozen dungeon, and driving off the pesky intruders was plenty for now. With no monstrous superhumans hot on their heels, the young man and his crew successfully slipped out of the danger zone to set up a temporary camp inside a derelict building, though their poor beast companion was absolutely exhausted from the frantic escape. The exhausted creature desperately needed a breather, prompting the clever protagonist to instruct the nurse to guide the rest of the survivors back to the safety of their villa. He had no intention of joining them just yet, opting instead to play the stealthy hunter and watch their six, ready to ambush any enemy soldiers foolish enough to track their footprints. He was more than ready to unleash absolute magical chaos on them, leaving Ms. Jiang and the children feeling incredibly relieved that they had stayed on this powerhouse's good side. After catching their breath for a few more minutes, the group finally departed on their snowy sled ride back to base, leaving the stage set for some solo action. Now it was our hero's time to shine, as he stealthily infiltrated the enemy's subterranean headquarters and witnessed the absolute devastation left behind at the portal entrance. Because this critical choke point was utterly wrecked, the occupying forces didn't even bother posting sentries to watch it. Besides, basic grunts with standard rifles wouldn't stand a chance against him anyway, especially since he discovered that using his leveling energy to reinforce his gear made them completely bulletproof. With bulletproof threads equipped, the only genuine threats left in this dungeon were the giant baby and that fire-wielding boss, who were likely plotting deep within the facility, meaning there was little risk of an immediate clash. Confident he wouldn't run into them immediately, the clever rogue got to work, utilizing his mysterious skills to soften the massive stone barricade blocking his path. Enveloping the stone wall in an eerie purple glow, he waited until the solid rock turned to putty before carefully reshaping it to create a passage. He then squeezed his body through the narrow gap, focusing all his concentration on the maneuver, because getting stuck like a cartoon character would be incredibly embarrassing. Once he slipped past the softened stone, he scanned the area to confirm that the coast was entirely clear, with no guards in sight. Slipping through the threshold undetected, he successfully slithered back into the heart of the enemy-controlled zone like a phantom. Readying his weapon for any sudden action, our stealthy protagonist quietly navigated the labyrinthine corridors all the way to the main supply depot. Upon reaching the room, he realized something was seriously off, as he hadn't encountered a single guard, which was incredibly dumb considering these invaders fought so hard to capture this base, only to leave their precious loot completely unguarded. Not one to look a gift horse in the mouth, the young man smiled and pulled out a bundle of high-grade explosives from his inventory, strategically placing them to blow their stockpile to kingdom come. Once he finished rigging the fuel barrels to erupt in a glorious fireball, his primary objective was nearly complete, leaving him ready to move on. His next stop was the armory, but as he crept through the shadows, a chaotic racket echoing from a nearby tunnel caught his attention. Peering down the winding corridor, it looked like a classic case of betrayal as the enemy soldiers were violently turning on each other, with their blue fire-wielding captain absolutely losing his mind. The rogue officer was ruthlessly slaughtering his own comrades, proving that while the lady captain knew he was a loose cannon, this level of treachery was on a whole new level. Watching the brutal friendly fire unfold, our hero finally solved the mystery of the abandoned loot, realizing these absolute clowns were too busy killing each other to worry about logistics.